Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Before Ben could even process the thought, his spider sense had already made the choice for him. The familiar tingling sensation flooded his consciousness as danger blazed through every nerve ending. The web line snapped taut like a bowstring, catapulting him through the air toward Connors with deadly precision. Spider kick, another devastating flying kick, and this time it was a coordinated assault. Ben and Peter struck simultaneously, their combined momentum creating a thunderous impact that reverberated through the corridor. Connor's massive head whipped backward from the force, the sound of cracking bone echoing ominously through the confined space. The transformed scientist staggered, his reptilian features contorting in pain as he struggled to maintain his footing. Ben grimaced. He could only hope that the sickening crack meant damaged scales rather than a fractured skull from their combined attack. After the successful strike, both spider-powered heroes prepared to press their advantage, but Connors was already descending into a pain-fueled frenzy. His massive form thrashed wildly, those enormous claws, each one the size of a dinner plate, slicing through the air with enough force to generate visible distortions in the atmosphere. His thick, muscular tail whipped around like a wrecking ball, and the impact against the corridor wall sent chunks of concrete and rebar cascading to the floor below. Ben twisted his body with fluid grace, his enhanced reflexes allowing him to bend almost impossibly as he ducked under the sweeping tail. The appendage passed mere inches from his skull, close enough that he could feel the rush of displaced air ruffling his costume. But Connors wasn't finished. Those razor-sharp claws came down again with frightening speed, each capable of punching through steel as they stabbed downward like organic spears. The air itself seemed to shriek as the claws cut through it, creating a sound like tearing fabric amplified 100-fold. His attacks were so fast they left afterimages in the air, a deadly blur of motion that would have overwhelmed any normal human. However, Ben had learned to trust his spider sense implicitly. He abandoned visual tracking entirely, allowing his enhanced intuition to guide his movements. His body flowed like water, shifting and dodging with an almost dance-like precision that made Connor's strikes seem clumsy by comparison. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, Connor's rage boiled over. The transformed scientist lunged forward, his massive jaws gaping wide to reveal rows of serrated teeth, each one sharp enough to pierce concrete. He snapped down toward Ben's head like a living guillotine, intent on ending the fight in one brutal bite. Ben's response was instantaneous. He dropped into a low crouch, his knees flexing as he coiled his muscles like springs. Just as those deadly jaws were about to close around his skull, he exploded upward with all his enhanced strength, his foot connecting with the underside of Connor's jaw in a devastating uppercut that generated a visible shockwave. The impact produced a sound like a thunderclap. Even with Connor's enhanced size and supernatural strength, the force of Ben's precisely placed kick was enough to lift the massive creature off his feet. The lizard man flipped through the air like a coin toss, his bulk crashing to the ground with enough force to crack the floor tiles beneath him. Peter didn't waste the opportunity. He dropped from his position on the ceiling like a spider descending on trapped prey, putting all his weight and momentum behind a devastating strike to Connor's exposed abdomen, one of the few areas where his scales were thinner and more vulnerable. The impact was catastrophic. The floor beneath them couldn't withstand the combined weight and force, and both Peter and Connors crashed through to the level below in an explosion of dust and debris. Chunks of concrete and twisted metal rained down as the structural integrity of the building groaned under the assault. Ben started to follow them down, but just as he was about to jump through the hole, a blur of red and blue came flying back up Peter, tossed like a ragdoll. He hit the floor hard, rolling across it with his arms and legs flailing as he tried to get his bearings. Then Connors burst up from the wreckage below, his massive body rising through the floor like something out of a nightmare. His spine arched like the keel of a ship, the jagged scales on his back tearing through concrete and steel like they were paper. He moved like a shark cutting through water, muscles rippling as he forced the opening wider with raw strength. The floor collapsed in a domino effect of destruction. Support beams snapped like twigs, electrical wires fizzled out, and what used to be two separate floors was now just one giant open space. Connors finally had room to stand tall and move freely, no longer boxed in by the tight confines that had held him back before. Well, this just got significantly more complicated, Peter muttered, pressing himself against the wall as he surveyed their transformed battlefield. His attempt at humor couldn't quite mask the concern in his voice. Initially, their smaller size and superior agility had given them a tactical advantage in the cramped corridors. Connors had been forced to fight in an environment that constrained his movements and limited his attacks. Even then, their strikes had barely seemed to affect the lizard's enhanced physiology. Now that the space around them had opened up, Connors could finally unleash his full strength and reach. The fight was on equal ground now, except it definitely wasn't leaning in their favor. Connors threw back his massive head and released a roar that seemed to come from the very depths of his soul. The sound was primal, terrifying, and powerful enough to shatter every piece of glass in the building. Windows exploded outward in showers of glittering fragments. Light fixtures burst in sprays of sparks, and even the reinforced observation windows in the laboratory levels above cracked and failed. Ben's gaze darted nervously to the antidote serum, his heart racing as he checked on their only hope of reversing Connor's transformation. Fortunately, Norman Osborn's test tube was constructed of reinforced materials and had been designed with multiple safety features. The precious liquid remained secure despite the sonic assault. "I'll kill you, you miserable insects." Connor's voice had become something inhuman, a rasping growl that seemed to emanate from the depths of his chest. He launched himself forward with renewed fury, his movements now unencumbered by the confined space. Ben and Peter attempted to execute their previous strategy, attacking from multiple angles to divide Connor's attention. But the transformed scientist had adapted to their tactics. He faced Ben head-on while his powerful tail whipped behind him like a fifth limb, creating a defensive barrier that made it impossible for Peter to approach from the rear. Each sweep of that massive tail generated enough force to pulverize concrete. Peter watched in horrified as a section of wall, easily 6 inches thick, was reduced to powder by a casual flick of Connor's tail. The destructive power was beyond anything they had faced before. Ben found himself bearing the brunt of Connor's focused assault. The creature's arms moved with blinding speed, each strike capable of punching through steel plating. The attacks came in rapid succession, creating a deadly web of motion that would have overwhelmed any normal fighter. Despite his enhanced reflexes and precognitive abilities, Ben found himself being pushed to his absolute limits. Each dodge was perfectly timed, each movement calculated to avoid certain death by mere fractions of inches. But he understood the terrible mathematics of the situation. Connors could afford to miss 100 times, while Ben could only afford to be caught once. "What's our next move?" Peter shouted over the sounds of destruction, his voice strained with effort as he looked for an opening in their opponent's defenses. "Web him up," Ben called back, executing a backflip that carried him just clear of Connor's slashing claws. "Wrap him like a birthday present." He knew their webbing wouldn't hold the lizard for long. Connor's strength was simply too great. But they only needed a few seconds, just enough time to create an opening for their real objective. "Then we get the antidote into his bloodstream through the eyes." Ben continued, his analytical mind working even as he fought for survival. "It's the only vulnerable spot I can identify." Even with Connor's enhanced physiology making his skin tougher than steel plating, Ben was confident that his eyes remained a weak point. If they could inject the serum directly into his system through that route, they might be able to either weaken him sufficiently to continue the fight or, hopefully, restore enough of his human consciousness to end the conflict entirely. "Don't even think about it, you pathetic insects." Connors had clearly overheard their shouted strategy, and his attacks intensified to a level that bordered on the supernatural. His movements became even more frenzied if such a thing were possible, but the increased aggression worked against him. Ben and Peter smoothly transitioned to a new approach, abandoning their attempts at direct confrontation. Instead, they maintained careful distance, using their superior mobility to stay just out of reach while harassing their opponent with continuous streams of webbing. They fought just like real spiders, darting in fast to hit him with webs, then backing off before he could catch them. Connors roared in frustration, ripping at the sticky strands clinging to him, but the webbing was made to stick hard. Every second he spent tearing one off, another 10 were already wrapped around him. Little by little, Connors started to look like he was getting dusted with snow. At first, the layers of webbing didn't seem like much, but it added up fast. His movements grew slower, his swings less accurate, and the weight of all that sticky silk started messing with his balance and timing. "It's working." Peter's excitement was palpable as he witnessed their strategy taking effect. The gradual accumulation of webbing was having the desired impact on their opponent's power. Emboldened by their success, Peter became more aggressive in his approach. He leaped directly onto Connor's back, scuttling around the massive form like a true spider securing its prey. Layer after layer of webbing followed, each strand carefully placed to maximize restriction and minimize Connor's ability to break free. Ben and Peter continued their relentless assault until their web shooters were completely depleted. By that point, Connors resembled nothing so much as a massive cocoon, his entire body wrapped in multiple layers of incredibly strong silk. Even his powerful jaws had been bound shut by Ben's careful application of webbing around his snout. The lizard's balance failed him, and he toppled backward like a felled tree, his massive bulk hitting the floor with a thunderous crash that shook the entire building. Dust and debris rained down from the ceiling as the structure groaned under the impact. Finally, Peter breathed, exhaustion evident in his voice as he retrieved the antidote serum from its protective case. He approached the immobilized Connors with careful steps, his movements deliberate and precise. This might sting a little, Dr. Connors, nothing personal. It's just, your eyelids happen to be the second easiest target on your body right after your, rear end. Peter's tendency toward humor in stressful situations was reasserting itself now that the immediate danger seemed to have passed. He reached out with steady hands, preparing to lift Connor's eyelids so he could inject the serum directly into the eye. Meanwhile, Ben stood nearby, his attention focused on replacing the webbing he had expended during the fight. His enhanced hearing picked up the familiar mechanical sounds of his web shooters cycling as they prepared fresh cartridges. Then, like a bolt of lightning, his spider sense exploded into activity. The familiar tingling sensation became a screaming alarm that set every nerve ending ablaze with warning. In that instant, the world seemed to shift into a different spectrum of perception. His hair stood on end as if charged with static electricity, and his head snapped up to focus on Peter with crystal clarity. "Peter, get back," he shouted, his voice carrying desperate urgency. But his warning came too late. In that critical moment, Connor's muscles tensed throughout his bound form, and his scales, which had been lying flat against his skin, suddenly stood erect like thousands of tiny blades. The transformation was instantaneous and devastating. Each scale became a cutting edge, slicing through the webbing with surgical precision. Connor surged to his feet with explosive force, the cocoon of silk falling away from his body like discarded clothing. The massive shadow of his form fell across Peter, who was caught completely off guard by the sudden reversal of fortune. Peter's own spider sense finally activated, but the warning came far too late to be useful. He instinctively reached for his web shooters, intending to blind Connors with a face full of silk, but his hands closed on empty air. He had forgotten that he had exhausted his supply during their previous assault. Connor's expression was a mask of predatory satisfaction as he drew back one massive claw. The backhand strike that followed was delivered with casual, almost dismissive force, but it was more than enough to send Peter flying across the room. The young hero's body went limp as he crashed into the far wall, consciousness fleeing as his head struck the concrete. The transformed scientist then turned his attention to Ben, his reptilian features twisted into an expression of malevolent joy. His eyes, which had once belonged to a brilliant and compassionate man, now glowed with an inhuman hunger for violence. "You're next," he growled, his voice a sibilant rasp that seemed to emerge from the depths of his transformed throat. "I'm going to crush your skull like an eggshell." Ben's response was immediate and filled with determination. He had been holding back, trying to use non-lethal force against what remained of Dr. Connors. But with Peter down and their situation desperate, it was time to abandon such restraints. "That's exactly what I was hoping you'd say," Ben replied, his voice carrying a note of grim satisfaction. He raised his left hand, and the familiar interface of the Omnitrix emerged from his wrist with its characteristic mechanical precision. The device's central core began to glow with an inner light as it prepared to unleash the transformation he had been saving for just such a moment. 4 arms. The transformation began immediately, green energy cascading over his body as the alien DNA rewrote his cellular structure. His frame expanded dramatically, muscles bulging and multiplying as his height increased by several feet. His skin took on a reddish hue, and most importantly, 2 additional arms sprouted from his torso, each one as powerful and capable as the original pair. Ben, now in the form of the Tetramand warrior known as 4 Arms, faced off against the transformed Dr. Connors. The battle between monsters was about to begin, and this time, Ben had the tools necessary to match his opponent's enhanced strength and ferocity. 4 Arms. The moment Ben activated the Omnitrix, his transformation began with explosive force. His entire molecular structure shifted and expanded as alien DNA rewrote his human form at the cellular level. Dr. Connors watched in stunned fascination as Ben's familiar red and black spider costume dissolved away, replaced by a distinctive black bodysuit with white stripes running down the sides. His skin took on a deep crimson hue, the texture becoming rough and powerful like living armor. His frame expanded dramatically, muscles bulging and multiplying as his height shot upward to an imposing 12 feet, nearly matching Connor's own transformed stature. But the most striking change was the emergence of a second pair of arms from beneath his ribs. The additional limbs sprouted with organic fluidity, each one as perfectly formed and powerful as the original pair. Ben flexed all 4 arms experimentally, feeling the incredible strength coursing through his enhanced physiology. The transformation was intoxicating. Ben felt as though he could lift entire buildings, punch through steel like paper, or wrestle with gods themselves. He threw back his head and released a roar that shook the very foundations of the building, venting the overwhelming power that demanded expression. Chunks of plaster rained from the ceiling as the structure groaned under the sonic assault. He now stood as a Tetramand warrior, one of the most formidable combat species in the known galaxy. Among Ben's initial 10 alien forms, 4 arms represented pure strength and fighting prowess. His combat record was legendary. He had defeated opponents that had previously conquered entire worlds. In terms of raw physical power, he stood at the apex of galactic warriors. Ready for your beating, Connors. Ben's voice had deepened to a bass rumble that seemed to emanate from his massive chest. He brought all 4 fists together in a thunderous collision, the impact producing audible cracks as his knuckles settled into place. Connors maintained his aggressive posture, but confusion flickered in his reptilian eyes. The red skin, the 4 arms, the obvious alien nature of Ben's transformation, it didn't match his expectations at all. You really did transform yourself, Connors said slowly, his voice carrying a note of unexpected admiration. The hostility in his demeanor seemed to diminish as he studied Ben's new form. Look at the power you've achieved. You've finally freed yourself from that pathetic human shell. His tone became almost reverent as he continued, you've experienced this kind of strength firsthand. You know what it means to transcend human limitations. So why are you still trying to stop me? Connors clenched his massive claws, his body language shifting from threatening to pleading. He spoke with the fervor of a true believer trying to convert a potential ally. You really need to ask. Ben shot back without missing a beat, his tone dead serious. Because I'm not looking to date someone with a snout and a serious case of dragon breath, that's why. The mental image that followed made Ben shudder visibly. If Felicia Hardy or Mary Jane Watson were to undergo Connors' transformation, developing that mouth full of razor-sharp teeth and the accompanying reptilian breath, Ben was pretty sure that not even his diamond head form could withstand the trauma of attempting romance. You're incredibly selfish. Connors spat, his earlier admiration transforming into disgust. You could help change the world, elevate all of humanity to something greater, but instead you're keeping the possibility of human evolution locked away for your own petty concerns. His voice rose to an impassioned crescendo as he continued, your selfishness is condemning mankind to remain weak and vulnerable when they could be strong. Ben's laughter was cold and without humor. Don't be ridiculous, Connors, the possibility of human evolution. Do you honestly believe you have the right to make that choice for everyone? What makes you think you're qualified to play God? Do you really believe that every person on Earth wants to become a monster like you? Then how can you be certain they don't? Connors challenged, his eyes blazing with fanatic conviction. How do you know that the disabled, those tortured by disease, those who are despised and trampled by society, how do you know they wouldn't want this power? Every word carried the weight of personal experience. Connors wasn't just speaking theoretically. He was describing his own journey from a disabled scientist to a creature of immense power. But his words also reflected the struggles of countless others who survived in the shadows of a city that often overlooked their suffering. Some people would make a deal with the devil himself for the chance at real power. The argument hit closer to home than Ben wanted to admit. Even he had to acknowledge that if he hadn't gotten the Omnitrix, if he didn't have access to alien powers, would he have been tempted by Connor's offer? If it meant protecting his family, would he have been willing to sacrifice his humanity for the strength to keep them safe? The honest answer was that he might have been, but that didn't change his current position. He understood that Connors might genuinely believe he was working for the betterment of humanity. He also acknowledged that there were undoubtedly people who would willingly accept the transformation, regardless of the consequences. None of that mattered to him now. You know what, Connors, I really don't care about your philosophical justifications, Ben said, his voice carrying absolute finality. I only know that my folks back home would never choose to become monsters. And I refuse to live in a world where the number of superpowered individuals keeps increasing, because that would only put the people I love in greater danger. His reasoning was brutally simple and completely selfish. He had found his line in the sand, and he was prepared to defend it with everything he had. I've got nothing more to say to you, Connors, Ben declared, bringing all four fists together in a display that generated visible shockwaves. Time for your beating. The collision of his knuckles created a powerful gust of wind that swept through the chamber, scattering debris and dust in all directions. Connors had clearly abandoned any hope of reasoning with his opponent. He now regarded Ben as the primary obstacle to human evolution, a misguided fool who needed to be eliminated for the greater good. His reptilian features twisted into a mask of predatory hunger as he prepared to tear Ben apart limb by limb. Fine, Connors hissed through clenched teeth. I'll remove you from the equation and consume your remains. His massive claws swept forward, cutting through the air with enough force to create visible distortions in the atmosphere. This time, Ben didn't attempt to dodge or evade. Instead, he charged forward like a crimson battering ram, his four arms spread wide as he prepared to meet Connors' attack head-on. The impact was absolutely brutal. The shockwave generated by their impact became a visible phenomenon, rippling outward from the point of contact like the epicenter of an earthquake. The space between them became the eye of a hurricane, with violent winds spiraling outward in all directions. The force of their clash sent cracks racing along all four walls of the chamber, spiderwebbing through concrete and steel as if the building itself were crying out in pain. Connors realized his mistake the instant their bodies met. The creature before him possessed strength that defied comprehension. It was like running headfirst into a mountain. Ben didn't move so much as a millimeter, while Connors felt as though every bone in his arms had been jarred loose from the impact. Instinctively, Connors tried to retreat, to create distance so he could reassess the situation. But he found himself unable to move backward even a single step. Ben's lower set of arms locked onto Connors' wrists like industrial clamps. The grip was so strong, Connors could feel the stress in his reinforced bones creaking under the pressure. No matter how hard he thrashed, it was like trying to break out of solid steel cuffs. You mentioned something about twisting my head off, didn't you? Ben's grin was predatory as he raised his upper pair of arms high above his head, interlocking his fingers to form a single, massive fist. The shadow of his combined arms fell across Connors like the silhouette of an executioner's axe. Connors looked up into Ben's four glowing eyes, burning with alien focus and barely restrained rage. And for the first time since becoming the lizard, a chill of real fear crept in. It reminded him of what it was like to be human again, fragile, exposed, and powerless in a world that never went easy on the weak. Wait, let me explain, but Ben's hammer fist was already descending with the force of a meteor strike. The impact was devastating. The floor beneath Connors' feet didn't just crack, it shattered completely, creating a crater several inches deep. The entire foundation of the building seemed to sink under the tremendous force, and Connors felt as though his skull had been used as an anvil. The blow drove his jaws together with such violence that his razor-sharp teeth, each one capable of cutting through steel, began to crack and fall out under the pressure. His vision exploded into stars and darkness as consciousness wavered on the edge of oblivion. When his head cleared enough to focus, he realized that Ben's grip on his wrists had shifted. Now one massive hand held his head in a grip that could have crushed concrete, lifting him until they were eye to eye. Tell me, Ben's voice rumbled like distant thunder. Where is Dr. Animo? Despite their victory over Connors, Ben knew the real threat remained at large. Dr. Animo, the mastermind behind the genetic manipulation technology, was still somewhere in the city with the means to transform thousands of innocent people. In comparison to Animo's potential for mass destruction, Connors was merely a distraction. Dr. Animo, Connors managed to wheeze out despite his injuries. Even in his defeated state, the mention of Animo's name brought a smile to his bloodied features. You're too late, Parker, he said, his voice weak but filled with malicious satisfaction. You think defeating me means anything? Dr. Animo is already in position with the Canary device and the genetic transmutation array. Soon, everyone in New York will experience evolution. His laughter was a raspy, triumphant sound despite his obvious pain. How many people can you possibly fight? He taunted. And how many of those people will be your friends and family members? The implications hit Ben like a physical blow. The image of his mom and dad transformed into hideous monsters was almost too terrible to contemplate. A rage unlike anything he had ever experienced began building in his chest, a fire that threatened to consume all rational thought. You know what? Ben's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. I may not be able to save everyone, but I damn sure know I can beat the hell out of you. He hurled Connors upward with enough force to send the lizard spinning through the air. Ben's four arms cocked back simultaneously, each one loaded with enough kinetic energy to punch through armor plating. His muscles coiled like springs under tremendous tension, every fiber of his enhanced physiology focused on delivering maximum destruction. The moment Connors reached the peak of his trajectory, Ben unleashed his assault. His fists moved faster than the human eye could follow, creating sonic booms with each strike. The air itself seemed to explode under the barrage, and the sound of Ben's punches created a thunderous drumbeat that echoed through the entire building. Four arms struck like a machine gun made of flesh and bone, each impact driving Connors deeper into the floor as the foundation gave way beneath the overwhelming assault. The battle between titans had reached its crescendo, and Ben's fury would not be satisfied until every ounce of his rage had been spent. Ben's four arms moved in a blur of devastating motion, each fist striking with the force of a pile driver. His Tetraman's physiology allowed him to throw dozens of punches per second, creating a continuous barrage that resembled automatic gunfire, except infinitely more destructive than any bullet ever conceived. The afterimages of his arms created a crimson storm around Connor's helpless form. Each impact generated sonic booms that rolled through the building like thunder, and the shockwaves rippled outward with enough force to crack concrete and shatter any remaining glass in the vicinity. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous percussion of Ben's assault echoed through the school and beyond, reaching the students who had managed to evacuate to the relative safety of the parking lot. The ground beneath their feet trembled with each impact, and many of them instinctively looked back at the building they had just escaped. Felicia Hardy gripped Mary Jane's arm as the entire structure seemed to sway with each explosive sound. Her face had gone pale with worry as she stared at the windows, hoping desperately to catch a glimpse of Ben emerging safely. What the hell is happening in there? Flash Thompson shouted over the noise, his usual bravado replaced by genuine concern. Did terrorists plant bombs in the school? Are they trying to level the entire building just to make a point? The sounds of destruction were beyond anything the students had ever experienced. Flash found himself thinking of war documentaries he'd seen, wondering if this was what artillery bombardments sounded like to those caught in the middle. Gwen Stacy pushed through the crowd of frightened students, her analytical mind trying to process the situation even as her heart raced with concern for her friends. When she spotted Felicia and Mary Jane huddled together near the edge of the parking lot, she quickly made her way over to them. Felicia, MJ, she called out breathlessly. Have either of you seen Peter or Ben? Please tell me they made it out. Ben's still in there. Felicia's voice cracked with emotion and she looked like she might collapse from the stress. I can't see him anywhere in those sounds. What if something terrible happens to him? If Connors could have heard her concern, he would have felt deeply offended. After all, he was the one being systematically demolished by Ben's relentless assault, reduced to nothing more than a living punching bag for the enraged Tetraman. Inside the building, Ben had planted one massive foot on Connor's thrashing tail to prevent his opponent from being knocked away by the force of his strikes. This allowed him to maintain his position and continue the devastating barrage without interruption. His four arms worked in perfect coordination, each punch driving deeper into Connor's enhanced physiology. The lizard's regenerative abilities were working overtime, but they couldn't keep pace with the damage Ben was inflicting. Bones cracked and reformed only to be shattered again moments later. Ben's anger turned him into a walking natural disaster. Every blow was driven by the image of his parents turned into monsters, feeding the fire inside him and making each hit harder than the one before. The sheer force of his movements kicked up a storm all around him, whipping debris into the air like a miniature tornado. The once terrifying Dr. Connors, who could rip through steel and concrete like paper, was now a wrecked heap of scales and shattered bones. His long snout was twisted out of shape, and his sharp teeth were scattered across the floor like some twisted kind of confetti. The powerful skeleton that had made him so fearsome was now practically dust, held together only by the scraps of his accelerated healing. Each of Ben's punches penetrated through Connor's armored hide and exploded inside his body, causing massive internal trauma that even his accelerated healing couldn't fully address. If Connors had been an ordinary lizard man without the additional genetic modification, he would have been reduced to paste within the first few seconds of Ben's assault. As it stood, Connors had long since lost consciousness, his body maintained upright only by Ben's grip and the continuous barrage of strikes. Seeing his opponent's complete defeat, Ben prepared to deliver one final, decisive blow. His rage demanded a conclusive ending to this fight, something that would ensure Connors could never again threaten the people he cared about. "How dare you threaten my parents?" Ben roared, his voice carrying all the fury of a Tetraman pushed beyond his limits. He drew back his primary right arm, coiling his entire body like a spring, as he channeled every ounce of his enhanced strength into a single devastating strike. His Tetraman physiology allowed him to generate forces that defied comprehension, and this punch would carry the full weight of his alien heritage. In Ben's rage-clouded vision, Connors was no longer a transformed scientist or even a living being. He had become a target, a green obstacle that needed to be obliterated with maximum prejudice. The punch landed with the force of a meteorite impact. Boom! The sound was so loud it seemed to shake the very foundations of reality. The massive impact sent shockwaves rippling outward that lifted clouds of dust and debris 4 or 5 meters into the air. Beneath Ben's feet, the floor disintegrated into powder under the tremendous forces involved. Connors' eyes bulged from their sockets as the devastating blow connected with his chest. His entire torso caved inward like a crater formed by a meteor strike, and the scales along his back exploded outward from the transferred kinetic energy. The fragments shot through the air like buckshot, embedding themselves in the walls with enough force to punch clean through concrete and steel. The force was so tremendous that it actually severed Connors' tail at the base, the tail separating from his body as he was launched backward like a cannonball. He smashed through 3 successive walls before finally coming to rest in what had once been a classroom, his body creating a perfect outline in the rubble. The building, already compromised by their battle, finally reached its structural limits. Warning groans echoed through the framework as support beams snapped and load-bearing walls collapsed. Outside, Police Captain George Stacy arrived with a full complement of officers just in time to witness the spectacular collapse of the school's main building. The structure folded in on itself like a house of cards, sending up a massive cloud of dust and debris that obscured the entire area. "Jesus Christ," one of the officers muttered as they watched the destruction unfold. "What the hell happened here?" From the settling rubble, a massive red figure emerged carrying what appeared to be an unconscious student under one arm and dragging the mangled form of some kind of monster with another. Ben's remaining 2 hands were occupied with a vial of serum and a cell phone that looked comically small in his massive grip. Despite his alien appearance and the destruction surrounding him, Ben's first priority was ensuring his loved ones knew he was safe. He activated the phone and began making calls with surprising gentleness for such a massive creature. "Hello, Dad. Yes, there was some kind of attack at the school, but I'm perfectly fine. Peter's okay too, he just got knocked unconscious when some furniture fell over during the evacuation." Ben's voice was carefully modulated to sound calm and reassuring despite his current form. "Listen, I need you and Mom to stay inside and lock all the doors and windows. If you have access to the basement, that would be even better. This might not be over yet." The next call went to Felicia, and Ben could hear the relief in her voice when he confirmed that both he and Peter were safe. "Felicia, I found Peter, we're both fine. Spider-Man showed up and got us to safety before the building came down," he lied smoothly, knowing that the truth would be far too complicated to explain over the phone. "Can you make sure the other gets somewhere secure? Find an interior room or a basement if possible. The cell reception is terrible out here, so I'll call you again when we get somewhere safer." After ending the calls, Ben made his way through the sewers, following the same route Connors had used to reach the school. Fortunately, the lizard's massive size had already widened the tunnels enough to accommodate Ben's current form. "Connors mentioned that Dr. Animo has already begun his operation," Ben muttered, checking his phone for any news alerts. "I remember the Canary device being stored in the Oscorp building, but so far there haven't been any reports of break-ins or unusual activity there." Ben scratched his head with one massive hand, a gesture that looked almost comical given his intimidating appearance. "I really need to figure out how to counter that genetic transmutation technology." While Tetramans were indeed highly intelligent, their species had developed some of the most advanced engineering in the galaxy. Ben didn't have access to their accumulated knowledge base the way he did with gray matter. Even with enhanced intelligence, reverse engineering technology that was potentially centuries ahead of Earth's current capabilities would be virtually impossible without proper equipment and research facilities. His contemplation was interrupted by Peter stirring to consciousness. Peter's eyes fluttered open, and the first thing he saw was 4 arms' massive red form carrying him through what appeared to be a sewer tunnel. Ben, oh my god, what kind of monster are you? Peter's spider-enhanced strength kicked in reflexively, and he began struggling with enough force to dent steel. To his surprise, Ben's grip didn't budge even slightly despite Peter's enhanced abilities. Wait a minute, Peter said, his analytical mind quickly processing what he was seeing. I recognize that symbol. He had noticed the distinctive Omnitrix interface on Ben's left wrist, and the familiar hourglass design triggered his memory. His expression shifted from terror to amazement as the pieces fell into place. You're Ben, this is you. That's right, Ben confirmed, deciding that the time for secrecy had passed. Peter was going to be crucial in stopping Dr. Animo, and Ben needed all the help he could get. His previous concerns about keeping the Omnitrix secret seemed less important now. Once he had access to the full resources of his company fund and could properly protect his parents, he wouldn't need to hide his abilities anymore. In fact, having those resources would allow him to deal with any threats, scientific, criminal, or corporate, that might arise from people knowing about his powers. How did this happen to you? Peter asked, his voice filled with concern rather than fear. Please tell me you can change back. If you're stuck like this permanently, it's going to cause some serious problems. Your admirers at school will be heartbroken. Uncle Ben and Aunt May will be worried sick if they find out you've been transformed into some kind of creature. The transformation will wear off in a few more minutes, Ben assured him. We can discuss the details later, but right now we need to focus on finding Dr. Animo before he can implement whatever plan he's been working on. At the sound of their conversation, Connors began to regain consciousness. His enhanced healing factor was gradually repairing the most critical damage, though he was still barely recognizable as the imposing creature he had been earlier. You're too late, he wheezed, his voice barely audible through his damaged vocal cords. Soon you'll witness the birth of a new world. A world that belongs to the next stage of human evolution. Next stage of human evolution. Ben laughed coldly, his 4 eyes fixing on Connors with obvious disdain. You've been completely deceived, Dr. Connors. If you honestly believe that Animo wants to elevate humanity, then you're even more naive than I thought. Ben's voice took on a grim tone as he continued. Dr. Animo has never been interested in human evolution. What he's always wanted is to return the world to its prehistoric state. He's been using your intelligence and your research, Dr. Connors, and if he succeeds, New York is going to become a primordial hunting ground. That's impossible. Connors protested, his damaged features contorting with disbelief and growing horror. He promised. He said we would create a better world. The terrible realization was beginning to dawn on him, but part of his mind still refused to accept that he had been so thoroughly manipulated. But Ben's assessment was entirely accurate. At that very moment, Dr. Animo had taken control of the tallest building in Manhattan and was positioning the Canary device to broadcast its signal across the entire city. He stood on the roof, his arms raised toward the sky in a gesture of mad triumph. The time has come to cleanse this polluted world. He shouted into the wind, his voice carrying a note of religious fervor. Humanity has had its chance and they have failed. Now we return to the purity of the prehistoric age. His finger hovered over the activation switch as he gazed out at the sprawling metropolis below. Welcome to Jurassic Manhattan. Dr. Animo stood atop Stark Tower, the tallest spire in Manhattan's gleaming skyline. The fierce winds at this altitude whipped his wild white hair around his face as he raised his arms toward the heavens, feeling the intoxicating rush of absolute power coursing through his veins. In this moment, he truly believed himself to be a god among mortals. The sprawling metropolis below, with its millions of oblivious inhabitants going about their meaningless daily routines, seemed pathetically insignificant from his elevated perch. Every car, every building, every human life represented nothing more than obstacles to be swept away in the coming transformation. New York has become far too civilized, too tainted by human weakness, he murmured to himself, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. A maniacal grin spread across his weathered features as he gazed out at the city that would soon become his prehistoric paradise. But very soon, it will return to its natural state, a primordial world where only the strongest survive, where my beautiful creations can hunt and thrive as nature intended. His moment of megalomaniacal glory was cut short by a voice behind him, casual, cool, and laced with just enough sarcasm to sting. Well, this is interesting. I was wondering who was responsible for the overgrown lizard. Dr. Animo spun around to see the distinctive red and gold armor of Iron Man descending gracefully toward the rooftop, repulsors glowing with barely contained energy. The sight of Tony Stark's arrival filled him with both irritation and amusement. "Tony Stark," Animo sneered, his voice oozing fake politeness. "Here to play hero and make some grand, pointless gesture, are we? Actually, I'm here because you decided to set up your little science fair project on my roof without asking," Tony said, his tone that perfect mix of irritation and smugness he was known for. He lifted one armored hand, palm repulsor glowing to life. "I've got this weird thing about people installing doomsday tech on my property without an invite." "Okay, serious question," Tony said, tilting his head. "How exactly did you even get up here?" "Security systems, biometric locks, this place isn't exactly airbnb." Animo chuckled darkly, a smug glint in his eye. "Oh, I had a little help," he replied smoothly. "You might want to look up." Tony's head tilted skyward reflexively, and his HUD immediately locked onto a massive aerial signature. What he saw defied rational explanation. A colossal bird of prey with a wingspan that had to measure at least 15 feet from tip to tip. Its talons were easily the size of baseball bats, each one sharp enough to punch through reinforced steel, and its eyes glowed with an intelligence that was distinctly unnatural. The creature circled the tower like a living nightmare, its massive wings creating downdrafts powerful enough to rattle the windows of nearby skyscrapers. Tony wasn't the only one who noticed the aerial monstrosity. Several blocks away, in a shield observation post hidden within the Stark Industries complex, Agent Natasha Romanoff was monitoring the situation through high-powered surveillance equipment. As a veteran operative who had seen action on every continent and faced threats ranging from international terrorists to supernatural entities, Natasha prided herself on being unflappable in crisis situations. But even she had to admit that this particular situation was unprecedented. "I can honestly say I've never seen anything like this," she muttered into her comms, eyes locked on the massive predator as it kept soaring through the air. The moment she saw the mutated creature, her instincts kicked in. First thought tactical, it was way too big to be anything natural. Second thought practical, this was way beyond her clearance level and someone way higher up needed to know about it. Fast, she activated her secure communication channel and contacted Nick Fury directly. Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters, Director Nick Fury was in the middle of reviewing personnel files for his long-planned Avengers initiative. He had been carefully considering which individuals possessed both the necessary skills and the psychological profiles to work effectively as a team when his secure line buzzed with an incoming priority transmission. "Fury here," he answered, expecting a routine status update. "Director, we have a situation developing at Stark Tower." Natasha's voice came through with unusual urgency. "There seemed to be a madman who appears to be attempting to transform Manhattan into some kind of prehistoric jungle using advanced biotechnology. He's claiming he wants to return the world to a state where prehistoric creatures dominate the food chain." Natasha report as she continued monitor the situation through high-powered surveillance equipment. Fury paused in his file review, certain he had misheard the report. "Run that by me again, Agent Romanoff." "Did you just tell me that someone is trying to turn New York into Jurassic Park?" "That's an accurate assessment of the situation, sir," Natasha confirmed. "The man is currently positioned on the roof of Stark Tower with what appears to be a high-tech equipment. Our intelligence suggests he may have been responsible for the break-in at Oscorp Industries earlier today. He's also accompanied by what can only be described as mutated creatures of extraordinary size." Fury rubbed his temples, feeling the familiar onset of a stress headache. He had always known that the Avengers initiative would eventually become necessary, but he had hoped to have more time to properly recruit and train his team before a crisis of this magnitude arose. On the other hand, he reflected grimly, perhaps this crisis would finally convince the World Security Council to stop questioning his budget requests and personnel decisions. They had been skeptical about the need for a superhero team, but faced with the prospect of Manhattan being overrun by genetically modified monsters, their objections would likely evaporate quickly. The politics of running SHIELD were endlessly complicated. The Security Council wanted results but constantly questioned his methods. They demanded fiscal responsibility while expecting him to handle threats that conventional military forces couldn't even comprehend. Balancing their expectations with the reality of modern threats required constant creativity in both strategic planning and creative accounting. "Director," Natasha's voice brought him back to the immediate crisis. "What are your orders?" Fury glanced down at the personnel files scattered across his desk, unfinished profiles of people who might one day become the Earth's last line of defense. Judging by the chaos unfolding, that one day had just shown up early, ready or not. Agent Romanoff, maintain your position and gather as much intelligence as possible. Do not engage directly unless absolutely necessary for civilian protection, he ordered. Reinforcements are en route. As he terminated the communication, Natasha looked down at the standard-issue sidearm holstered at her hip. The weapon that had served her well in countless covert operations suddenly seemed laughably inadequate for the current situation. She couldn't help but feel that going up against giant mutated monsters with just a standard-issue pistol was like challenging a freight train to a game of chicken, not exactly great odds. But duty was duty, and Agent Romanoff wasn't the type to back down, no matter how insane the mission looked. Deep in the sewers beneath Manhattan, the aftermath of Ben's confrontation with Dr. Connors was taking on a very different character. The transformed scientist, finally understanding the full extent of Dr. Animo's deception, sat in stunned silence as the magnitude of his mistakes became clear. Ben had returned to his human form and was waiting for the Omnitrix to complete its recharge cycle. The familiar cooldown period gave him time to assess their situation and plan their next move. Dr. Animo has transported the Canary device to Stark Tower, Ben said as he carefully prepared the genetic antidote serum. We probably still have a small window of opportunity before he can complete his plan. He had already injected Connors with the antidote serum, though he had waited until the lizard's injuries were no longer life-threatening. Given the extensive damage Ben had inflicted during their fight, virtually every bone in Connors' body had been fractured or broken. Removing his enhanced healing abilities too quickly could have been fatal. Now that Connors was stable, the antidote could safely begin reversing the genetic modifications. Without the lizard serum fully in control, Connors felt a wave of weakness crash over him. The transformation hadn't completely reversed, those mutant genes were still hanging on, but his body had shrunk, his power fading fast. It was like his strength was leaking out of him, slipping away like water from a busted pipe. The sensation was deeply unsettling. Connors experienced the classic symptoms of withdrawal, emptiness, anxiety, and a profound sense of loss. The feeling of losing such incredible power was psychologically devastating. But for the first time in days, his mind was completely clear. "What have I done?" he whispered, burying his face in his hands. The oversized clothes Ben had provided hung loosely on his diminished frame, making him appear even more fragile and defeated. "This isn't the time for self-recrimination, Dr. Connors," Peter said gently, his voice carrying genuine compassion. "You were trying to help people. The serum affected your judgment, but your intentions were good." Connors shook his head slowly, unable to accept the offered absolution. "Those are just excuses," he said quietly. "The real problem was my arrogance. I thought I knew better than everyone else, thought I could control forces beyond my understanding." "At least we still have a chance to make things right," Ben interjected from his position at Connor's makeshift laboratory bench. The underground facility still contained substantial research materials and equipment, more than enough for Ben to synthesize additional quantities of the antidote serum. As for the mutated creatures Dr. Animo had already created, Ben was confident they could be reversed using Animo's own technology, assuming they could gain access to it. "Dr. Connors," Ben continued, "how much do you know about Animo's mutation device? I assume you didn't let him experiment on you without understanding at least the basic principles involved." Connors looked up, his expression thoughtful despite his emotional distress. "I don't fully understand the underlying technology. His work is far more advanced than anything I've seen before," he admitted. "But I do know how to operate the device, and Animo made sure I could use it in case anything happens." "That's all we need," Ben said with satisfaction. He was making rapid progress on the antidote synthesis. All that time he spent as gray matter have helped develop his mind. Within a relatively short time, he had prepared several doses of the antidote, each one carefully calibrated to counteract different aspects of the genetic modifications. Ben then turned his attention to Peter and Connors, studying them both with an intensity that made Peter distinctly uncomfortable. "Why are you looking at us like that?" Peter asked nervously. "Dr. Animo is extremely dangerous and completely unpredictable," Ben explained. "Given what we're likely to face, I think we need to take some additional precautions before we confront him." The mental image of battling dozens or potentially hundreds of mutated creatures, each one as powerful as Connors had been, was sobering. They would need every possible advantage if they hoped to succeed. "What do you have in mind?" Peter asked. Ben raised his left wrist, displaying the Omnitrix interface with its distinctive hourglass symbol. "I'm going to hack this thing." Ben had been considering a complete analysis of the Omnitrix for some time, but two significant obstacles had prevented him from attempting it. First, his knowledge of advanced alien technology was limited, and any mistakes during the process could permanently damage the device. Second, when he transformed into gray matter, his most intelligent alien form, he couldn't see his own back, making physical manipulation of the device extremely difficult. Today, however, he had decided to abandon his previous approach of using mechanical tools and instead rely on Peter's assistance for the manual aspects of the procedure. He activated Connor's experimental recording equipment, positioning the camera to capture a clear view of his back and the Omnitrix interface. "I'm going to transform in a moment," Ben explained to Peter. "The camera will provide me with visual feedback of what's happening behind me. You'll just need to follow my exact instructions for manipulating the device's components." Peter nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure what he was agreeing to help with. Still, if Ben thought it was necessary, he was willing to trust his friend's judgment. Connors watched from a safe distance, understanding that this procedure was far beyond his area of expertise. Whatever Ben was planning, it was clear that the success or failure of their mission might depend on it. "This thing looks incredibly complex," Peter muttered, scratching his head as he examined the exposed Omnitrix mechanism. While the device's external appearance seemed relatively simple, the internal technology was clearly far beyond anything Earth civilization had ever produced. "Don't worry about understanding it," Ben replied in his high-pitched gray matter voice. "Just follow my instructions exactly." Ben's transformed state gave him the enhanced intellectual capacity of a Galvan, one of the most advanced species in the galaxy. A monitor had been positioned to show him the view of his back, allowing him to observe the Omnitrix's internal components while providing detailed guidance to Peter. Ben studied the exposed mechanism with his enhanced analytical abilities, his brain processing the alien technology at superhuman speed. "First, carefully remove the wireless receiver array," he instructed. "The what now?" Peter asked, leaning closer to examine the device. "The removable outer ring surrounding the main interface," Ben clarified. "Be extremely careful. While the receiver's primary function is protecting the core systems, it may also contain genetic template data that we don't want to damage." "Got it. I'm putting on gloves just to be safe," Peter said, pulling on a pair of laboratory gloves he'd found among Connor's equipment. He worked with deliberate precision. After a few tense moments, the receiver array came free, exposing the Omnitrix's core mechanism in all its alien complexity. Peter stared at the revealed technology with undisguised awe. While he couldn't begin to comprehend its function, he had to admit it was absolutely magnificent to behold. Ben frowned in concentration, his enhanced intelligence working to decode technology that was literally millennia ahead of human understanding. Level 20 galactic technology wasn't something that could be easily reverse-engineered, even with Galvan-level intellect. Meanwhile, high above Manhattan, the fight for Stark Tower was hitting its peak. The citizens of New York, still unaccustomed to the reality of superhero conflicts, had gathered in the streets below to watch Iron Man's aerial battle with what appeared to be a giant prehistoric bird. Rather than fleeing to safety as more experienced populations might have done, they were actually cheering and applauding Tony's maneuvers as if they were watching an elaborate air show. They had no idea that Tony was struggling far more than his public persona would ever allow him to admit. Dr. Animo's mutated creatures weren't simply enlarged versions of normal animals. Their entire biological structure had been fundamentally altered, creating organisms that were specifically designed to challenge superhuman opponents. The addition of Connor's lizard serum as a genetic template had only enhanced their already formidable capabilities. The massive bird of prey possessed speed and agility that made it nearly impossible to target with precision weapons, while its reinforced bone structure and enhanced musculature allowed it to shrug off attacks that would have destroyed conventional aircraft. Worse still, the creature had learned to use Manhattan's towering skyscrapers as cover, forcing Tony to hold back his most powerful weapons for fear of causing massive civilian casualties. "Jarvis, initiate building-wide evacuation protocols for all Stark Industries personnel," Tony commanded while executing a barrel roll to avoid another diving attack from the Predator. "Already in progress, sir," the AI replied with its characteristic calm efficiency. "All non-essential personnel have been cleared from the immediate area." "What about Pepper's location?" Tony asked, genuine concern breaking through his usual confident demeanor. "Miss Potts is secure, sir. Agent Coulson of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division is currently ensuring her safety." God, when are they finally going to change that ridiculously long name? Tony grumbled, though he felt a wave of relief knowing that Pepper was protected. It's like they're trying to set a record for bureaucratic verbosity. Despite his complaints about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents, Tony had to admit they were proving useful in the current crisis. Their evacuation procedures were thorough and efficient, and their willingness to handle civilian protection allowed him to focus on the bird. "You know, Stark, your performance up there is less than impressive." Tony's heart nearly stopped as Nick Fury's voice suddenly filled his communication system. The memory of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director appearing uninvited in his Malibu mansion, somehow managing to blend seamlessly into the shadows, was still fresh in his mind. "Jarvis, kick him out of my system immediately," Tony shouted. "I'm afraid I can't allow that," Fury replied smoothly, clearly enjoying Tony's discomfort. "I went to considerable effort to hack into your communication network, and I have important information to share." The truth was that Fury had orchestrated this entire demonstration to establish his authority over the notoriously independent Tony Stark. If he could prove S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capabilities in a crisis situation, it would make recruiting Tony for the Avengers initiative significantly easier in the future. "My agents are handling the situation inside Stark Tower," Fury continued. "Your job is to neutralize the flying threat. Don't tell me the famous Tony Stark can't handle one oversized bird." Before Tony could formulate a suitably sarcastic response, Fury cut the communication, leaving the billionaire inventor alone with his aerial opponent. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Fury immediately opened a channel to his field operatives. "Agent Barton, Agent Romanoff, I trust you heard that exchange," he said with obvious satisfaction. "Help take down that monster and don't make me look bad in front of Stark." The pressure was now squarely on Hawkeye and Black Widow, though they weren't operating alone. A full tactical team of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most elite agents had been deployed, armed with the organization's most advanced portable weapon systems. More importantly, they had brought along their newest asset, a recently thawed super soldier who was still adjusting to the modern world. "Captain Rogers, how are you feeling?" Fury asked with genuine concern. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. transport helicopter, Steve Rogers sat quietly in his vintage uniform, still processing everything he'd learned during the crash course briefing on the modern world. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "I'm still trying to wrap my head around how much the world has changed," he said slowly. "Well, just so you know, giant mutant frogs aren't part of the daily routine," Fury replied, trying to ease him in. "This one's definitely outside the usual playbook." But Fury had missed the real reason for Steve's hesitation. Steve had fought the Red Skull, Hydra, and more than a few strange experiments in his time. Another genetically altered creature didn't rattle him. What truly threw him was the world he'd woken up to. The pace of life, the culture, the values, it all moved faster, hit harder, and demanded he catch up without a moment's rest. Still, Steve had been raised on discipline, duty, and respect for the chain of command. Even if everything felt different now, he knew his job: adapt and lead by example. "Captain will be reaching Stark Tower in approximately 5 minutes, the pilot announced. "Do you have a preferred approach strategy?" Steve unbuckled his safety harness and moved toward the helicopter's side door with calm determination. Without hesitation, he pulled the door open, immediately filling the cabin with rushing wind and creating a dangerous pressure differential that threatened to suck loose equipment out of the aircraft. Despite the tremendous forces at work, Steve stood perfectly still in the doorway, his enhanced physiology allowing him to maintain his balance effortlessly. "Here's my strategy," he said simply. And with that declaration, Steve Rogers, Captain America, stepped out of the helicopter and began a controlled fall toward the roof of Stark Tower dozens of stories below. He didn't use a parachute, didn't have any safety equipment, and didn't show even the slightest hesitation. He simply positioned his indestructible shield to protect his body and dropped like a guided missile toward his target. The other agents in the helicopter watched his descent with a mixture of awe and terror. Even with the super soldier serum enhancing his durability, a fall from that height would test the absolute limits of human survival. "That's Captain America for you," one of the agents whispered, completely fearless. Fortunately, the other S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives were capable of developing more conventional tactical approaches. "Agent Barton, you're on Overwatch and sniper support," the team leader commanded. "Everyone else, we're going in through the main entrance to neutralize the threat." Hawkeye nodded with professional composure. As the team's designated marksman, he was accustomed to providing covering fire while his colleagues handled the close-quarters combat. After the helicopter landed on a nearby rooftop, the agents immediately deployed toward Stark Tower. Agent Coulson had already successfully evacuated the building's civilian personnel, clearing the way for a full tactical assault. Pepper Potts stood at a safe distance, her face tight with anxiety and frustration. "Agent Coulson, my personal assistant, is still unaccounted for," she said urgently. "She might still be trapped inside the building. "Don't worry, Miss Potts," Coulson replied with his trademark reassuring smile. "Agent Romanoff is one of our most capable operatives. She can handle herself in any situation." At that moment, Coulson's confidence in Natasha would have been more reassuring if he knew what she was actually facing inside the building. Black Widow had been engaged in a running battle with the mutated bullfrog for more than 15 minutes, and her situation was becoming increasingly desperate. While the building's interior spaces did constrain the creature's movement somewhat, its tremendous destructive power allowed it to smash through any obstacles that might have provided tactical advantages. She had exhausted every round of ammunition in her personal arsenal without managing to inflict any meaningful damage on the creature's enhanced hide. Her standard shield equipment, designed for use against human opponents, was simply inadequate for this level of threat. Now she found herself backed into a corner with no escape route and no remaining options. The mutated bullfrog loomed over her, its massive tongue, easily 10 meters long and thicker than her entire torso, extending toward her with predatory intent. Natasha's face had gone pale as she realized just how hopeless her situation had become. For one brief, terrifying moment, she couldn't help but think about how certain action movies might depict this particular scenario. The implications were deeply unsettling. But just as the creature prepared to strike, salvation arrived in the form of a red, white, and blue shield that struck the bullfrog directly in its bulging eyes with devastating precision. Steve Rogers landed with perfect grace, immediately retrieving his shield as it ricocheted off the walls and returned to his waiting hand. Natasha felt a wave of relief wash over her as she realized she had survived the encounter. "I've got this," Steve announced, raising his shield in a defensive posture. "Stay back and let me handle the heavy lifting." The shield spun through the air in a complex trajectory, striking multiple impact points before returning to his grasp with mathematical precision. The mutated bullfrog finally took notice of this new threat, turning its attention away from Natasha to focus on the super soldier who had dared to challenge it. Steve tapped his shield with one gloved hand, the metallic ring echoing through the damaged building. "Come on then," he said with characteristic determination. "I can do this all day." The creature couldn't understand human speech, but it clearly recognized a challenge when it heard one. This new prey wasn't running or cowering like the others, it was actually standing its ground and offering defiance. That level of disrespect could not be tolerated. The bullfrog's massive tongue shot forward like an organic battering ram, creating tremendous air pressure as it moved toward Steve's position. Captain America didn't flinch. He raised his vibranium shield and braced for impact. Boom. The collision was tremendous, producing a sound like thunder and sending shockwaves through the entire building. The force of the attack was so great that it actually cracked the floor beneath Steve's feet and sent fractures racing up the nearby walls. When the dust settled, Natasha looked around frantically for any sign of the super soldier. To her horror, she saw the bullfrog's tongue slam down with such force that it split the floor wide open, like an axe through timber. Captain America vanished into the gaping hole, swallowed up by the sudden collapse of the building beneath him. "Captain Rogers," she shouted into the gap but heard no response. "What do you mean completely overwhelmed?" At SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury's voice carried an edge of disbelief as he processed the field reports coming in from Stark Tower. The situation was deteriorating far faster than anyone had anticipated. "Where's Captain Rogers? What's Agent Romanoff's status?" he demanded. Natasha's voice crackled through the communication system, though there was something distinctly strained about her tone. "I'm currently taking cover in the building's ventilation system," she reported with obvious reluctance. The truth was somewhat more embarrassing than she cared to admit. In her haste to escape the mutated bullfrog's devastating attacks, she had attempted to crawl into an air duct for safety. Unfortunately, the confined space had proven to be a tactical error. She was now wedged halfway through the opening, unable to move forward or backward. It was hardly the kind of predicament that enhanced SHIELD's reputation for operational excellence. "And Captain Rogers," Fury pressed. "He's drawing the creature away from civilian areas," Natasha replied diplomatically. What she didn't say out loud was that Steve had seriously underestimated just how destructive the bullfrog really was. Sure, his vibranium shield held up against the initial strike, but he hadn't counted on the raw force behind it. The impact didn't just stop at the shield, it shattered the floor beneath him, sending both Steve and the oversized frog crashing down through several levels of the building. Steve himself was largely unharmed. His enhanced physiology made him remarkably difficult to kill, but the fall had separated him from his shield, leaving him at a severe tactical disadvantage. The SHIELD tactical team that had been deployed to provide backup fared considerably worse. Their concentrated firepower had proven completely ineffective against the creature's enhanced hide, and the bullfrog had retaliated by using its massive tongue like a medieval flail. Several agents had been caught directly in the path of the townge, suffering injuries comparable to being struck by a speeding vehicle. Those lucky enough to avoid direct contact were still thrown around like ragdolls by the tremendous forces involved. Fury absorbed this information in stunned silence. These were some of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most elite operatives, and they had been neutralized in a matter of minutes by a single mutated creature. "Son of a bitch," he muttered, his frustration boiling over. The current crisis was making it painfully clear that S.H.I.E.L.D. needed a team of enhanced individuals who could handle threats beyond the scope of conventional military assets. The Avengers Initiative was no longer a theoretical contingency. It was an immediate operational necessity. But theoretical future planning didn't solve his current problem. Fury reached for an antiquated communication device that he kept secured in his desk drawer, a modified pager that could reach across the galaxy if necessary. His finger hovered over the activation switch as he wrestled with the implications. "Do I really need to call Carol back to deal with an oversized frog?" he wondered aloud. Bringing Captain Marvel back to Earth for what amounted to pest control seemed like a massive overreaction, even by his standards. "If it comes to it, I can greenlight heavy ordnance," he thought grimly. Regardless of its enhanced capabilities, the creature was still ultimately a biological entity. A concentrated missile barrage would certainly eliminate the threat, but the collateral damage would be catastrophic. Stark Tower was located in the heart of Manhattan's financial district, surrounded by some of the most valuable real estate on the planet. The economic impact of destroying several city blocks would be measured in hundreds of billions of dollars, but if the alternative was allowing the creatures to spread throughout New York, Fury was still weighing his options when Captain America's voice cut through the communication channel. "I've got a plan, an actual plan this time," Steve called out, a bit winded as he dodged another wild strike from the bullfrog. "Its outer armor's too tough for regular weapons, but I'm betting the inside isn't built the same way." "What are you proposing, Captain?" Fury asked. Steve had been weighing a few tactical options, most of them involving some very creative use of explosives aimed at the creature's soft spots. But with his reputation and a live audience listening in, he figured he'd keep it simple. "I'm going to feed it some high explosives," he said matter-of-factly. "Leave that to me," Hawkeye interjected from his Overwatch position on a neighboring rooftop. Clint Barton had been providing sniper support for Tony's aerial battle, and his precision shooting had proven remarkably effective. He had already managed to blind the mutated bird in one eye with a perfectly placed arrow, and his elevated position gave him an excellent view of Dr. Animo's operation. "Captain, if you can lure the bullfrog up to the roof level, I can deliver a special package directly down its throat," Hawkeye continued, already beginning to bundle his remaining explosive arrows into a single, devastating projectile. Steve trusted his aim, no question, but he knew that when it came to precision shots with specialized gear, Hawkeye was the better man for the job. "Understood," Steve replied, moving to the roof now. What followed was a harrowing chase sequence through Stark Tower's compromised interior. The bullfrog had essentially gutted the building's internal structure, leaving behind a maze of twisted metal and unstable debris. Steve found himself leaping across gaps in the floor, dodging massive tongue strikes, and using his enhanced agility to stay just ahead of the creature's relentless pursuit. When he finally burst through the rooftop access door, he nearly collided with Tony Stark's Iron Man armor as it streaked past in pursuit of the bird. "Who the hell are you supposed to be?" Tony called out, not immediately recognizing the period-appropriate costume. Steve didn't have time for introductions. He rolled sideways just as the mutated bullfrog exploded through the roof like a living wrecking ball, sending chunks of concrete and steel flying in all directions. The creature reared back and launched its tongue like a massive whip. Hawkeye, who had been waiting for exactly this moment, released his explosive arrow with perfect timing. The projectile flew in a perfect arc, disappearing down the bullfrog's throat just as it opened its mouth for another attack. "Target that size isn't much of a challenge," Hawkeye commented with professional satisfaction. For a moment, the bullfrog seemed confused, as if it had swallowed something unexpected. Then came the muffled sound of multiple explosions detonating simultaneously inside its body cavity. The creature's entire form swelled like a balloon as the internal blast wave expanded through its organs. Thick black smoke began pouring from its mouth and nostrils, and its eyes rolled back as it toppled backward onto the rooftop. "Nice shot," Steve shouted, grinning as he pumped his fist in triumph. From his spot in the air, Tony watched the takedown and gave an approving nod. Internal demolition, gotta say, I like the style. Think we can pull the same trick on the flying one. Unfortunately, the airborne creature was a whole different problem. Its anatomy and flight patterns made it a far tougher target. Unlike the bullfrog's oversized mouth, the bird's narrow beak left little room for error. Landing a precise shot would be next to impossible. The destruction of his prize specimen naturally drew Dr. Animo's attention away from his equipment. He had been making final adjustments to the canary device when the explosion occurred, and the sight of his mutated creation lying motionless on the rooftop filled him with rage. "Surrender," Steve commanded, raising his shield in a ready position. "You've got it backwards, Doctor." Animo snarled, stepping forward with obvious fury. "You should be the one surrendering to me, the brilliant geneticist Dr. Animo." Without warning, he grabbed a large syringe filled with an ominous blue fluid and plunged it directly into his own neck. The transformation began immediately and was far more dramatic than anything they had witnessed before. Dr. Animo's skin took on a deep blue coloration as his entire body expanded to several times its original size. But unlike Connor's relatively straightforward reptilian changes, Animo's mutation was a horrifying amalgamation of prehistoric creatures. Curved tusks erupted from his skull, clearly derived from mammoth DNA. His mouth filled with saber-toothed cat fangs, each one sharp enough to pierce steel. Most dramatically, a pair of massive pterodactyl wings burst from his back, each one spanning nearly 20 feet. The result was a creature that looked like it had emerged from humanity's darkest nightmares, a prehistoric chimera that combined the most dangerous attributes of multiple extinct species. Before arriving at Stark Tower, Dr. Animo had made a detour to the Museum of Natural History, where he had harvested genetic material from numerous paleontological specimens. The mutation device had allowed him to integrate all of these traits into a single, terrifyingly powerful form. Such incredible power. Animo roared, his voice now carrying an inhuman resonance that shook the building's remaining windows. He stood over Captain America, his huge body blocking out the sun. Without warning, he lunged forward, moving fast, too fast. His clawed hand clamped around Steve's torso like a vice, lifting him off the ground with ease. The impact of Animo's grab sent both of them crashing through the roof and down through multiple floors of the building. Each level they passed through collapsed like cardboard, unable to withstand the tremendous forces involved. Steel beams bent like pretzels, concrete shattered like glass, and the building's entire structural integrity began to fail. They plummeted from the top floor all the way down to the ground-level lobby, creating a perfectly vertical shaft through the heart of Stark Tower. When they finally hit bottom, Steve was barely conscious, his enhanced physiology pushed to its absolute limits by the catastrophic impact. Dr. Animo, on the other hand, seemed completely unaffected by the fall. He stood over Steve's prone form like a conquering demon, his eyes glowing with sadistic satisfaction. "Now you see how pointless it is to fight evolution," Animo growled, lifting one massive claw to strike the killing blow. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Fury listened to the deteriorating situation reports with growing alarm. All communication with his field agents had been lost, and aerial reconnaissance showed Stark Tower collapsing from the inside out. "Prepare immediate missile strike authorization for coordinates," he began, reaching for the nuclear option. "Wait," Hawkeye's voice suddenly cut through the communication channel. "Something's happening, we've got a new contact incoming." From his elevated position, Clint had the best view of the developing situation. What he saw defied easy explanation. A streak of orange and red flame was descending from the sky like a living meteor. "I can't explain it, but this one doesn't feel hostile," he reported, watching in fascination as the fiery figure adjusted its trajectory. The burning shape slammed into the mutated bird with devastating force, carrying both creatures through the compromised structure of Stark Tower in a controlled dive that sent shockwaves through the building's foundation. When the flames cleared, Ben stood in the center of the destruction, now transformed into heat blast, his body composed of living magma and his head crowned with flames that reached toward the ceiling. The impact of Ben's dramatic entrance sent up an enormous cloud of dust and debris that filled the entire lobby of Stark Tower, obscuring visibility and creating an atmosphere of otherworldly tension. Dr. Animo couldn't immediately make out the figure through the swirling particles, but he could feel the intense heat radiating from within the cloud, waves of thermal energy that seemed to bake the very air around him. His enhanced senses picked up the distinctive scent of superheated rock and the crackling energy of barely contained flame. From within the dust cloud, a burning silhouette stepped forward with deliberate purpose. The figure's upright posture radiated confidence and power, while brilliant light and searing heat emanated from his transformed body like a living furnace. As the dust began to settle, Dr. Animo finally got his first clear look at this unexpected opponent. The being's head appeared to be wreathed in flames that danced and flickered like hair caught in an eternal wind. Within the fire, a dark, skull-like face mask created an imposing visage that seemed to peer directly into one's soul. His body was composed of what appeared to be living magma, with chunks of red-hot rock serving as natural armor plating across his torso and limbs. Between the gaps in his rocky exterior, streams of molten lava flowed like incandescent blood vessels, creating a circulatory system of pure thermal energy. The creature was a walking embodiment of volcanic fury, a being that seemed to have stepped out of the Earth's molten core. This was Heatblast, one of Ben 10's most iconic alien transformations and the first he had ever used. The DNA template came from the pyronite species, silicon-based lifeforms who possessed complete mastery over flame and thermal energy. They could absorb heat from their environment, generate virtually unlimited amounts of fire, and survive in conditions that would instantly vaporize most other forms of life. Heatblast's temperature capabilities were theoretically limitless, and like certain other powerful beings, his emotional state could dramatically amplify his abilities. Now, Ben stood in the ruins of Stark Tower like a miniature sun, wreathed in orange flames that cast dancing shadows across the debris-strewn lobby. While Heatblast's physical stature was relatively modest compared to Dr. Animo's mutated form, making him appear almost childlike by comparison, the sheer thermal energy he radiated was comparable to standing near an active volcano. And just who are you supposed to be, Doctor? Animo asked, his voice carrying a mixture of surprise and growing fascination. Despite his own monstrous transformation and abilities, the sight of Ben's current form challenged everything he thought he understood about biological possibilities. Here was a creature that appeared to be composed entirely of flame and molten rock, something that defied every principle of carbon-based life he had ever studied. In some ways, Ben's alien nature made him seem like the true demon in this confrontation. "Don't you remember me, Dr. Animo?" Ben replied, his voice carrying the distinctive crackling undertone of his pyronite vocal cords. "We had a brief encounter at Oscorp Tower earlier today. Before engaging in this dangerous battle, Ben had prioritized solving the time limitation problem that had always constrained his transformations. Rather than attempting to completely remove the 30-minute restriction, which could have had unpredictable consequences for the Omnitrix's core programming, he had implemented a new operational mode. The LifeLock protocol was a feature that had been developed by other Omnitrix users in emergency situations. Since even they had been able to create it, the modification hadn't proven particularly challenging for Gray Matter's intellect. While active, LifeLock mode removed all time constraints on his current transformation, allowing him to maintain his alien form indefinitely. However, this came with a significant trade-off. The Omnitrix would be unable to perform any other functions until the mode was manually deactivated. Oscorp Tower, Dr. Animo's enhanced memory quickly brought up the relevant encounter. An image flashed through his mind of a young man who had appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary student. "You were the one with spider abilities," he said, his voice shifting between anger and genuine surprise. "You're the one who killed my test subject." And that incompetent fool Connors couldn't even eliminate a single teenager. Dr. Animo's original plan had involved splitting their targets based on intelligence he had gathered about Spider-Man's activities. He had assumed that the spider power individual he'd encountered at Oscorp was the same web-slinger that Connors had mentioned, leading to their decision to divide their efforts. "You continue to surprise me, Doctor," Animo said, extending one massive clawed hand and slowly closing his fingers as if grasping something precious. He felt no sadness or regret over Connors' apparent defeat. The transformed scientist had served his purpose, and now Dr. Animo had encountered something far more valuable, a being whose very existence shattered the fundamental laws of terrestrial biology. Every creature on Earth was built from carbon-based chemistry, and fire was the natural enemy of organic life. But the entity standing before him appeared to be composed entirely of thermal energy and molten minerals. If he could somehow obtain genetic samples from this impossible being, the applications would be revolutionary. "With your unique biology, I could create mutants that transcend the very concept of carbon-based life," Dr. Animo declared, his scientific enthusiasm overriding his caution. "I could break through barriers that have limited evolution for billions of years. I will ascend beyond mortality itself, Dr. Animo proclaimed, raising his monstrous arms toward the moonlight streaming down through the hole he and Captain America had created during their fall. Standing in the gutted lobby of Stark Tower with the night sky visible far above, Dr. Animo's massive form was illuminated by pale lunar radiance filtering down like godly light touching the depths of an abyss. For a moment, his nightmarish appearance took on an almost sacred quality, as if he were some ancient deity receiving celestial blessing. But the moon was cold and distant. Ben, on the other hand, burned with the intensity of a captive star, ready to banish the darkness with righteous fury. Seeing Dr. Animo slip into another megalomaniacal rant, Ben decided that further conversation was pointless. His orange palm ignited with concentrated thermal energy, and he immediately launched a stream of superheated flame directly at his opponent. Dr. Animo made no attempt to dodge or defend himself. His arms, each one thicker than an elephant's leg, and covered with overlapping scales and bone spurs from dozens of prehistoric predators, came up to block the attack. He wanted to test the true capabilities of this thermal being, to understand exactly what kind of power he was facing. Boom. The moment Ben's flames made contact with Dr. Animo's enhanced physiology, the resulting explosion shook the entire building. The blast was comparable to detonating several dozen barrels of high-octane fuel simultaneously, sending shockwaves rippling through the foundation and causing what remained of Stark Tower's structure to groan ominously. "Rookie mistake," Ben said with cold satisfaction. Heat-blessed flames were far more than simple thermal energy. While they could indeed melt through the most heat-resistant materials known to science within seconds, Ben also possessed complete control over their combustive properties. He could make his fire burn steadily like a welding torch, or he could compress and release it in devastating explosive bursts that generated more destructive force than military-grade missiles. The explosion sent Dr. Animo tumbling backward across the lobby, his massive form rolling through debris and twisted metal before finally coming to rest against a collapsed support pillar. His arms, which had taken the full brunt of the blast, were severely burned and gave off the acrid smell of charred flesh. But within seconds, the damaged tissue began to slough away, replaced by completely healthy muscle and skin. Dr. Animo's regenerative abilities were clearly superior to even Connor's enhanced healing factor, operating at a speed that bordered on the supernatural. "You can actually injure me, Doctor," Animo said as he climbed back to his feet, his tone shifting from arrogance to cautious respect. "Most impressive." His enhanced physiology incorporated defensive characteristics from dozens of prehistoric apex predators, all augmented by the mutagenic radiation that had transformed him. The fact that Ben's attack had penetrated these defenses was proof of just how dangerous this thermal being truly was. While his healing abilities could repair the damage, Dr. Animo still felt pain, and his enhanced nervous system actually amplified these sensations rather than diminishing them. His increased pain tolerance allowed him to function despite the discomfort, but the experience served as a stark reminder that he was facing a legitimate threat. Rather than deterring him, however, the realization only increased his excitement. "If I could incorporate your genetic template into my research, there's no limit to what I could become," he said, his eyes blazing with scientific fervor. "Unfortunately for you," Ben replied, his voice carrying an ominous chill despite the flames surrounding his body, "that's never going to happen." He had confirmed that his thermal output was sufficient to damage Dr. Animo's enhanced physiology. Now it was simply a matter of escalating the assault until his opponent's healing factor was overwhelmed. Ben clenched both fists, concentrating his thermal energy until the flames surrounding his hands began to shift from their original orange-yellow coloration to a deep blood-red intensity. The temperature increase was dramatic. He was now operating at levels that could melt steel like butter and turn sand into glass. Ben launched his attack with devastating precision. Despite Dr. Animo's enhanced physiology and decades of genetic research, there was no defense against what came next. The transformed scientist had initially planned to dodge the incoming strike, but the moment Ben's fist began to move, his plans became irrelevant. A wave of blood-red flames erupted from Ben's position, expanding outward like a crimson tsunami that engulfed the entire lobby of Stark Tower. The thermal explosion created a literal sea of fire that left Dr. Animo with nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. The superheated flames seared Dr. Animo's enhanced flesh, drawing agonized screams from his throat as his body was subjected to temperatures that exceeded the melting point of most metals. His massive pterodactyl wings spread wide as he attempted to escape the inferno, but the delicate wing membranes were immediately incinerated by the intense heat. Even with his wings partially destroyed, Dr. Animo's sheer willpower drove him upward, bursting through the surface of the flaming sea. For a moment, his charred, blackened body hung in the air above the inferno, then slowly his enhanced healing factor activated. Burned flesh peeled away, revealing fresh, regenerated tissue underneath. Fighting an enemy with supernatural healing abilities is always problematic, Ben thought with frustration as he watched Dr. Animo's rapid recovery. His attention was momentarily diverted by Captain America, who lay unconscious on the floor nearby. While Ben had been careful to create a protective barrier around Steve when he unleashed his thermal attack, the super soldier's condition had been poor even before their battle began. Extended exposure to the residual heat could prove fatal if he wasn't evacuated soon. Fortunately, Tony Stark chose that moment to make his entrance, his red and gold armor gleaming as he descended into the building's interior. Ben's dramatic arrival and immediate elimination of the giant bird that had been giving Iron Man so much trouble made it logical for Tony to return to assess the situation in his own building. However, the moment Tony entered the superheated environment, he began to experience serious problems. The intense thermal radiation had transformed the entire interior of Stark Tower into a massive oven, and his armor's environmental systems were being pushed beyond their design specifications. Note to self: install comprehensive climate control in the next armor iteration, Tony muttered, feeling sweat beginning to pool inside his helmet. Actually scratch that, install a full environmental protection suite. Sir, Jarvis interrupted with his characteristic calm, the ambient temperature of the flames below exceeds the melting point of your current armor configuration. Tony's Mark armor was constructed primarily from a titanium gold alloy with a melting point slightly above 1700 degrees Celsius. While this made it remarkably durable under normal combat conditions, Heatblast's thermal output was operating well beyond those parameters. Fortunately, melting metal required sustained exposure to extreme temperatures. As Tony watched, a vortex began forming in the center of the flame sea below, drawing all the scattered fire back into a central point where it disappeared entirely. When the display ended, only Ben remained standing in the cleared space, his arms raised as he absorbed the last of the thermal energy. The moment Tony got a clear look at Ben's current form, his reaction was immediate and loud. "Are you kidding me right now?" He shouted indignantly. "Sir," Jarvis observed with what might have been subtle amusement, "this entity does not appear to be of terrestrial origin." "I don't care if he's from Mars," Tony replied hotly. "Can't you see he's completely ripping off my design?" The comparison wasn't entirely unfair. Heatblast's red and orange coloration, humanoid proportions, and angular facial features did bear a superficial resemblance to Iron Man's armor design. The similarities were purely coincidental, but Tony's ego was clearly bruised by what he perceived as copyright infringement. "Stop hovering, Stark, and get him out of here," Ben said, using his thermal manipulation to create a platform beneath Captain America's unconscious form. The construct resembled an inverted pyramid with flames providing both structural support and propulsion. The floating platform was a standard pyronite transportation method, stable and reliable, though considerably slower than more advanced flight systems. "Where exactly did this walking fire hazard come from?" Tony demanded, landing near Ben with his arms crossed in a gesture of obvious displeasure. "First of all, I don't appreciate people giving me orders in my own building. Second, this is Stark Industries' property, which means I'm the one in charge here." His tone carried all the arrogance and self-importance that had made him famous. "I'm the boss." Ben could only shake his head at Tony's predictable ego display. Given the historical relationship between Steve Rogers and Howard Stark, Tony was going to deeply regret this attitude eventually. "You're going to regret that decision," Ben said quietly. "I never regret anything. Wait." Tony's voice trailed off as he finally noticed the distinctive hourglass symbol prominently displayed on Ben's chest. The emblem triggered immediate recognition and a surge of alarm. "What's your connection with that speedster Dino Boy?" "This is the insignia of the Plumbers, an intergalactic law enforcement organization," Ben explained matter-of-factly. "Both XLR-8 and I are certified agents." Tony's expression shifted to one of outrage. "How dare you claim to be some kind of space cop when—" "Take the soldier out of here now or he's going to die," Ben interrupted firmly. "He's human just like you. That should matter more than your wounded pride." Faced with the prospect of allowing someone to die in front of him, Tony's better nature finally overcame his ego. He moved to collect Steve's unconscious form, muttering complaints under his breath but complying with Ben's request. Outside Stark Tower, Agent Coulson felt his heart sink as he watched Tony emerge carrying the motionless Captain America. The sight of America's greatest hero rendered unconscious was deeply disturbing for someone who collected vintage trading cards. Back inside the building, the battlefield had been reduced to its essential elements. Ben and Dr. Animo, two beings who had transcended normal biological limitations, preparing for a final confrontation. The real battle starts now, boy, Dr. Animo snarled, his confidence beginning to return as he assessed the situation. While he had no effective defense against Ben's extreme thermal output, his regenerative abilities meant that the flames couldn't kill him quickly. But what about his opponent? How much physical punishment could this living inferno actually withstand? Dr. Animo was supremely confident in his own strength, enhanced as it was by the genetic characteristics of dozens of apex predators. He didn't believe that any creature, no matter how exotic, could withstand the full force of his attacks. The battle resumed with explosive intensity. Dr. Animo spread his newly regenerated wings wide and dove toward Ben like a prehistoric terror, his massive form cutting through the air with predatory grace. Ben's response was immediate and spectacular. Flames erupted from his feet with tremendous force, creating a propulsion system that launched him skyward like a reverse meteor. The visual was reminiscent of Iron Man's most dramatic acceleration scenes, but powered by cosmic fire rather than advanced technology. Boom. The collision between the two combatants generated a shockwave comparable to a planetary impact. The sound was deafening, and the force was sufficient to shatter every remaining piece of glass in Stark Tower. Bulletproof windows that had survived the earlier battle disintegrated into glittering fragments that rained down like a crystal storm. Ben's momentum carried Dr. Animo backward through the air, and before his opponent could recover, Ben pressed his advantage by forcing a concentrated ball of superheated plasma directly into Dr. Animo's mouth. The internal explosion was devastating, but Dr. Animo's pain tolerance allowed him to power through the damage and grab Ben's torso with his massive claws. He intended to crush this thermal annoyance like an oversized bug, but to his shock, his enhanced strength couldn't make any impression on Ben's body. Heat Blast's defensive capabilities were truly extraordinary. In the Ben 10's universe, when facing opponents like the transformed Vilgex, a being powerful enough to level entire city blocks, Ben Tennyson had emerged from devastating attacks completely unharmed. Dr. Animo might be formidable, but his strength was nowhere near the level required to injure a Pyronite. If Dr. Animo wanted to actually hurt Ben, he would need the raw power of beings like Thanos or the Hulk at maximum rage. Anything less was simply inadequate. Starting to see the problem with your strategy? Ben asked with obvious satisfaction. In response, he allowed his internal temperature to spike dramatically, engulfing his entire body in flames hot enough to melt tungsten. Dr. Animo immediately released his grip, his hands suffering severe burns despite his enhanced physiology. But Ben wasn't finished. Before Dr. Animo could retreat, Ben grabbed his opponent and launched both of them straight upward through the compromised roof of Stark Tower. Their trajectory carried them through the lower atmosphere and into the stratosphere, reaching an altitude where the air was thin and flight became extremely difficult even for creatures with functional wings. Ben had no intention of allowing Dr. Animo to maintain aerial mobility. Positioning himself above his opponent, Ben brought his palms together and began concentrating his thermal energy into a coherent beam. The flames compressed and focused until they formed a laser of pure heat that could cut through virtually any material. Time for you to come down. Ben shouted, unleashing the concentrated thermal beam directly into Dr. Animo's torso. Like a spear of godly lightning hurled from the heavens, the concentrated thermal beam struck Dr. Animo with devastating force, sending him tumbling from the stratosphere in a blazing arc of destruction. The friction of his high-speed descent through the atmosphere created a cocoon of superheated air around his body, turning him into a living meteor as he plummeted toward the earth below. Even with his enhanced physiology and supernatural healing abilities, Dr. Animo understood that a fall from this altitude would likely prove fatal. He spread his regenerated wings desperately, fighting against the tremendous air resistance that threatened to tear the delicate membranes apart. The residual heat from Ben's attack continued to char the wing surfaces, weakening them further, but any reduction in his falling speed was worth the pain. Using every ounce of his remaining strength, Dr. Animo managed to adjust his trajectory toward the convergence point of three major rivers that flowed through Manhattan. The deep water there represented his only hope of surviving the impact, and if he could reach the bottom of the river system, he might still have a chance to escape and regroup. But Ben had no intention of allowing his opponent to reach safety. Positioning his arms behind his body and bringing his feet together, Ben ignited powerful flame jets from both his hands and feet. The resulting propulsion system generated enough thrust to launch a space shuttle into orbit, and it sent him rocketing downward like a guided missile pursuing its target. Despite starting his descent after Dr. Animo, Ben's superior propulsion system allowed him to close the distance with frightening speed. Within moments, he had overtaken his falling opponent and was in position to deliver another decisive strike. Ben raised his arm and unleashed another precisely aimed thermal laser. Hiss. The beam sliced cleanly through both of Dr. Animo's wing membranes, leaving behind only the skeletal framework of bone and cartilage. Without functional wings, his ability to control his descent was completely eliminated, while Dr. Animo's healing factor could eventually regenerate the damaged tissue. The process would require time, and time was the one resource he no longer possessed. From an altitude of several thousand meters, even the most optimistic calculations gave him less than 3 minutes before impact. The dark waters of the Hudson River rushed up to meet him with the inevitability of gravity itself. Dr. Animo struck the water's surface with the force of a small meteorite. The surface tension of the river, combined with his tremendous velocity, made the impact feel like colliding with solid concrete. The collision sent a massive column of water erupting skyward, creating artificial rainfall across several city blocks and generating waves large enough to threaten the cargo ships and pleasure craft anchored nearby. The tremendous impact shattered virtually every bone in Dr. Animo's body and ruptured most of his internal organs in an instant. For any normal creature, such injuries would have meant immediate death. But Dr. Animo's enhanced physiology was several times more robust than even Connor's transformed state, and his healing abilities operated at a correspondingly accelerated rate. Despite feeling as though his body had been completely destroyed, he regained consciousness almost immediately and began the agonizing process of regeneration. His only viable strategy now was escape, if he could reach the deeper parts of the river system and find a place to hide while his body healed. But escape was not an option. Splash! Ben dove into the river without hesitation, his superheated body causing the surrounding water to boil instantly. Any fish unfortunate enough to be swimming nearby were flash-cooked by the thermal shock, floating to the surface as an unintended seafood buffet. Contrary to popular belief, Heat Blessed was not particularly vulnerable to water. While he couldn't generate flames as effectively in an aquatic environment, the liquid wouldn't extinguish his internal fire or threaten his life. He could even breathe and speak normally while submerged. However, water's high specific heat capacity did present a significant tactical disadvantage. The surrounding liquid constantly absorbed thermal energy from his body, effectively reducing his overall power output and forcing him to work harder to maintain his temperature. Recognizing these limitations, Ben made a strategic decision. "Lifelock mode disengaged," he announced, pressing the Omnitrix's central control interface. With Peter's assistance during their earlier hacking session, Ben had gained enhanced control over the device's core functions. He had implemented 3 primary modifications: the lifelock mode for extended transformations, manual transformations switching for tactical flexibility, and a stealth appearance mode to reduce the device's visibility. For underwater combat, he needed a specialist: Ripjaws. The flames surrounding Ben's body immediately extinguished as his molecular structure shifted once again. His lava-based physiology dissolved away, replaced by the distinctive anatomy of a Piscis Valen. His skin became a mottled gray-green color perfectly adapted for aquatic camouflage. His head elongated into a fish-like shape topped with a natural bioluminescent lure, while his hands developed webbed claws designed for swimming. Most dramatically, his legs fused together and extended into a powerful mermaid-style tail that could propel him through water faster than most torpedoes. The overall effect was reminiscent of a mythological sea creature, if mermaids had evolved in heavily polluted waters and developed a taste for industrial waste. Ripjaws hailed from Piscis, a planet with vast aquatic environments where underwater combat was both an art form and a survival necessity. While his physical strength on land was relatively modest, his aquatic abilities were extraordinary. Most notably, his jaw strength was legendary, capable of biting through materials that would challenge industrial equipment. Even Tony Stark's titanium gold armor alloys would crumble like crackers under Ripjaw's bite force. Ben's powerful tail stroke sent him cutting through the water like a living torpedo as he pursued Dr. Animo into the river's darker depths. Dr. Animo had managed to swim into the deeper sections of the river where sunlight couldn't penetrate, creating an environment of almost complete darkness. He felt a surge of relief as the cold water surrounded him, soothing his heat-damaged tissues and providing the kind of environment his cold-blooded physiology preferred. The crushing thermal output that had made Heat Bless so dangerous was no longer a factor in this aquatic environment. Here, Dr. Animo felt confident he could outlast any pursuit. If I can stay hidden in these depths, that fire monster won't be able to follow me, he thought with growing optimism. And next time we meet, I'll be ready for him. There won't be a next time, Dr. Animo. The voice seemed to emerge from the darkness itself, causing Dr. Animo to spin around in alarm. He saw a white streak cutting through the black water like an arrow fired from some aquatic bow, moving toward him with predatory intent and impossible speed. Ben closed the distance in an instant, his webbed claws latching onto Dr. Animo's torso before his opponent could react. His massive jaws, now extended far beyond normal human proportions, opened wide enough to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. The bite that followed was precise and devastating, Ripjaw's fangs easily penetrating Dr. Animo's enhanced hide and tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. Og! Dr. Animo's scream sent bubbles streaming toward the surface as river water flooded into his nasal passages. While the injury itself was not life-threatening given Dr. Animo's healing abilities, Ben's intention hadn't been to deliver a killing blow. Instead, he used the wound as an injection site, forcing a syringe of serum antidote directly into Dr. Animo's bloodstream. The antidote spread rapidly through his circulatory system, immediately beginning to neutralize the genetic modifications that had given him his enhanced healing factor. Dr. Animo's hopes of recovery and eventual retaliation crumbled as he felt his regenerative abilities diminishing by the second. Ben grasped one of Dr. Animo's horn-like protrusions and began swimming toward the nearest sewer outlet, dragging his captive through the underwater tunnel system until they reached dry land. Once on shore, Ben canceled his transformation back to human form. Ripjaw's considerable strength was optimized for aquatic environments, and Dr. Animo's current mass of several tons was beyond what the alien form could effectively manage on land. As the transformation completed, the third modification Ben had made to the Omnitrix became apparent. The device automatically entered stealth mode, altering its appearance to resemble an ordinary wristwatch and concealing the distinctive hourglass symbol that might attract unwanted attention. While Ben preferred the Omnitrix's original design, the recent events had certainly drawn S.H.I.E.L.D.'s notice. Any alien technology would be subject to intense investigation, and Ben had no desire to become a person of interest in their files. Unfortunately, despite his successful modifications to the device's existing functions, he hadn't yet managed to unlock any new alien forms. That particular challenge would require additional research. "Do you really think you've won?" Dr. Animo gasped, his voice weak but still carrying a note of defiance. Despite his obvious defeat, he seemed to be drawing strength from some hidden knowledge. "Take a guess," he continued with obvious satisfaction. "Where do you think I left my genetic mutation device?" Ben glanced at his captive and realized that Dr. Animo indeed hadn't been carrying the genetic mutation device during their battle. "I integrated the mutation device with the Canary transmission array before we began fighting," Dr. Animo explained with growing excitement. "Even as we speak, it's powering up to broadcast genetic modification signals across all of Manhattan." His eyes blazed with fanatic fervor as he continued, "Soon, every person in New York will be transformed into a new species. My vision of evolution will be realized regardless of what happens to me. I haven't failed yet." He declared, clearly expecting to see despair or frustration on Ben's face, but Ben's expression remained perfectly calm. "Really?" he replied with obvious amusement. "Then perhaps you'd like to guess where Dr. Connors is right now?" The question hit Dr. Animo like a physical blow, draining the confidence from his features as the implications became clear. Earlier, Ben had divided their mission objectives. Peter had been sent back to Queens with strict instructions to protect Ben, SR, and May from any potential retaliation. Dr. Connors, despite his recent transformation and the trauma of his defeat, had volunteered for what might be the most crucial task of all. Since Connors had claimed familiarity with the operation of Animo's genetic mutation device, Ben had dispatched him to locate and disable the mutation broadcast system before it could complete its activation sequence. Dr. Animo's face went pale as he realized the full extent of his miscalculation just before Ben struck him, knocking him unconscious. A few minutes later, Dr. Connors, who is still on his mutated form due to Animo modification, emerged from a side tunnel, carrying the genetic mutation device like a trophy of war. The device that was supposed to transform all of Manhattan had been permanently deactivated. Dr. Animo's grand vision of forced evolution had come to an end. "You made it back safely. No one spotted you, I hope." Ben looked up from examining the genetic mutation device as Connors returned from his mission, the device balanced carefully on his shoulders despite his diminished size. No complications, Connors confirmed, setting the device down with obvious relief. When I retrieved the equipment, Iron Man was conducting aerial reconnaissance over the eastern riverbank, presumably searching for you. There were also several teams cleaning up the battle damage. Connors paused, recalling his journey through the ruins of Stark Tower and the various personnel he had encountered. One particular scene stood out in his memory, a man attempting to extract a woman who had somehow become wedged in a ventilation duct, which struck him as oddly unprofessional for a disaster response team. Those people didn't appear to be standard law enforcement, he continued with curiosity. Who exactly were they? S.H.I.E.L.D., Ben replied matter-of-factly. It's a specialized agency that handles supernatural threats and unusual incidents. He gestured dismissively toward Dr. Animo's unconscious form before transforming back into gray matter to examine the genetic manipulation technology. With his Galvan intellect, he could analyze the device's construction and programming far more effectively than in his human form. I managed to interrupt the activation sequence, Connors added helpfully, but I wasn't able to determine how to completely reverse the modifications it had already made. Don't worry about that, Ben assured him, his tiny hands already working over the device's control interface. I can handle the technical aspects. Connors nodded, then voiced the question that had been troubling him since their mission concluded. What should we do with Dr. Animo? Turn him over to S.H.I.E.L.D. for processing. Before Ben could respond, Dr. Animo stirred to consciousness and immediately began his familiar megalomaniacal ranting. No matter where you imprison me, I will inevitably escape, he declared with undiminished arrogance. The genius of Dr. Animo cannot be contained by any human institution. Escape? Ben's laugh was cold and completely without humor. What makes you think I have any intention of letting you live? Before Animo could respond, gray matter leapt forward with surprising speed, delivering a precise nerve strike to the side of his neck. Animo collapsed, unconscious before he even hit the floor. The suggestion of handing Dr. Animo over to S.H.I.E.L.D. struck Ben as absurd for multiple reasons. Even setting aside the organization's well-documented infiltration by Hydra operatives, Nick Fury was hardly trustworthy. The so-called master spy was paranoid to the point of pathology, viewing every person and situation as a potential threat while simultaneously trying to control every variable in his environment. More problematically, S.H.I.E.L.D. had a documented obsession with super-soldier research. If Dr. Animo fell into their custody, Ben had no doubt that certain parties would view him as a valuable research asset rather than a dangerous criminal. The scientist's expertise in genetic manipulation would be too tempting for them to resist, and he would likely find himself in a laboratory rather than a prison cell. Unlike Dr. Connors, whose transformation had been driven by desperation and whose fundamental nature remained ethical, Dr. Animo was a true sociopath who would continue pursuing his destructive agenda regardless of consequences. Even decades of imprisonment wouldn't change his core personality. Ben had no interest in playing games with someone so fundamentally committed to mass destruction. Besides, the Ancient One had instructed him to resolve the multiverse crisis, but had been deliberately vague about methodology. That gave Ben considerable latitude in determining his approach. Since Dr. Animo was so enthusiastic about evolutionary transformation, Ben would grant his wish permanently. As far as Ben was concerned, the only reliable solution for irredeemably dangerous enemies was permanent elimination. Within a relatively short time, Ben had mastered the genetic manipulation device's operation and successfully reversed the process that had transformed Connors. Unlike Dr. Animo, Ben genuinely valued Dr. Connors as both a scientist and a person. The man was brilliant, ethical, and had only made his mistakes due to desperation and external pressure. Those were qualities worth preserving. Now that you've seen what my technology is really capable of, I suppose my chances at keeping my freedom are pretty slim, Connors said with surprising calm. Ben was surprised by the scientist's pragmatic acceptance of the situation. Actually, I'm planning to start a company, Ben said. And I was hoping you'd consider coming on as head of biological sciences. Why wouldn't I? Connors replied with a faint smile. If you hadn't created that reversal serum, I would have caused unspeakable harm in that form. I owe you more than I could ever repay. His expression turned solemn as he continued, all of my research and inventions are yours on one condition, they must be used to help humanity, not harm it. Of course, Ben agreed immediately. That was always the plan. Ben's expression became more somber as he addressed the practical complications of Connor's situation. Unfortunately, your connection to recent events is going to create some significant problems. The lizard first appeared at Oscorp, and that fact is now public knowledge. Several members of Oscorp's board of directors are already working to shift all blame onto you to protect the company's stock price. If you surface now, you'll likely be arrested immediately. Those bastards. Connor snarled, his anger flaring as he remembered the board's pressure to rush human trials before the technology was ready. They were the ones demanding premature human experimentation when I specifically warned them the process wasn't safe. Despite his fury, Connors recognized the futility of his situation. The corporate executives had far more political influence than a single scientist, regardless of where the actual blame belonged. Don't worry about that, Ben assured him. Once I have my company established, I can arrange for you to receive a new identity and legal protection. You'll need to stay hidden for a few days while I set up proper laboratory facilities, but after that, you'll have everything you need to continue your research. Connors accepted this arrangement without complaint, though another concern weighed heavily on his mind. My wife and son. He began hesitantly. They're under police protection and completely safe, Ben replied, having anticipated this worry. Once your legal situation is resolved, you'll be able to reunite with them. Connors nodded with obvious relief, grateful that his family hadn't become collateral damage in his mistakes. Ben then transformed back into 4 arms and systematically destroyed the Canary device, reducing the technology to scrap metal and electronic components. The genetic mutation device was more compact and potentially useful for future research, so he decided to confiscate it rather than destroy it. Finally, Ben retrieved Dr. Animo's unconscious form and prepared to leave the sewer system. His original plan had been to incinerate the man immediately, but the high methane concentration in the underground environment made open flames extremely dangerous. A single spark could trigger an explosion powerful enough to damage several city blocks. He would have to find a more suitable location for Dr. Animo's demise. Before leaving, Ben took a moment to contact Felicia and Mary Jane, confirming that both had survived the evening's chaos without injury. He also made sure to reassure Felicia that their planned date for the following day would proceed as scheduled, assuming the city wasn't still on fire by then. Ben stood in the middle of a forgotten morgue, its walls slick with moisture, its air still and cold. The city had sealed this place off decades ago after a fire had gutted the building above. Now it served Ben's purpose, a place that no one visited, no one monitored, and no one would ever think to search. Dr. Animo's limp body lay on a rusted gurney, his wrists bound by restraints. Ben stared at the man in silence, his expression unreadable. He could already hear Animo's voice, could already imagine the inevitable rant if the man woke up again. That would not happen. Ben pressed the Omnitrix. With a familiar hiss of shifting DNA, his body transformed. His hands became razor-sharp talons, while his entire body structure shifted into something that defied conventional biology. He resembled a floating specter wrapped in tattered fabric, legless and covered with ominous cracks that revealed glimpses of something darker underneath. A single eye wandered freely within the tears in his ghostly shroud, giving him an alien perspective on the world around him. Ghost Freak Ben floated forward, his body intangible, gliding like smoke until he hovered directly above the scientist. He reached out with one clawed, spectral hand and placed it gently over Animo's forehead. "I'm sorry, Animo," Ben said softly, his voice layered and distorted, echoing like a whisper from another dimension. "But you're too dangerous to be left running around in this world." He paused, his single, glowing eye narrowing. "I have people I need to protect, a family, and I won't let someone like you come back to endanger them." Then he phased his hand into Animo's skull. The scientist spasmed violently, his mouth opening in a silent scream, but Ben held him steady, his body intangible and unmoved. He wasn't just reaching into the brain, he was disrupting it. Ghost Freak's alien physiology allowed him to interact directly with the nervous system, bypassing the body's defenses. It took only seconds for Ben to find the synaptic centers responsible for cognition and identity. With a single burst of destabilizing spectral energy, he unraveled them. Animo didn't die in pain, he simply ceased, no brainwaves, no soul to speak of, just a husk. Ben slowly retracted his clawed hand, letting the body slump lifelessly back onto the table. Not a mark on him, no blood, no sign of trauma. It would look like sudden, inexplicable brain death if anyone ever found it, which they wouldn't. Still in Ghost Freak form, Ben phased the body into the concrete wall, embedding it deeper than any forensic team would ever dig. Then he phased back out, leaving no hole, no clue, no trace. Animo was gone. Ben hovered in silence for a moment longer, then drifted out of the morgue and let the darkness reclaim the room behind him. Meanwhile, at the ruins of Stark Tower, Tony Stark landed heavily in what remained of his building's lobby and disengaged his armor with obvious frustration. Complete scan of the area turned up nothing. he announced to the SHIELD personnel who had gathered to assess the damage. They've both completely vanished. Tony's mood was understandably dark. Aside from the other creature, the fire-based entity who had claimed to be some kind of space law enforcement officer had demonstrated body temperatures exceeding several thousand degrees Celsius. Such a being couldn't simply disappear without leaving some kind of thermal signature or environmental trace. You disappoint me, Stark. Nick Fury seemed to materialize from the shadows like a living embodiment of Tony's guilty conscience, his expression radiating disappointment and barely contained anger. Two superhuman entities engaged in pitched battle inside Stark Tower, Fury began, his voice carrying the measured cadence of someone delivering a formal reprimand. The resulting destruction leveled your entire building, caused significant damage to two adjacent city blocks, and generated property damage in the tens of billions of dollars. His single eye fixed on Tony with laser intensity as he continued, and our supposed superhero Iron Man not only failed to contain the threat but couldn't even track the perpetrators after they left the scene. Tony's expression darkened to match Fury's mood. "Shut up," he snapped. "What exactly did you do that was any better? You and your so-called elite agents waited until the fight was over to swoop in and play cleanup crew. Don't lecture me, you didn't do a damn thing to actually solve the problem." Tony's anger was entirely justified. Stark Industries would be absorbing virtually all of the financial losses from the evening's destruction, and he had been the only one actually fighting to protect civilian lives. Having Nick Fury appear afterward to lecture him about inadequate performance was adding insult to considerable injury. "And speaking of failures," Tony continued, his voice rising, "how do I know your organization didn't create these monsters in the first place?" The accusation caught Fury off guard, and for a moment his confidence faltered. SHIELD hadn't been involved in Dr. Animo's research, but Tony's suspicion wasn't entirely unfounded. Hell, even Fury didn't know where this Dr. Animo had come from. Any attempt to dig into his background turned up nothing. It was as if the man had simply appeared out of thin air in New York. The military did have its own superhuman enhancement programs, including at least one that had produced a green-skinned rage monster considerably more dangerous than anything they had faced tonight. Of course, military black projects were outside SHIELD's jurisdiction, and the two organizations often found themselves working at cross-purposes rather than in cooperation. Recognizing that direct confrontation wasn't productive, Fury shifted to a more diplomatic approach. "Regardless of the specifics of tonight's events," he said in a more measured tone, "I think we can agree that threats of this nature are beyond what any one person can handle alone. Your performance was admirable, but it also highlighted the clear limitations of your current methods." Tony's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Let me guess, you're about to pitch me on your superpowered boy band again." "It's called the Avengers Initiative," Fury corrected. "And frankly, you might not even qualify. We'd need a full psychological evaluation before we'd consider bringing you in." A small Turkish kebab restaurant several blocks away from the ruins of Stark Tower had become an unlikely venue for what might be the most important conversation in recent SHIELD history. Tony Stark and Nick Fury sat across from each other at a corner table, each holding half-eaten pieces of grilled meat that had long since grown cold. The food's quality left much to be desired. Even the neighborhood stray dogs would have turned their noses up at it. But the restaurant's main advantage was its proximity to the disaster site and the fact that it could be easily cleared of other customers. The destruction of Stark Tower had reduced it to little more than a hollow shell, arguably in worse shape than Oscorp Tower after its own recent incident. At least Oscorp's interior hadn't been scorched by the fireman, and its roof was still structurally sound. Given the circumstances, finding a nearby location for their discussion had been a practical necessity, even if the cuisine was questionable at best. Fury pushed his plate aside with obvious distaste and glanced at Natasha, who was still working on rehydrating after her ordeal in the building's ventilation system. "So this flame man that appeared at Stark Industries," Fury began, "he specifically claimed to be an intergalactic law enforcement organization called the Plumbers." "That's exactly what he said," Tony confirmed, using a napkin to clean the grease from his fingers before taking a sip of water to wash the taste from his mouth. He was still wearing his armor, having nowhere else to go since his workshop had been completely destroyed. The suit required specialized equipment for removal, and that equipment was currently buried under several tons of rubble. "If you want detailed info on this event, you should probably talk to Norman Osborn," Tony said, pulling up a series of photos on his phone. The images showed a clear progression of escalating threats: the lizard creature that had terrorized Williamsburg, the larger dinosaur man that had attacked Midtown High School, and finally the prehistoric chimera that had nearly leveled Stark Tower. Each photograph was more disturbing than the last. Biotechnology and genetic manipulation are Oscorp's specialty, Tony explained with the detached air of someone discussing a competitor's product line. Stark Industries used to focus on military applications, but we've since transitioned to clean energy development. He set his phone aside and leaned back in his chair with obvious satisfaction. I've already decided to file a compensation claim against Oscorp for the destruction of my building. While Tony certainly had the personal wealth to absorb the financial losses, that didn't mean he was willing to be taken advantage of. His building had been destroyed as a direct result of Oscorp's failed research, and he saw no reason to shoulder the burden alone. I'm afraid Oscorp won't be in a position to pay compensation to anyone, Fury replied, shaking his head. As S.H.I.E.L.D. director, he had naturally initiated a full investigation into the Oscorp situation the moment the first reports came in. What he had discovered was a company in complete chaos. Norman Osborn has been effectively removed from the board of directors, Fury explained. The remaining executives are trying to shift all responsibility onto a researcher named Dr. Kurt Connors. Fury's expression darkened as he continued. Unfortunately, Dr. Connors has disappeared along with all of his research data. That kind of dangerous technology should be in S.H.I.E.L.D. custody, not floating around uncontrolled. In Fury's worldview, any organization or technology that operated outside S.H.I.E.L.D. oversight represented a potential threat that needed to be contained. The idea that intergalactic law enforcement organization might be operating on Earth without his knowledge or permission was particularly disturbing. While he had never heard of the Plumbers before tonight, that didn't prevent him from treating them as a hostile organization until proven otherwise. Regardless of this Plumbers organization's stated intentions, Fury said, we need to be prepared for the possibility that they could become enemies. He studied Tony's expression carefully, suspecting that the Flame Man might be extraterrestrial in origin. When he returned to headquarters, he planned to review any intelligence the Skrulls might have left behind about this intergalactic law enforcement organization. However, he kept these suspicions to himself for now. In any case, Fury went on, if we're going to be on the same side, we should start being more open with our intel. Tony nodded with apparent sincerity while carefully omitting any mention of his previous encounter with Dino Boy, or better known as XLR-8. When two master manipulators attempted to work together, the result was often an intricate dance of half-truths and strategic omissions. After another hour of carefully worded conversation, the two men parted ways without having reached any formal agreements. Tony's recruitment into the Avengers remained stalled, primarily because Fury's superiors hadn't yet approved the initiative's budget and operational parameters. Return to base, Agent Romanoff, Agent Barton, Fury commanded, adjusting his signature black coat as he walked toward the waiting Quinjet. Natasha felt considerably better after rehydrating, though the experience of being trapped in a ventilation duct while a living furnace fought directly below her had been thoroughly unpleasant. The intense heat had left her feeling like a piece of food in a convection oven, and she was grateful to finally be breathing cool air again. Tony watched the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft disappear into the night sky, then spent several minutes considering Fury's warnings. Regardless of the man's obvious ulterior motives, his central point was valid. If this Flame Man ever became hostile, Tony needed to be prepared for the encounter. Jarvis, create a new file, he commanded. Begin developing countermeasures for extreme thermal threats. Meanwhile, Ben had returned to Queens carrying Dr. Animo's genetic manipulation device, arriving home to find Peter already waiting at the dinner table with Ben, SR, and May. What a terrifying day, May said, her voice trembling slightly as she pulled Ben into a tight embrace. I was so worried when we heard about the attack on your school. Thank goodness you're both safe. Her wrinkled hands shook as she wiped tears from her eyes, the relief of seeing Ben unharmed finally allowing her emotions to surface. Spider-Man rescued both Peter and me, Ben explained, sticking to the cover story he and Peter had agreed upon. He got us to safety before the building came down. It sounds like he really is one of the good ones, Ben SR observed thoughtfully. Spider-Man had only been active for a few days, and most media coverage had been skeptical or outright negative. But Ben SR's opinion of the web-slinger shifted immediately based on Ben's testimony. I hope you boys will learn from his example, Ben SR continued with the earnest tone he used for important life lessons. Always do your best to help people in need, no matter the personal cost. It's fine to help others, May interjected quickly, but I don't want either of you trying to fight monsters like Spider-Man does. That's far too dangerous. She guided Ben to sit beside her at the table, her protective instincts clearly activated by the day's events. The family shared dinner together, talking about lighter topics and carefully avoiding any detailed discussion of the day's traumatic events. Afterward, Ben helped with the dishes while Ben, SR, settled into his favorite chair with the newspaper, still searching for employment opportunities using traditional methods. Later, when Ben had retreated to his room, Peter followed him upstairs to get the full story of what had happened after they separated. Dr. Connors is completely human again, Ben reported, which caused Peter to visibly relax. That's a huge relief, Peter said, throwing himself down on Ben's bed. So what's the plan now? School's going to be closed for at least a few days while they assess the damage. Want to come web-slinging with me? I can't tomorrow, Ben replied. I've got other stuff to handle. He paused, remembering something important. Actually, you should make time to visit Dr. Connors soon. He wants to give you his camera equipment to replace what was destroyed. Peter's original camera had been damaged during the lizard attack, and Connors felt responsible for the loss. Despite being stored in a sewer, his professional photography equipment was still top-quality gear. That's incredible, Peter exclaimed. Now I can get back to documenting Spider-Man's adventures. Their conversation was interrupted by May's voice from downstairs. Ben, Peter, Mary Jane is here to see you. She's probably here for you, Peter said with a knowing grin, heading for the door. He went downstairs to exchange brief pleasantries with Mary Jane before tactfully excusing himself, leaving Ben to handle what was clearly going to be a personal conversation. Mary Jane stood in the Parker family's modest living room, her vibrant red hair catching the warm light from the table lamps. Her characteristic dimples were visible as she offered a nervous smile, though her hands betrayed her anxiety as they fidgeted with the hem of her jacket. I saw your bedroom light was on, she said awkwardly, clearly struggling to find the right words. While they had spoken on the phone earlier to confirm everyone's safety, Mary Jane had felt compelled to see Ben in person, to reassure herself that he hadn't been injured during the school attack. I'm completely fine, Ben assured her, repeating what he had told her during their phone conversation. That's good, Mary Jane stammered, the words coming out in a rush. I just needed to check for myself, after everything that happened today. She trailed off, suddenly feeling self-conscious about her impulsive decision to visit so late in the evening. I should probably head home, she said, taking a half-step toward the door. Would you like to come up to my room? Ben asked. We could talk more privately there. Early the next morning, Ben changed into his best casual clothes and caught a bus into Manhattan for what promised to be one of the most important business meetings of his young life. Ben, over here. The moment he stepped off the bus, he spotted Felicia waving enthusiastically from across the street. She looked stunning in a flowing white dress that complemented her platinum blonde hair perfectly, though Ben couldn't help but notice the faint dark circles under her expertly applied makeup. You're here early, Ben observed with surprise as he approached her. Felicia stuck out her tongue playfully and offered a mischievous smile without providing an explanation. The truth was that she had her own plan for the day. By arriving early and helping Ben complete his business quickly, she hoped to create more time for them to spend together afterward, time that wouldn't be consumed by negotiations and technical discussions. But I have to ask, Felicia continued, why the sudden interest in purchasing scientific equipment? While Felicia didn't have extensive knowledge of laboratory instruments, she had spent most of the previous night researching the topic to better assist Ben. After returning home from their phone conversation, she had reached out to Dr. Otto Octavius, a brilliant scientist whose research was funded by the Hardy Foundation. Otto had grown up in poverty, which had made him exceptionally skilled at finding bargains and maximizing research budgets. When Felicia contacted him for advice, he had generously provided detailed information about equipment suppliers, fair market prices, and strategies for negotiating favorable deals. She had studied his recommendations until nearly dawn, determined to be as helpful as possible. Actually, Felicia said, the most cost-effective approach would be purchasing directly from Oscorp. Her research had revealed some interesting market conditions that could work in their favor. The recent monster attacks have devastated Oscorp's stock price, she explained. To raise capital and maintain operations, I'm confident they'll be willing to sell their remaining laboratory equipment at significantly reduced prices. Oscorp's stock had indeed collapsed to the point where it should have presented an attractive investment opportunity for bargain hunters. However, most investors were staying away because they believed the company was beyond recovery. That's an excellent suggestion, Ben agreed readily. He felt no particular loyalty to Norman Osborn, and the business logic was sound. If he didn't purchase the equipment, Oscorp's shareholders would inevitably sell it to someone else at distressed prices anyway. Better for him to benefit from the situation. Moreover, when Oscorp began liquidating physical assets, it would further depress the company's market value, which would actually make it easier for Norman to eventually buy back control of his own company. In a strange way, Ben's purchases might actually help his friend's father in the long run. Therefore, Ben planned to make substantial acquisitions. The more dramatic Oscorp's asset sales appeared, the more convinced the market would become that the company was approaching bankruptcy. Let the stock price fall further, it would only make Norman's eventual recovery more achievable. Ben and Felicia arranged a meeting with Dr. Mendel Storm, one of Oscorp's major shareholders and a co-founder of the company along with Norman Osborn. Storm naturally recognized the daughter of the Hardy Foundation and initially assumed that Felicia was representing her family's interests in a potential acquisition of Oscorp assets. This misconception worked heavily in their favor, as Storm was extremely eager to find buyers for his rapidly depreciating investment. "Please don't worry, Dr. Storm," Ben said with carefully measured politeness. "We're not here to discuss purchasing Oscorp stock." Ben was impressed by Felicia's performance during the negotiation. Despite facing a man who had accumulated wealth and influence over decades, she showed no signs of intimidation. Instead, she projected confidence and authority that clearly commanded Storm's respect. Her upbringing as the daughter of a major foundation had taught her to navigate high-stakes business conversations with remarkable skill. "We're interested in acquiring some of Oscorp's laboratory equipment," Felicia continued smoothly. Dr. Storm's expression showed brief disappointment. He had hoped for a much larger transaction, but he quickly recognized the opportunity to recover at least some value from the company's physical assets. "What kind of budget are we discussing?" Storm asked, unable to completely hide his desperation. "Dr. Storm," Ben replied with a slight smile, "you seem rather anxious." Storm's discomfort was obvious. Could he not be anxious? Every day that passed without liquidating assets represented massive financial losses. Given Oscorp's current situation, time was definitely not on his side. This urgency was exactly the leverage Ben and Felicia needed to control the negotiation. Several hours later, they emerged from the meeting with agreements that exceeded their most optimistic expectations. "Thank you, Felicia," Ben said with genuine gratitude. "Your help today was invaluable." With Felicia's skilled assistance, he had acquired equipment worth millions of dollars at prices several levels below fair market value. Storm had even thrown in several damaged instruments, items he considered worthless scrap, but that Ben knew he could repair and restore to full functionality. "It was nothing," Felicia replied modestly, though she clearly felt pleased with their success. She glanced up at the afternoon sky, noting that the day was still young and the weather was pleasantly warm. "But are you really planning to start your own company?" she asked with obvious concern. "Do you have sufficient startup capital?" Felicia was well aware of Ben's family's modest financial circumstances. While she never doubted his capabilities, she worried about the practical challenges of launching a technology business. Even with the discounted prices they had negotiated, the total cost of their equipment purchases would still reach several $100 million. "Don't worry about funding," Ben assured her. "I've actually partnered with Harry Osborn." Felicia blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected Ben to have connections with the Osborn family heir, using Osborn money to buy Osborn equipment. She mused with a slightly bewildered expression. While she found the arrangement somewhat ironic, she didn't dwell on the details. Instead, she felt an unexpected pang of jealousy. "Actually, you don't need Harry Osborn's help," she said earnestly, her cheeks puffing out slightly in an adorable display of indignation. "I could provide financial support instead." She looked directly at Ben with complete seriousness. "Even if I can't contribute huge amounts personally, I could convince my mother to invest in your venture through the Hardy Foundation." "Thank you, Felicia, but that won't be necessary," Ben replied quickly. He had originally chosen to work with Harry specifically to avoid involving the Hardy Foundation in his plans. Allowing Felicia's family to become stakeholders would create complications he preferred to avoid. But Felicia's sincere offer did touch him deeply. He reached out and gently ruffled her blonde hair, marveling at how soft and silky it felt beneath his fingers. Felicia shivered slightly at the unexpected contact, her cheeks flushing pink as she instinctively leaned into his touch rather than pulling away. "I helped you save a fortune today," she said with mock seriousness, though her blush betrayed her real emotions. "How exactly do you plan to thank me? What kind of thank you did you have in mind?" Felicia tapped her finger against her lips thoughtfully, then brightened with sudden inspiration. "Ice cream," she declared. "You can buy me ice cream." Ben looked at her in amazement. Felicia had just helped him save tens of millions of dollars in equipment costs, and her requested reward was frozen dessert. That's really all you want. That's all for now, Felicia said with a playful grin, already bounding toward a nearby ice cream vendor like an excited cat who had spotted something interesting. Come on. A few minutes later, they were walking side by side down the Manhattan sidewalk, each enjoying their chosen flavors. That evening, Ben escorted Felicia home, mindful of her parents' strict curfew policies. The Hardy family maintained traditional rules about their daughter's social activities, and Ben respected their rules. After seeing Felicia safely to her door, Ben didn't return to Queens immediately. Instead, he made his way to the laboratory space he had been preparing for his new venture. Earlier that afternoon, he had arranged for Storm to deliver some of the most essential equipment, particularly an advanced supercomputer that would serve as the foundation for his next project. The sophisticated machine looked completely out of place in the modest laboratory space, its sleek design and obvious value contrasting sharply with the simple surroundings. Ben's first priority was creating an artificial intelligence assistant. He didn't need anything as sophisticated as Tony Stark's JARVIS or as powerful as Ultron, just a functional AI capable of helping with routine tasks and data analysis. Transforming into gray matter to maximize his intellectual capabilities, Ben began inputting modified code based on JARVIS's underlying architecture. His enhanced Galvan intelligence allowed him to understand and adapt the complex programming far beyond what would have been possible in his human form. After several hours of intensive work, the program began responding to his commands. "Hello, Mr. Parker," a clear, feminine voice announced from the laboratory speakers. "Hello, Eunice," Ben replied with satisfaction. His artificial intelligence assistant was now online and ready to help him build the future. EUNICE Evolving Utility Networked Intelligence with Cognitive Emotions, the name chosen by Ben, inspired by the Omnitrix from the Ben 10's universe. In that universe, the Omnitrix had been a prototype Omnitrix created by the brilliant Galvan scientist Azimuth. After acquiring the genetic template of a young human girl, the device had manifested as a beautiful blonde AI with remarkable capabilities. The original Omnitrix possessed the power to acquire and integrate genetic material from various species, granting its user corresponding biological abilities. Ben's version of Eunice lacked these advanced functions. She was purely an artificial intelligence, and even her basic database remained incomplete. But that didn't mean she couldn't evolve. Ben's thoughts turned to Dr. Animo and the potential applications of his research. While Animo himself had been eliminated, his theoretical work on cross-species genetic transfer represented a breakthrough that could revolutionize biotechnology. Unlike Connor's lizard serum with its unpredictable side effects, Animo's approach promised true genetic integration without the associated psychological deterioration. Unfortunately, the Dr. Animo that Ben had killed hadn't yet perfected these concepts. His genetic mutation device remained a crude prototype, and his monstrous transformation at Stark Tower had been achieved primarily through adaptation of Connor's serum rather than his own innovations. "Perhaps I can develop my own version of the technology," Ben mused aloud. He possessed capabilities that Dr. Animo could never have imagined. With access to alien intelligence and technology far beyond Earth's current understanding, Ben could potentially achieve what Animo had only dreamed of and surpass it entirely. "Eunice, create new research files," he commanded. "Label them Omnitrix Development and Ultimatrix Prototype." "Files created," Eunice responded in her characteristically calm tone. Compared to Tony Stark's sophisticated JARVIS system, Eunice was essentially a newborn in digital terms. But every advanced AI had to start somewhere, and Ben was confident she would develop rapidly with proper guidance and will live up to her name. Over the following days, scientific equipment from Oscorp continued arriving at Ben's laboratory in a steady stream. Much of it showed battle damage from the recent attacks, requiring extensive repair work before it could become functional again. For most people, rebuilding complex laboratory equipment would have been prohibitively expensive and time-consuming. Fortunately, Ben had access to alien abilities that made the process considerably more efficient. While gray matter was excellent for understanding and diagnosing mechanical problems, Upgrade proved far more useful for actual repairs. Ben didn't currently have access to Upgrade's technology manipulation abilities, but he did have both gray matter and the shapeshifting capabilities he'd gained from studying alien genetics. His process was elegantly simple. First, transform into gray matter to analyze the damage and determine optimal repair methods. Then shift into a form capable of direct technological integration, literally merging with the damaged equipment to restore it to like-new condition. The results were impressive. Within days, Ben had converted a collection of battle-scarred laboratory equipment into a state-of-the-art research facility that would have been the envy of most universities. Now Primus Technologies is officially operational, Ben declared with satisfaction as he surveyed his completed laboratory. He had deliberately chosen not to establish his company in Manhattan, despite the prestige associated with a Manhattan address. The real estate costs were prohibitive, and more importantly, Manhattan seemed to attract catastrophic events with alarming regularity. Ben had no desire to rebuild his laboratory every few months. Instead, he had selected a building in Queens, not far from the recently prominent Hammer Industries. Since Stark Industries had withdrawn from military contracting, Justin Hammer had aggressively pursued government defense contracts, achieving considerable financial success despite his questionable competence. Ben had no interest in Hammer as either a competitor or potential collaborator. The man was clearly incompetent despite his recent windfall. Ben's facility occupied an entire floor, which he had divided into specialized research areas based on anticipated needs. This section is designed for Dr. Connors, he explained to himself while conducting a final inspection. Most of the equipment we acquired from Oscorp is biology-focused, so it's perfect for his research interests. He moved to another area of the laboratory, and this workspace is for Peter. He's going to end up working for me eventually, whether he realizes it or not. Peter Parker had always been genuinely brilliant, but his commitment to his Spider-Man activities had prevented him from fully developing his scientific potential. While Ben supported Peter's heroic activities, he didn't want his cousin to lose sight of his identity as Peter Parker in favor of his superhero persona. Of course, since Peter was family, Ben was also prepared to provide substantial support for his Spider-Man career. It's definitely time to upgrade his equipment, Ben decided. Peter's current gear was embarrassingly primitive. His web shooters had been constructed from salvaged watch components, and his costume had been sewn together on May's domestic sewing machine. Now that Primus had access to advanced 3D printing technology, Ben could create professional-grade equipment as long as he could determine the proper specifications. Web-gliding wings are a classic addition, he noted while designing improvements to Peter's costume. He modified the design to include retractable wing membranes under the arms, creating a web-like gliding system that would allow Peter to maintain altitude even when his web shooters ran out of fluid. Spider-Man frequently operated at significant heights, and the risk of catastrophic falls was always present. These wings would provide a crucial safety margin during aerial maneuvers. Within hours, Ben had produced a completely redesigned Spider-Man suit. While maintaining the classic aesthetic that Peter preferred, the new costume incorporated numerous technological improvements. The final result was easily comparable to anything Tony Stark might have created, lacking only an integrated artificial intelligence system. When my AI technology is more advanced, I'll add a proper digital assistant, Ben decided. He smiled at the thought of Peter's reaction to the upgrade. Instead of friendly neighborhood Spider-Man courtesy of your friend Iron Man, it would be courtesy of your cousin Ben Parker. The thought reminded Ben that he still lacked a proper superhero identity of his own. Most enhanced individuals, whether heroes or villains, adopted distinctive names to protect their civilian identities and create memorable public personas. Without a superhero name, Ben was essentially anonymous, which actually suited his current preferences perfectly. I already have plenty of names, he concluded with a shrug. Each of his alien transformations carried its own identity and reputation. There was no real need to create another persona when he could simply operate as Heat Blast, Four Arms, or any of his other forms as circumstances required. Besides, Ben didn't share Peter's ambition to become a full-time superhero. His interests lay more in technological development and business success than in patrol-based crime fighting. With school suspended indefinitely due to battle damage, Spider-Man had been incredibly active throughout Queens. Social media platforms were filled with videos of his exploits, and his reputation was growing rapidly. Unlike the seemingly untouchable Iron Man, Spider-Man appeared genuinely committed to helping ordinary people with everyday problems. While Tony Stark was more likely to be found in expensive hotels with attractive companions, Spider-Man would actually respond to street-level crimes and emergencies. This accessibility made him considerably more popular with the general public than some more glamorous heroes. Of course, mainstream media attention was a double-edged sword. J. Jonah Jameson at the Daily Bugle had launched his predictable campaign to portray Spider-Man as a menace, though he was simultaneously offering substantial payments for photographs of the web-slinger. Peter had swallowed his pride and begun selling photos of his own heroic activities, rationalizing the decision as necessary for his family's financial stability. The moral compromise bothered him initially, but the substantial payments had gradually made the arrangement more palatable. When Ben returned home each evening, Peter would excitedly describe his latest adventures and count the money he'd earned from his photography. His dream was to purchase a reliable car for the family, enabling them to take trips together during summer vacation and holidays. The suggestion always made Ben think of the practical limitations of public transportation and the Parker family's current financial constraints. Waiting for Peter to save enough money would take forever, Ben realized. I should just buy a quality vehicle myself and have it properly modified. Beyond these immediate concerns, Ben had another important project requiring his attention, helping Norman Osborn reclaim control of his company. For the first time in days, Osborn Manor opened its doors to receive a guest. Ben, you're here. Norman's enthusiasm was immediately apparent as he welcomed his young ally. The more Norman observed Ben's capabilities, the more impressed he became. If Harry had shown even a fraction of Ben's competence and determination, Norman would have seriously considered arranging some kind of formal partnership between their families. I have to admit, Norman said, placing a paternal hand on Ben's shoulder, bringing the Hardy Foundation's daughter with you to acquire Oscorp equipment was absolutely brilliant strategy. His admiration was genuine as he continued. The news has spread throughout the financial community. Everyone assumes the Hardy Foundation is preparing to acquire Oscorp entirely. Our stock price has crashed to historic lows. The irony wasn't lost on either of them. Oscorp, once a dominant force in biotechnology, had fallen so far that its own co-founder was celebrating its apparent collapse. But Norman couldn't understand the underlying dynamics of Ben's relationship with Felicia Hardy. I'm genuinely curious, he admitted. How did you convince the Hardy Foundation to support your activities? They're notorious for making purely business-based decisions. Ben's response was deliberately vague. Personal charm, perhaps. Meanwhile, at the Hardy family mansion, a very different conversation was taking place. Mrs. Hardy fixed her daughter with a stern glare that could have frozen lava. Felicia, I want to know exactly who you accompanied to Oscorp to create these ridiculous rumors that are now circulating throughout New York's business community. Vanessa Hardy retained traces of her former beauty, but years of corporate maneuvering had hardened her features and sharpened her tongue in ways that diminished her appeal considerably. What rumors, mother? Felicia asked with obviously feigned innocence. She and Ben had anticipated this reaction when they decided to conduct their negotiations publicly. In fact, they had deliberately encouraged speculation about Hardy Foundation involvement to maximize their negotiating leverage. Mrs. Hardy was far too experienced to be fooled by her daughter's act. She had undoubtedly already conducted a thorough investigation into Ben's background and understood exactly what was happening. Seeing that direct confrontation was pointless, Mrs. Hardy shifted to expressing her deeper concerns. I'm genuinely worried, she said with maternal exasperation, that by the time you inherit the Hardy Foundation, you'll have already given it away to some charming young man. The comment hit closer to home than Felicia cared to admit, but she maintained her innocent expression while privately acknowledging that her mother's fears might not be entirely unfounded. Norman had already begun the complex process of reclaiming control of Oscorp, assembling teams of lawyers, financial analysts, and strategic consultants to execute his carefully planned corporate comeback. Ben didn't need to involve himself in the intricate details of the acquisition. Norman's expertise in corporate maneuvering far exceeded his own. All Norman required from Primus Technologies was the legitimacy that came with having an established business partner, and he had decades of experience managing the rest. Ben, you should also consider purchasing some Oscorp shares while they're still at rock bottom, Norman suggested with obvious confidence. Trust me, they're going to rise dramatically once I regain control. Ben found himself surprised by the recommendation. Given that Norman had nearly lost his company specifically because of share distribution issues, Ben would have expected him to jealously guard every available share to maximize his control over the board of directors. Norman seemed to recognize Ben's confusion and offered an explanation. You need to think about protecting your family's financial future, he said with genuine warmth. Ben, if it weren't for your help, I might have lost my company permanently. I don't forget my debts. The sentiment was clearly heartfelt, and Ben found himself moved by Norman's gratitude. I appreciate that, Ben replied, and you're right about the investment opportunity. After Norman regained control of Oscorp, the company's stock price would inevitably recover as investor confidence returned. Purchasing shares at their current depressed levels was essentially guaranteed profit, so there was no logical reason to decline the opportunity. Norman then excused himself to handle other business matters, leaving Ben alone with Harry in the mansion's comfortable sitting room. Away from his father's imposing presence, Harry seemed more relaxed, though still somewhat subdued compared to his usual energetic demeanor. "You're absolutely incredible," Harry said with obvious admiration. "Jealous?" Ben asked with a teasing smile. Harry shook his head slowly. "I'm honestly past the point where I can feel jealous anymore. What you've accomplished is so far beyond anything I could imagine that envy doesn't even make sense." His tone shifted to one of genuine curiosity as he continued, "What's your strategy for developing Primus technologies? What market are you planning to enter first?" "We're going to start with communications technology," Ben replied, pulling a sleek device from his jacket pocket. The smartphone he had created was something of an impulse project, assembled quickly before his visit to demonstrate Primus's capabilities. By Galvin's standards, it was essentially a children's toy, but compared to Earth's current mobile technology, it represented at least a decade of advancement. Ben had no intention of making telecommunications his primary focus, however. He had a much more valuable card to play when the time was right. Connor's lizard serum, properly refined and stripped of its dangerous side effects, represented a revolutionary breakthrough in regenerative medicine. The potential for regrowing severed limbs, healing spinal cord injuries, and treating countless other medical conditions would make Primus Technologies one of the most valuable companies on Earth virtually overnight. Of course, perfecting the serum would require considerable research and development, particularly in eliminating the psychological side effects that had proven so dangerous in its current form. But Ben's ambitions extended far beyond even revolutionary medical treatments. "Are you familiar with the Stark Expo?" he asked Harry. "The World's Fair that Tony Stark is reviving. I heard he's planning to make it an annual event showcasing cutting-edge technology." Ben nodded. The Stark Expo represented an ideal opportunity to demonstrate Primus's capabilities to the world, but he also knew the event wouldn't proceed smoothly. Justin Hammer, CEO of Hammer Industries and Tony Stark's self-proclaimed nemesis, was planning to use the expo as a platform for revenge. He would be bringing Ivan Vanko and his drone technology to create chaos and humiliate Iron Man in front of a global audience. While Ben had no particular interest in Tony Stark's personal problems, he was very interested in the business opportunity that Hammer's inevitable failure would create. Hammer Industries, despite its CEO's obvious incompetence, possessed substantial assets and government contracts. When Hammer's schemes collapsed, as they inevitably would, the company would become vulnerable to acquisition. The proximity of Hammer Industries to Primus Technologies made the opportunity even more attractive. Ben had always believed in aggressive expansion when circumstances favored it, and Hammer's self-destruction would create exactly the right circumstances. Of course, executing such an acquisition would require careful timing and substantial resources. Ben hadn't shared these plans with Harry yet, partly because they were still theoretical, and partly because some strategies were better kept confidential until the moment of execution. Meanwhile, Justin Hammer remained blissfully unaware that a predator was already circling his company, waiting for the right moment to strike. He was far too focused on his schemes against Tony Stark to notice threats from other directions. "I should sue Stark for monopolistic practices," Hammer muttered to himself while reviewing news footage of Iron Man's recent battles. His refusal to share the armor technology represents a clear threat to national security. Congress should force him to make his designs public. Hammer genuinely believed his legal maneuvering would somehow compel Tony Stark to surrender his most valuable intellectual property. He wasn't alone in this delusion. Several senators and military officials shared his naive expectation that legislative pressure could overcome Tony's legendary stubbornness. Of course, none of these political machinations concerned Ben directly. Dr. Connors had finally moved out of the sewer system and taken up residence in his new laboratory at Primus Technologies. Since he currently had no permanent housing, Ben had converted a section of Connor's office into a temporary living space. "It's not as luxurious as Oscorp Tower," Ben said apologetically as he showed Connors around the facility, "but it should meet your research needs. Compared to living in a sewer, this is a palace," Connors replied with obvious gratitude. "I'm not particularly concerned with luxury anyway. What matters is getting back to work on perfecting the serum." His priority was clear: eliminating the dangerous side effects that had turned him into a monster while preserving the regenerative benefits that could help millions of people. "Then let's get started," Ben agreed, immediately transforming into gray matter to maximize his analytical capabilities. Every time I witness your transformation, I'm amazed, Connors observed. Is it possible that your watch technology operates on principles similar to my lizard serum? The ability to acquire genetic traits from other species and then return to baseline human form. The comparison was surprisingly insightful. Both technologies involved temporary genetic modification and species transformation, though the Omnitrix was obviously far more sophisticated and controlled. The difference, Ben explained, is that the Omnitrix was never designed as a weapon. Its creator built it to break down barriers between different species and promote understanding throughout the galaxy. Gaining abilities without physical transformation, that had been the goal of the Unitrix prototype, though its development had taken a different direction. Now that we have Dr. Animo's genetic manipulation device as a reference, Ben continued, we should be able to make rapid progress. Working together, Ben and Connors began developing new formulations, starting with fundamental decay rate calculations and building toward more sophisticated applications. Do you understand why Peter was able to inherit spider abilities? Ben asked during a break in their calculations. His father performed genetic modifications on him, Ben explained before Connors could respond. Genetic pre-adaptation. From a scientific perspective, this was the most logical explanation for Peter's successful transformation. The radioactive spiders that had bitten him had been engineered to be compatible with his specific genetic markers from the moment of their creation. Of course, there were other possible explanations involving mystical forces and animal totems, but Ben preferred to focus on verifiable science when possible. So Peter gained superhuman abilities without becoming a monster because the spider DNA was already compatible with his genetics, Connors asked. That makes sense, but what about you? I know you also possess spider-based powers, but you're not related to Peter. Ben's explanation was characteristically brief. The Omnitrix could acquire genetic templates from energy-based life forms and even magical entities, so adapting spider powers presented no particular challenge. I see, Connors said thoughtfully. So if we want to create a truly safe serum that grants lizard-based regenerative abilities, we would need to start with genetic pre-adaptation for each individual patient. That would make the treatment extremely expensive and limit its availability to a very small number of people. His disappointment was obvious. Connors had always been motivated by a desire to help as many people as possible, and the prospect of creating treatments available only to the wealthy troubled him deeply. Unless the government decided to include genetic therapy in universal healthcare coverage, he added hopefully. They'd sooner include spa treatments than cut into pharmaceutical industry profits, Ben replied with obvious cynicism. He paused in his calculations and looked at Connors directly. But Dr. Connors, I think you're missing an important point. We're not trying to develop a super soldier serum, we're working on treatments for people with disabilities and injuries. Why would we need to give them superhuman abilities at all? The distinction was crucial. Creating treatments that restored normal human function was a completely different challenge than creating enhancements that exceeded baseline human capabilities. The latter was far more complex and carried significantly greater risks. Our goal should be healing, not enhancement, Ben continued. And healing is a much more achievable and marketable objective. Ben had no desire to see the world flooded with individuals possessing superhuman abilities. The proliferation of enhanced humans inevitably led to chaos, regardless of their initial intentions. Even among those who considered themselves heroes, many lacked the wisdom, training, or psychological stability to handle extraordinary power responsibly. The potential for villains and unstable individuals to gain similar abilities was a nightmare scenario that Ben was determined to prevent. This made him remember the event that triggered the Civil War storyline. In the Marvel Comics Civil War storyline, the conflict begins when a young superhero team called the New Warriors attempts to apprehend a group of dangerous villains while filming a reality TV show. During the battle, the villain Nitro unleashes a massive explosion in Stamford, Connecticut, killing over 600 civilians, including many children. The tragedy sparks national outrage and leads to the government passing the Superhuman Registration Act, which requires all heroes to register their identities and operate under official supervision. This divides the superhero community. Iron Man supports the law, advocating for responsibility and oversight, while Captain America leads the opposition, believing it violates civil liberties. The disagreement escalates into a full-blown civil war among heroes, fracturing alliances and leaving lasting consequences across the Marvel Universe. His words seemed to awaken Dr. Connors from a dangerous line of thinking. Having witnessed the successful transformations of both Peter and Ben, Connors had unconsciously begun viewing the lizard's serum as something equivalent to spider-based powers, a pathway to creating more superheroes rather than simply healing the injured. You're absolutely right, Connors admitted. Focusing on medical applications would be much more manageable. He paused thoughtfully before continuing. We could dilute the serum significantly to reduce its potency and eliminate the enhancement effects. But Ben shook his head firmly. Simple dilution won't work, Dr. Connors. The approach was fundamentally flawed from a business and security perspective. If Primus could dilute the serum, then competitors could concentrate it back to full strength. Even if the concentration process proved difficult, determined adversaries could simply purchase large quantities and reverse engineer the original formula. In the biotechnology industry, protecting proprietary formulations was absolutely critical. Once a formula was compromised, patent protections became worthless pieces of paper. The organizations most likely to attempt such reverse engineering were precisely the ones Ben wanted to avoid: the US military and SHIELD. If they successfully cracked the serum, there would be no legal recourse available. They would simply claim national security exemptions and proceed with their own applications. Moreover, dilution didn't address the fundamental problem of psychological side effects. It merely reduced their intensity rather than eliminating them entirely. My recommendation is to completely redesign the formula, Ben explained. We should develop a therapeutic serum rather than an enhancement. The treatment Ben envisioned would function purely as medicine. By removing the superhuman elements entirely, they could eliminate the dangerous side effects while preserving the regenerative benefits. Furthermore, the serum should function as a consumable rather than a permanent enhancement. It could heal injuries and disabilities, but it wouldn't grant ongoing superhuman healing abilities to patients. Ben also planned to develop multiple generations of serum with varying effectiveness levels. Only the most advanced version would be capable of full limb regeneration, while earlier versions would offer more limited healing benefits. This tiered approach would maximize both the therapeutic value and the commercial potential of their research, while maintaining strict control over the most powerful applications. Connors remained silent for several moments, clearly uncomfortable with the commercial considerations but unable to articulate specific objections. The original serum hadn't been entirely his creation anyway. His initial research had been conducted with Richard Parker more than a decade earlier, and even the flawed lizard serum had been based on formulations that Richard had developed. The treatment Ben was proposing would be even further removed from Connors' original work. More importantly, Connors understood that any successful company had to prioritize profitability to survive. At least Primus remained committed to helping humanity rather than purely pursuing financial gain. How do we protect the formula from being stolen or reverse engineered? Connors asked, his concerns clearly influenced by recent events. Although Dr. Animo's final battle had occurred at Stark Tower, the aerial combat between the mutated bird and Iron Man had inevitably endangered civilian bystanders. When Ben had subsequently knocked Dr. Animo into the Hudson River, the resulting waves had nearly capsized several passenger ships. "We control the supply chain from the source," Ben replied, gesturing toward Dr. Animo's genetic manipulation device. "All we need to do is ensure that one of the serum's essential components remains exclusively in our possession. This approach would make reverse engineering virtually impossible. Even if competitors managed to analyze the serum's basic composition, they would be unable to replicate it without access to the proprietary ingredient." "Then let's start from the beginning," Connors said with renewed enthusiasm. "We'll need to establish a controlled ecological environment for our research," Ben agreed. "I've reserved space for exactly this purpose." Ben had rented an entire floor of the building, though they were currently only using 2 laboratory areas. There was plenty of room for expansion, and he anticipated needing significantly more space soon. Once the Stark Expo concluded and certain business opportunities became available, he planned to acquire much larger facilities. Justin Hammer's company would be perfect for their needs. Ben and Connors worked together intensively, and Connors found himself consistently amazed by Ben's gray matter form. The transformed Ben sometimes seemed puzzled by concepts that Connors considered fundamental to biological research, yet he could instantly identify solutions to problems that had stumped Connors for years. "We don't need comprehensive genetic mutation," Ben observed during one of their sessions. "We only need to enhance specific stem cell populations." Their progress was remarkable, and they were already developing plans for controlled genetic modifications when a doorbell interrupted their work. Connors immediately tensed, remembering his status as a fugitive from corporate justice. "Relax," Ben assured him, jumping down from the laboratory table. I have an appointment with Norman Osborn. He slapped the Omnitrix interface while still in midair, reverting to human form before his feet touched the ground. Norman Osborn. Connor's anxiety only increased at the mention of his former employer. I'll explain everything later, Ben promised. Just tell him that we've successfully developed the serum. Don't reveal any other details. Ben had long planned to help Norman and Harry address their family's genetic disorder, but he preferred to use the serum development as cover for his real intentions. He went to admit Norman and Harry, who had arrived together as planned. Norman entered the laboratory with obvious appreciation for what Ben had accomplished. While Primus couldn't match the scale of Oscorp's original facilities, Norman recognized the same entrepreneurial energy that had driven his own early success. Of course, his own beginnings hadn't been nearly as promising as what Ben had achieved. As they moved deeper into the laboratory, Norman noticed Dr. Connors and stopped in surprise. "It's been a long time, Mr. Osborn," Connors said with remarkable composure. After his initial moment of panic, Connors had quickly regained his confidence. When he really considered the situation, he had nothing to fear. The combination of his expertise and Ben's capabilities made them incredibly powerful. He felt confident they could handle any threat, whether it came from Norman Osborn or even someone as formidable as Iron Man. What could anyone possibly do to them? They were simply too strong together. I recruited Dr. Connors to help complete the serum development, Ben explained, producing a small vial filled with what appeared to be a sophisticated pharmaceutical compound. In reality, it contained a harmless anesthetic solution he had prepared in advance. "The Oscorp executives told me you were growing impatient and wanted to proceed with human trials using an incomplete formula," Connors said with obvious regret. "You've seen the consequences of that decision." "I had no knowledge of any such order," Norman replied, his expression darkening. While his health had indeed begun deteriorating, he was nowhere near desperate enough to authorize premature human testing. Moreover, he had never even seen a sample of the lizard's serum throughout the entire development process. "It seems the board of directors has been hoping for my death for quite some time," Norman said bitterly. "Well, their hopes are about to be disappointed," Ben said with satisfaction. "Uncle Norman, this serum can eliminate the genetic defects that have plagued the Osborn family for generations. That's why I invited you and Harry here today." "You're serious?" Norman could barely contain his excitement, his usual composed demeanor cracking under the weight of decades of fear and anticipation. Harry, who had been kept completely unaware of his family's medical history, looked confused. "Wait, what genetic defect are you talking about?" Norman hesitated for a long moment before finally revealing the truth that had haunted him for years. "There's a hereditary disease that affects every member of the Osborn bloodline," he explained with obvious pain. "No Osborn has ever lived beyond the age of 50. Harry's eyes widened in shock. While he couldn't yet fully comprehend his own mortality, he suddenly realized that his father had only a few years remaining. "That's all in the past now," Ben declared with absolute confidence. He raised the vial high, the liquid inside catching the laboratory lights like a beacon of hope. But Connors understood the truth. The real source of hope wasn't the serum at all. It was the watch Ben wore. The cure that would forever change the fate of the Osborn family rested in Ben's palm, no larger than a standard syringe. The laboratory's sterile lighting cast harsh shadows across Norman's weathered face as he stared at the vial, his steel-gray eyes reflecting a tumultuous storm of desperate hope and crushing doubt. Could this truly be the answer? The thought hammered against his skull like a relentless drumbeat. After generations of Osborn men succumbing to this genetic curse, could salvation really be this simple? Norman's breath came in sharp, measured bursts as decades of accumulated desperation threatened to overwhelm his composure. The disease had already begun its insidious work. The subtle tremors in his hands, the occasional lapses in judgment, the growing darkness that whispered seductive promises of power and violence. He felt it coiling within him like a serpent, patient and inevitable. But it wasn't his own mortality that drove him to this moment. It was Harry, his son barely out of his teens, with his entire life stretching ahead of him like an unmarked canvas. Harry, who deserved better than to inherit this genetic nightmare along with the Osborn name. The boy's laugh still echoed with genuine joy. His eyes still held optimism about the future, qualities that Norman feared would be the first casualties of their family's curse. "Then let's try it," Norman said, his voice carrying the weight of a man who had already accepted his fate. The words emerged steady and decisive, belying the chaos of emotion beneath. Deep down, Norman harbored little confidence that Ben's miracle cure would actually work. Too many brilliant minds had attempted to solve this puzzle before, only to watch their theories crumble against the cruel reality of Osborn genetics. But as he watched Ben's unwavering certainty, Norman felt something he hadn't experienced in years: genuine hope. Even if this attempt failed, even if he died convulsing on that cold laboratory table, at least his sacrifice would provide valuable data. At least Ben would be one step closer to finding the real solution. At least Harry would have a fighting chance. "I'll go first," Norman declared, his tone brooking no argument. Ben had initially considered treating them simultaneously, but he immediately understood Norman's reasoning. No father worth the name would allow his child to face unknown dangers first. It was a fundamental law of parenthood, as immutable as gravity itself. Ben led Norman into the sealed laboratory, where the older man changed into a standard hospital gown with practiced efficiency. As he settled onto the examination table, Norman's natural wit reasserted itself, a defense mechanism he'd perfected over decades of high-stakes business negotiations. "Shouldn't there be restraints?" he asked with a sardonic smile, though his knuckles were white where they gripped the table's edge. "If I transform into some kind of lizard monster, you'll be in considerable danger, Ben. You're not going to turn into a monster, Uncle Norman," Ben replied with quiet confidence, preparing the anesthetic with steady hands. "Trust me." As the needle found its mark, Norman felt the familiar coolness of the drug spreading through his veins. His consciousness began to fade at the edges, but he fought against the encroaching darkness long enough to grasp Ben's wrist with surprising strength. "Take care of Harry," he whispered, each word a tremendous effort. "If this doesn't work, promise me you'll keep trying. He deserves." "I told you there won't be any problems," Ben said softly, his voice the last thing Norman heard before unconsciousness claimed him. Ben stood in the sudden silence, watching the steady rise and fall of Norman's chest. Then he raised his wrist, studying the Omnitrix with newfound appreciation for its incredible capabilities. "Omnitrix, repair the genetic structure of this human," he commanded, his voice echoing slightly in the sterile chamber. The device's interface flickered to life, bathing the room in ethereal green light. "Gene repair and reconstruction process initiated. Select genetic template, random species database, or specified parameters. Use human genetic templates only," Ben said immediately. The last thing Norman needed was to wake up looking like some alien creature. Earth human, optimal health parameters. Confirmed, scanning subject for genetic anomalies. The Omnitrix projected a complex lattice of light that enveloped Norman's unconscious form. Ben watched in fascination as the device's sensors mapped every chromosome, every genetic flaw, every inherited weakness that had plagued the Osborn bloodline for generations. Genetic repair sequence complete. Subject's cellular structure has been optimized within human parameters. Ben carefully powered down the device and began the same process with Harry, who had been waiting anxiously in the adjacent room. The younger Osborn showed none of his father's stoic acceptance, his nervous energy filling the space as he paced back and forth. "Is Dad going to be okay?" Harry asked for the dozenth time, his voice tight with worry. "More than okay," Ben assured him, guiding Harry to the examination table. "In about 30 minutes, you're both going to feel better than you have in years." The procedure repeated itself with mechanical precision. Harry's anesthesia took hold more quickly than his father's, perhaps due to his youth, and soon both Osborns lay peacefully unconscious while their bodies underwent the most fundamental transformation possible. Ben spent the waiting period reviewing his notes, double-checking every calculation, every assumption. The science was sound. The Omnitrix's genetic repair capabilities were beyond anything Earth's medical technology could achieve, but the emotional weight of what he was attempting pressed down on him like a physical force. These weren't just patients, they were family. Norman had been like a second father to him, and Harry was closer than a brother. If something went wrong, "Don't think like that," Ben told himself firmly. "It's going to work, it has to work." 37 minutes after the procedure began, Norman's eyes fluttered open. He lay still for several moments, his gaze unfocused as the anesthesia slowly released its hold. When awareness finally returned, his first instinct was to check his body, searching for the familiar aches and subtle wrongness that had become his constant curse. Instead, he found strength. Every cell in his body seemed to hum with renewed energy. The chronic fatigue that had plagued him for months was gone, replaced by a vigor he hadn't experienced since his 20s. His mind felt sharp and clear, free from the fog of depression and rage that had been building like storm clouds on the horizon. "The treatment was successful, Uncle Norman," Ben said, his relief evident in every word. Norman sat up slowly, marveling at the fluid grace of the movement. No joint pain, no muscle stiffness, no tremor in his hands. He flexed his fingers experimentally, watching them respond with perfect precision. This is, Norman began then stopped, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what had just occurred. This is incredible. Harry stirred on the adjacent table, his recovery proceeding with the resilience. Within minutes, both father and son were sitting upright, staring at each other with wonder and growing joy. I feel amazing, Harry said, his voice filled with amazement. Like I could run a marathon or solve quantum equations or anything. Norman laughed, a sound of pure, unfettered happiness that Ben hadn't heard in years. I know exactly what you mean, son. It's as if someone turned back the clock 20 years. The genetic repair had done more than simply remove the Osborn curse. By utilizing optimal human genetic templates, the Omnitrix had enhanced their natural capabilities to the peak of human potential. They were still entirely human, but they were the best possible versions of themselves. I don't know how to thank you, Ben, Norman said, his eyes bright with unshed tears of gratitude. You've given us back our lives, you've given us back our future. Then, as if struck by sudden inspiration, Norman's expression shifted to one of calculated determination. Ben, I want Primus to market this serum in partnership with Osborn Industries. Full collaboration, shared branding. The suggestion hit the room like a thunderbolt. Harry stared at his father in shock while Dr. Connors, who had been quietly observing from the corner, looked genuinely offended. Dad. Harry exclaimed, his voice rising with indignation. Ben just saved our lives and you want to steal his research. I'm not trying to steal anything, Norman said calmly, though his eyes flashed with the strategic brilliance that had built his empire. I'm trying to protect it. Ben held up a hand to forestall Harry's angry response. I think I understand what Uncle Norman is getting at. You're worried about the reaction from pharmaceutical companies. Exactly, Norman confirmed. The moment this cure hits the market, it will represent an existential threat to every major medical corporation in the world. They'll use every dirty trick in the book to discredit it, suppress it, or steal it for themselves. Dr. Connors frowned, beginning to grasp the implications. But if Osborn Industries is the public face of the discovery, then Primus remains in the shadows, Norman finished. All the corporate warfare, all the legal challenges, all the attempts at industrial espionage, they'll be directed at Osborn. Meanwhile, Ben can continue his research without interference. That's incredibly dangerous for you, Ben pointed out. Osborn Industries is already struggling. Taking on the entire pharmaceutical industry could destroy the company. Norman's smile was fierce and predatory. Let them come. I've got enough energy now to fight them all. Besides, this partnership will revitalize Osborn's public image. After the lizard incident, we need something to restore people's faith in our company. The plan was audacious, risky, and potentially brilliant. Ben found himself nodding slowly as he considered the implications. It's a win-win scenario. We get corporate protection and distribution networks, while Osborn gets a revolutionary product and public redemption. Exactly, Norman said. And I won't take a penny of the profits. This is my gift to you, Ben. Consider it a small token of gratitude for giving me back my son's future. Harry looked between his father and friend, his expression shifting from anger to understanding to admiration. You're really going to go to war with the entire medical industry. Son, Norman said with a grin that was equal parts paternal pride and corporate ruthlessness, I've been spoiling for a good fight for years. This is exactly the kind of challenge I've been waiting for. The next morning, Norman wasted no time implementing his plan. He called an emergency board meeting, during which he systematically dismantled every argument against his reinstatement as CEO. The board members found themselves faced with a Norman Osborn who radiated confidence and vitality. By afternoon, he had regained controlling interest in his company. By evening, he was holding a press conference to address the lizard incident and announce Osborn Industries' exciting new direction in genetic medicine. Ben watched the broadcast from his laboratory, impressed by Norman's political acumen. The man had managed to spin the entire lizard debacle as a cautionary tale about the dangers of unregulated genetic research, while simultaneously positioning Osborn as the responsible leader in safe, ethical genetic therapy. Brilliant, Ben murmured, making notes for his own upcoming responsibilities. That evening, Harry arrived at the lab carrying a leather portfolio. Dad wanted me to give you this, he said, his expression serious. Inside the portfolio was a stock transfer certificate for 20% of Osborn Industries. Combined with the shares Ben had already purchased, he now owned a quarter of one of the world's most powerful corporations. I can't accept this, Ben said automatically, though he was already calculating the implications. Dad figured you'd say that, Harry replied with a grin. He told me to tell you that it's not a gift, it's an investment. He believes Primus is going to change the world, and he wants Osborn to be part of that change. Ben stared at the certificate, feeling the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. Harry, do you realize what this means? We're about to take on some of the most powerful people in the world. I know, Harry said, his voice steady with newfound maturity, and I can't wait. As the Osborn family began their preparations for the coming storm, Ben turned his attention to the practical challenges ahead. Eunice, I need you to analyze global pharmaceutical markets and develop a comprehensive distribution strategy. Also, start drafting partnership agreements and patent applications. Already in progress, Ben, Eunice replied, her holographic form materializing beside him. I've also taken the liberty of identifying potential manufacturing facilities and key personnel for recruitment. What would I do without you? Ben asked, genuinely grateful for his AI assistant's capabilities. Probably make a lot more mistakes, Eunice said with her characteristic dry humor. But don't worry, I'll keep you organized. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Mendel Storm was discovering that Norman Osborn had not only survived his apparent downfall, but had somehow emerged stronger than ever. The man who was supposed to be dying of genetic disease was now buying back his own company's stock with the confidence of someone who had absolutely nothing to lose. Impossible, Storm muttered, staring at the financial reports. He should be dead by now. The implications were troubling. If Norman had somehow found a cure for the Osborn genetic curse, it would represent a threat to carefully laid plans that had been years in the making. Storm's fingers drummed against his desk as he considered his options. Norman, my old friend, he said to the empty room, you always were too stubborn to die quietly, but everyone has their breaking point. He reached for his phone, dialing a number he hadn't used in months. When the call connected, his voice was ice-cold with determination. It's time to accelerate our timeline. Norman Osborn needs to be reminded that some games have consequences. Across town, Peter Parker was dealing with his own set of complications. Hell's Kitchen had become a battleground for various criminal organizations, and Spider-Man was finding himself stretched thin trying to maintain order. He had no idea that his cousin and best friend was about to revolutionize modern medicine, or that the Osborn family's genetic curse had been broken. The stage was set for a confrontation that would reshape the balance of power in both the scientific and criminal worlds. Manhattan gleamed like a jewel against the night sky, its towering spires and blazing neon a testament to human ambition and achievement. The city pulsed with life, money, and power, a concrete jungle where dreams were made and fortunes won. But like all jungles, the deeper you ventured into its heart, the darker it became. Beneath the gleaming facade of prosperity lay another world entirely. A world where shadows held secrets and alleys whispered of things decent people pretended not to know. In this urban wilderness, no territory was more infamous than Hell's Kitchen, 8 blocks of pure, concentrated chaos that would make even the most hardened criminals from Gotham City tip their hats in respectful acknowledgement. Hell's Kitchen wasn't just dangerous, it was legendary in its depravity. The kind of place where Satan himself would need a bulletproof vest and a good life insurance policy. Here, in these narrow streets choked with perpetual shadow, evil had set up shop and hung out a welcome sign. The night crawlers emerged after sunset like creatures from a fevered dream. Drug dealers with hollow eyes and twitchy fingers, pimps in expensive suits that couldn't hide the violence in their souls, enforcers for the hand, moving with the fluid grace of trained killers. Even Kingpin's soldiers, men who spoke in whispers and left silence in their wake, treated these streets with something approaching reverence. This was their domain, their hunting ground, their twisted version of paradise. And there was one type of person you would never encounter wandering these streets after dark: normal people. Because normal people valued their lives, their sanity, and their ability to sleep at night without seeing the things that dwelt in Hell's Kitchen's perpetual twilight. In essence, this was New York's very own Gotham City. But unlike Gotham, Hell's Kitchen had its own dark night, though he bore little resemblance to the billionaire in the Cape. He wore a form-fitting armored suit that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. His cowl featured 2 devil horns that gave him a demonic silhouette, while leaving his jaw exposed, a tactical choice that spoke of supreme confidence in his abilities. He moved through the night with purpose, dispensing justice with his fists and whatever improvised weapons he could find. He was Daredevil, the man without fear, Hell's Kitchen's guardian angel and New York's answer to Batman. Of course, there were some key differences between the two vigilantes. The Dark Knight of Gotham relied on cutting-edge technology, unlimited resources, and psychological warfare. Daredevil fought crime using nothing but his enhanced senses, his fighting skills, and an unshakable moral code. Where Batman had the luxury of gadgets and a fortune, Daredevil had radar sense and righteous fury. But none of that mattered tonight because Daredevil wasn't the focus of our story. What mattered was that somewhere in this urban hellscape, A naive young man was about to learn that good intentions and superpowers didn't automatically translate into effective crime fighting. Peter Parker had been growing restless patrolling Queens. The neighborhood was certainly safer under Spider-Man's watchful eye, but that very safety had become a problem. Crime was down, the streets were quiet, and Peter found himself with energy to burn and a growing sense that he could be doing more. His thoughts kept drifting to Stark Tower, remembering the mutant bird fighting with Iron Man in the sky. Maybe I should expand my territory, Peter thought as he web-swung through the quieter streets of Queens. The decision, when it came, felt almost inevitable. Peter altered his trajectory, swinging toward Manhattan with the enthusiasm of youth and the confidence of someone who had never truly faced the darkness that lurked in the human heart. Hell's Kitchen welcomed him with open arms. Peter's enhanced hearing picked up the conversation before he saw the participants. Three men in expensive suits were discussing prices with the casual tone of people negotiating the sale of a used car. But as Peter crept closer, perching on a fire escape in the shadows, he realized they weren't talking about drugs or weapons. They were talking about a person. "She's young, healthy, and completely broken in," one of the men was saying, his voice carrying the satisfied tone of a successful salesman. "Perfect for your overseas clients." "The price is still too high," another voice countered. "Damaged goods depreciate quickly in this market." Peter's blood ran cold. He had read about human trafficking in his criminology texts, seen the statistics in newspaper articles, but witnessing it firsthand was like being punched in the gut by reality itself. These men were discussing another human being as if she were livestock. How is this possible? Peter wondered, his fists clenching involuntarily. The thought led him to a troubling realization. Tony Stark Iron Man flew high above the city battling a giant bird. His battles were fought in the sky against enemies that threatened the entire Manhattan. But down here in the shadows between buildings, ordinary people were suffering in ways that would never make the evening news. He can't see what's happening down here, Peter realized. He's too focused on the big picture to notice the small tragedies. It wasn't a criticism, exactly. Iron Man saved the world on a regular basis, and that was important work. But someone needed to care about the individual victims, the nameless people who fell through the cracks of a system that was supposed to protect them. At least I can help them, Peter thought, his resolve hardening. I can be the one who notices. He was so focused on the human traffickers that he almost missed the warning tingle of his spider sense. Almost. At the last possible second, Peter's enhanced reflexes kicked in, and he ducked just as something whistled through the air where his head had been moments before. The attack came from above, a figure in dark clothing who had somehow managed to approach without triggering Peter's spider sense until the very last moment. The attacker landed on the fire escape with perfect balance, and Peter got his first clear look at Hell's Kitchen's protector. Matt Murdock, though Peter didn't know his name, was not what anyone would call an imposing figure. He was lean rather than bulky, built more like a gymnast than a bodybuilder. But there was something about his stance, his movements, that suggested coiled violence and supreme confidence. "You're not supposed to be here," Matt said, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had appointed himself judge and jury of these streets. Matt had been tracking the human trafficking ring for weeks, building a case that would not only stop their current operation but dismantle their entire network. The last thing he needed was some amateur hero blundering into the middle of his carefully orchestrated investigation. But this wasn't just any amateur. Matt's enhanced senses told him things that normal observation would miss. The intruder's heartbeat was steady despite the sudden confrontation, suggesting either exceptional self-control or genuine competence. His breathing was controlled, his muscle tension indicated readiness for combat, and his scent carried none of the fear sweat that usually accompanied criminal activity. Most intriguingly, despite his youthful voice, this person moved with the fluid grace of someone who had seen real combat. This is not an ordinary person, Matt thought, adjusting his assessment. Without warning, Matt attacked. His billy clubs whistled through the air in a complex pattern that would have overwhelmed most opponents. The strikes were precise, efficient, and delivered with the kind of timing that came from years of training. But Peter Parker was not most opponents. Spider-Sense transformed the world into a slow-motion ballet of cause and effect. Peter could see each attack coming before it began, his enhanced reflexes allowing him to dodge and weave with an ease that must have seemed almost supernatural to his opponent. Where Matt's fighting style was a masterpiece of technical precision, Peter's was pure improvisation. He had never received formal training in martial arts, relying instead on his superhuman abilities and street-smart instincts. It was effective, but it lacked the disciplined beauty of true martial arts. "I couldn't hit him too hard," Peter reminded himself as he avoided another flurry of strikes. Normal people are fragile. Peter raised his wrists and fired 2 web lines, expecting to end the confrontation quickly and cleanly. But Matt's enhanced hearing had caught the subtle mechanical sounds of the web shooters activating, and he rolled aside just as the synthetic webbing splattered against the brick wall where he had been standing. Not a gun, not a dart, Matt thought, his mind racing to categorize the unfamiliar sound. Some kind of projectile weapon I've never encountered before. The pause in combat gave Peter an opportunity to speak. "How did you dodge that?" he said, his voice carrying a note of genuine surprise that made Matt reassess his opponent yet again. The voice was young, very young. Matt's enhanced hearing could detect the subtle vocal patterns that indicated the speaker was still in his teens, possibly younger. In a place like Hell's Kitchen, that usually meant one of 2 things. Either the kid was a victim, or he was being groomed to become a predator. Matt's heart sank. In a place like Hell's Kitchen, even a kid like you is caught up in crime. Peter's confusion was so genuine that Matt could practically hear it. Wait, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us," the young man said, waving his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I'm not a criminal, I'm Spider-Man. Matt had been too busy with his own investigations to pay attention to the various internet rumors about new heroes appearing in New York. The name sounded like something a teenager might come up with while fantasizing about following in Iron Man's footsteps. Great, Matt thought. A kid who thinks superpowers make him invincible. Hell's Kitchen is not a place for a young boy like you, Matt said, his voice carrying the weight of hard-earned experience. He had seen too many good people broken by this neighborhood's casual cruelty to let another idealistic teenager throw his life away. Go home, kid. But Peter had never been good at following orders, especially when they conflicted with his fundamental sense of right and wrong. He had spent too many years being the timid kid who watched injustice happen without acting. Now that he had the power to make a difference, he wasn't about to let anyone, even a well-meaning vigilante, stop him from helping people who needed it. I have superpowers, Peter thought, his teenage stubbornness asserting itself. What's the point of having abilities like these if I'm too scared to use them? Without another word, Peter fired a webline toward the nearest building and swung directly toward the group of human traffickers, leaving Matt behind on the fire escape. Wait, Matt called out, but it was too late. The kid was already in motion, and Matt could hear the subtle shift in the criminals' conversation as they noticed the approaching figure. This is about to get very complicated, Matt thought, launching himself into pursuit. The night air filled with the sound of breaking glass and startled shouts as Spider-Man made his dramatic entrance into Hell's Kitchen's underworld. In the distance, sirens began to wail, a sound that was as common as car horns in this part of the city. Daredevil ran toward the chaos, his enhanced senses painting a vivid picture of the unfolding disaster. The kid had heart, he'd give him that, but heart alone wasn't enough to survive in Hell's Kitchen. He's about to learn that the hard way, Matt thought grimly, picking up speed. I just hope he lives long enough to benefit from the lesson. The stage was set for a collision between 2 very different approaches to justice, one forged in the fires of tragedy and tempered by years of brutal experience, the other born from a teenage boy's unshakable belief that with great power comes great responsibility. Ben had no idea that his cousin was currently bleeding in an alley 3 miles away, learning harsh lessons about the difference between neighborhood crime and the organized brutality of Hell's Kitchen. If he had known, he might have put down his research notes and gone to help. But Spider-Man's greatest strength had always been his independence, and his greatest weakness was his stubborn refusal to ask for help when he needed it most. In truth, Ben wasn't particularly worried about Peter's nocturnal activities. Most of Spider-Man's dangerous encounters seemed to revolve around threats to their family, and Ben had made damn sure that his parents were as protected as 2 people could possibly be. The kid's grown up, Ben thought as he adjusted the molecular structure of his latest serum sample. He needs to learn to handle things on his own. Besides, Ben had his own problems to worry about. The laboratory hummed with activity as he and Dr. Connors worked through their 3rd consecutive all-nighter, fine-tuning the healing serum that would soon revolutionize modern medicine. The technical challenges had been conquered weeks ago, now it was all about perfecting the formula and preparing for mass production. Hand me that spectrographic analysis, Ben called out, not looking up from his microscope. I want to verify the cellular regeneration rate one more time, Doctor. Connors passed the requested data with his newly regenerated right arm. The limb was still pale and slightly undersized compared to his left, but it was growing stronger every day. Connors had taken to flexing his fingers obsessively, as if afraid the miracle might suddenly reverse itself. The basic formula is perfect, Connors said, his voice carrying the satisfaction of a job well done. Rapid tissue repair, minimal scarring, no adverse side effects. This is going to change everything. Ben nodded, sealing the final samples in temperature-controlled containers. Time to hand this off to Harry. Production planning, marketing strategies, distribution networks. If he can't handle the business side of things, then all those expensive business school classes were a waste of Norman's money. It had been an intense week. Felicia had visited the lab several times, ostensibly to check on their progress but really just to spend time with Ben. Mary Jane Watson had also become a regular presence, stopping by after her band practice to bring coffee and encouragement. But despite the welcome distractions, Ben's focus remained laser-sharp. The healing serum represented more than just a scientific breakthrough. It was the foundation of an empire that would reshape the balance of power in multiple industries. Eunice, schedule a meeting with Norman for tomorrow morning, Ben said, carefully organizing his research notes. It's time to discuss our market strategy. Already done, Eunice replied, her holographic form materializing beside the workstation. Mr. Osborne has cleared his entire morning. He seems quite eager to begin the next phase. The meeting took place in Norman's newly renovated office, high above Manhattan in the heart of Osborne Industries. The space radiated confidence and power, exactly the image they needed to project as they prepared to take on the pharmaceutical establishment. First, we launched the basic version, Ben explained, placing a vial of crystal-clear, faintly luminescent serum on Norman's desk. Rapid wound healing, tissue regeneration, minimal recovery time. Strong enough to save lives, but not so powerful that it triggers immediate panic among our competitors. Norman held the vial up to the light, watching the liquid shimmer with an almost otherworldly beauty. How rapid are we talking about? A deep laceration that would normally require surgery and weeks of recovery, 4 to 6 minutes for complete healing, Ben said. Broken bones, severe burns, internal bleeding, everything short of organ failure or massive trauma. That's going to cause quite a sensation, Norman said with obvious satisfaction. The medical community will have to take notice. That's the point, Ben continued. But we need to be strategic about this. The pharmaceutical giants are going to come at us hard once they realize what we're threatening. Having Osborne's name on the product gives us credibility and protection. Norman's expression grew serious. You're worried about industrial espionage, corporate sabotage, maybe worse. I'm worried about everything, Ben admitted. The moment this hits the market, we're going to have targets on our backs, but with the right approach, we can weather the storm and come out stronger. What about the upgraded versions? Norman asked. Phase 2 launches in 3 to 4 months, Ben explained. The advanced formula can handle more severe trauma, organ damage, spinal injuries, things that current medicine considers permanent disabilities, but will also release a consumer version. Consumer version? Ben smiled. Minor cuts, scrapes, bruises, and complete scar removal. The profit margins on cosmetic applications are enormous. Every athlete, every model, every person who's ever been self-conscious about old injuries will want this product. Norman leaned back in his chair, clearly impressed by the scope of Ben's planning. You've thought of everything, haven't you? I try to be thorough, Ben said, but Uncle Norman, there's something else we need to discuss. Once the basic serum launches, your former board members are going to realize they've been played. They sold their shares at rock-bottom prices, and now they're about to watch those same shares skyrocket. Let them rage, Norman said dismissively. They betrayed me when they thought I was weak. Now they can live with the consequences. They might not be content to just live with it, Ben warned. Desperate people do stupid things. We should be prepared for attempts at sabotage, corporate espionage, maybe even violence. Norman's eyes hardened. Then we'll be ready for them. I didn't survive this long in the business world by being naive about human nature. With the immediate planning complete, Ben felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The hardest part was over, now it was just a matter of execution. I think I can finally take a vacation, he told Connors back at the lab. Maybe visit New Japan, see some sights. You've earned it, Connors agreed, flexing his new hand experimentally. When Martha and Billy see me again, they won't believe their eyes. We can get you a new identity, Ben offered. Curtis Connors is officially dead, but Curtis Shaw could have a bright future ahead of him. I like the sound of that, Connors said with a grateful smile. Ben's vacation plans were already taking shape. Marvel Timeline was entering a new phase, and he wanted to position himself for the opportunities ahead. Recently, news of Meteor had reportedly fallen somewhere in New Mexico, an event that would soon bring the god of thunder to Earth. While Ben had no illusions about his ability to lift Mjolnir, he was very interested in studying Asgardian genetics. The god of the universe, Ben thought, recalling the non-canon alien form from the Ben 10 continuity, and Asgardian physiology elevated to cosmic proportions. It possessed flight, energy manipulation, and something close to immortality. The scientific possibilities were intriguing. Asgardians represented one of the most advanced biological forms in the known universe, and the Omnitrix's genetic optimization protocols could potentially unlock capabilities that even Thor didn't possess. But those were plans for tomorrow. Tonight, Ben was looking forward to going home, having dinner with his family, and getting his first full night's sleep in weeks. He was halfway through packing his research notes when Peter stumbled through his bedroom window. "Help." Peter's voice cracked as he tried to speak, the word catching in his throat like broken glass. His Spider-Man costume hung in tatters, dark stains seeping through the tears in the fabric. But it was the unconscious vigilante draped across his shoulders that truly conveyed the severity of what had happened. The metallic smell of blood filled Ben's bedroom, sharp and invasive. Peter's injuries appeared mostly superficial, cuts, bruises, and scrapes that would heal within days. But Matt Murdock looked like he was balancing on the edge of a cliff, with death waiting in the valley below. "What happened?" Ben demanded, immediately moving into action. He pulled a small vial of healing serum from his emergency medical kit, one of several he had prepared for exactly this kind of situation. Peter watched with growing alarm as Ben approached the unconscious Daredevil with the syringe. The memories of Dr. Connor's transformation were still fresh in his mind, and for a terrifying moment, he wondered if his brother was about to turn Matt Murdock into another monster. "Wait," Peter started to say, but Ben was already injecting the serum directly into a major artery. "Don't worry," Ben said, noting Peter's expression. "I've perfected the formula, no side effects, no mutations, just accelerated healing." The effect was almost immediate. Color returned to Matt's pale features and his breathing became stronger and more regular. The visible wounds began closing, skin knitting itself back together with remarkable efficiency. Within minutes, he was stirring back to consciousness. Matt's enhanced senses came online in a chaotic rush. Heartbeats, breathing patterns, the lingering scent of chemicals and blood, all of it crashed into his awareness like a tidal wave. He tried to process the sensory overload, to categorize and understand his surroundings. Then Ben's hand struck the back of his neck with surgical precision, and darkness claimed him once again. "Why did you knock him out?" Peter exclaimed, staring at his brother in disbelief. "You just saved his life. And now I'm protecting yours," Ben replied curtly. "Did you want him to wake up, memorize your heartbeat and voice patterns, figure out your secret identity, and know exactly where our family live?" The logic hit Peter like a cold slap. In his panic and exhaustion, he hadn't considered the implications of bringing Daredevil home. Matt Murdock's enhanced senses would make maintaining a secret identity nearly impossible. Peter began, then stopped. "I didn't know where else to take him. I couldn't bring him to a hospital, they'd ask too many questions." Ben's expression softened slightly. "I understand, but next time carry a few doses of healing serum with you. It'll save us both a lot of trouble." The truth was, Ben couldn't mass-produce the serum yet. The specialized material for the formula was in short supply, and building a proper facility would take months. "So," Ben said, carefully moving Matt's unconscious form to a more comfortable position on the floor, "what exactly happened out there?" Peter took a shaky breath, organizing his thoughts. The past few days felt like a blur of violence and adrenaline, but the core facts were clear enough. "It started a few days ago," Peter began. "I met Daredevil in Hell's Kitchen. We didn't exactly get along at first. What followed was a reluctant partnership that had evolved into something resembling friendly competition. Both vigilantes had been working the same territory, often crossing paths as they dismantled criminal operations. Daredevil's experience and tactical expertise balanced against Spider-Man's raw power and enhanced reflexes. We were actually working pretty well together," Peter continued. "Taking down drug dealers, dealing with human trafficker, that sort of thing, but tonight was different." "Different how?" Ben asked, though he was already forming theories based on the nature of Peter's injuries. Peter's face went pale as he recalled the encounter. "There was this thing, I don't know what else to call it. A man, I think, but wrapped in bandages like a mummy. Where his eyes should have been, there were just holes that leaked blood." Ben felt a chill run down his spine. He had studied enough Marvel lore to recognize certain patterns, and this description triggered several alarming possibilities. "My spider sense didn't work," Peter continued, his voice dropping to a whisper. "At all. It was like this guy didn't exist, at least not in any way my powers could detect. And Daredevil's enhanced senses were completely useless too." That detail made Ben's blood run cold. Spider sense was notoriously difficult to fool, responding to danger on a quantum level that transcended normal sensory perception. For it to fail completely suggested an enemy with capabilities far beyond ordinary criminals. After we encountered that thing, we were ambushed by ninjas, Peter said, professional ones. They fought like they had been training for decades, and they didn't hesitate to kill. Daredevil took the worst of it. He threw himself between me and a sword that would have taken my head off. Ben absorbed this information, his mind racing through potential threats. The Hand was known for their supernatural members and mystical abilities. If they had someone who could neutralize enhanced senses. A soft groan from the floor interrupted his thoughts. Matt was regaining consciousness again, the healing serum working more efficiently than Ben had anticipated. Without hesitation, Ben struck him unconscious once more, this time with just enough force to ensure a longer period of rest. Peter winced. "Are you sure you're not giving him brain damage?" "Trust me, I know what I'm doing," Ben said. "We need to move him somewhere safe, and then we're going back to investigate this mystery enemy of yours." Ben retrieved 2 Spider-Man suits from his closet, his own modified version and a newly upgraded costume for Peter. The new suit incorporated advanced materials and several technological improvements that would give Peter a significant advantage in future encounters. "I've enhanced the web shooters with multiple firing modes," Ben explained as they prepared to leave. "Impact webbing, electrical nets, even some non-lethal chemical compounds. There's also improved armor padding and a basic communications system." Peter's eyes lit up as he examined the costume. The craftsmanship was extraordinary. Every detail had been refined and perfected, from the web pattern to the eye lenses that could adjust for different lighting conditions. "This is incredible," Peter said, genuinely impressed. "Thanks," Ben said with a slight smile. "Now let's go find out what we're really dealing with." They slipped out through the window, web swinging toward Manhattan as the city lights blurred past them. Behind them, Matt Murdock slept peacefully, his body healing from wounds that should have killed him. Meanwhile, in the shadows of Hell's Kitchen, something far more sinister was taking place. The artist known as Muse stood before a brick wall that served as his canvas, though no conventional paintbrush would suffice for his particular medium. Blood, fresh, warm, and rich with life, was the only pigment that could properly express his vision. The police officer at his feet had stopped struggling several minutes ago, his life fleeting away through the precise incision across his throat. Muse held a metal bucket beneath the wound, collecting every precious drop as it fell. When the flow finally stopped, Muse lifted the bucket and examined its contents with the critical eye of a master craftsman. The volume was disappointing, barely enough to complete a small portion of his grand design. "This little bit of paint is not enough," he muttered, his voice carrying the frustrated tone of an artist whose vision exceeded his available materials. How could he create his masterpiece, his tribute to the beautiful chaos of human suffering, without adequate supplies? The wall before him was vast, a blank canvas that demanded to be filled with imagery that would make the entire city understand the exquisite artistry of death. He looked down at the corpse with something approaching affection. The officer had been a good subject, young, healthy, with enough blood to contribute meaningfully to the work. But one life, one canvas of flesh and bone, could only provide so much inspiration. "More blood is needed," Muse declared, his bandaged features twisting into what might have been a smile beneath the wrappings. "So much more." He picked up his brush, an implement fashioned from human bone and hair, and began applying the first strokes to his canvas. The crimson paint gleamed wetly in the dim alley lighting, creating patterns that spoke of madness and artistic genius intertwined. This was more than murder. This was performance art on the grandest scale, with the entire city as his audience and human life as his medium. Soon, everyone would understand that death was not an ending but a transformation, crude flesh elevated to the status of high art. Spider-Man and Daredevil had interfered with his previous installations, but they were merely critics who lacked the sophistication to appreciate true artistic vision. No matter. They would eventually become part of the exhibition themselves. Muse stepped back to admire his work, already planning the next acquisition of materials. The night was young, and Hell's Kitchen was full of potential subjects just waiting to be transformed into something beautiful and eternal. The artist's canvas was ready. Now all he needed were more volunteers to help him paint his masterpiece in shades of red that no conventional painter could ever achieve. As he worked, humming a tuneless song that echoed strangely in the narrow alley, Muse remained unaware that 2 costumed figures were swinging through the night toward his location, drawn by reports of violence that would soon lead them into a confrontation with madness itself. The rooftop overlooked Hell's Kitchen like a watchtower surveying a battlefield. From their vantage point several blocks away, the notorious neighborhood sprawled below them like a black stain against the city's constellation of lights. Where most of Manhattan blazed with neon and streetlights, Hell's Kitchen seemed to absorb illumination, creating pockets of shadow that moved and shifted like living things. Ben crouched beside Peter, who was carefully positioning Matt Murdock's unconscious form against a ventilation unit. The daredevil's breathing was steady and strong, the healing serum had done its work perfectly, but Ben wanted to keep him sedated until they understood exactly what they were dealing with. "How are we going to find this mummy now?" Peter asked, peering into the darkness below. "Hell's Kitchen is huge, and if he can really hide from enhanced senses." "I have a solution," Ben said, raising his wrist to study the Omnitrix's interface. "Sometimes the best way to track a predator is to become a better predator." The alien silhouette scrolled across the device's display until Ben found what he was looking for. The silhouette that appeared looked distinctly canine, though the proportions suggested something far larger and more formidable than any earthly dog. Ben slammed his palm down on the watch face and emerald light erupted around him. When the transformation completed, Peter found himself staring at a creature that defied easy categorization. Ben had transformed into something that resembled a massive, wolf-like beast, though clearly not of earthly origin. His body was covered in thick, orange fur, coarse and dense like armor. Powerful limbs ended in clawed digits built for both speed and aggression. Where eyes should have been, there were only smooth patches of skin, blank, unseeing. Instead, a set of gill-like slits lined the sides of his head, twitching and flaring as they picked up sound, heat, and scent with stunning precision. These alien sensory organs moved like living radar, giving Ben an eerie, primal awareness of everything around him. "Wow, you've turned into a giant dog," Peter exclaimed, unable to contain his amazement. The response was immediately unmistakably animal. Ben's massive paw swatted Peter with just enough force to send him sprawling onto his back. A deep guttural growl rumbled from Wildmutt's throat, radiating a level of irritation that transcended language. He asked for my help, Ben thought, even as his alien vocal cords could only produce feral snarls and grunts. And he still treats me like a pet. "I'm Wildmutt, a Vulpamancer, not some oversized mutt from a backyard kennel." After making his point about proper respect, Ben immediately began his investigation. The transformation into Wildmutt had heightened his physical senses to alien extremes and unexpectedly created a strange harmony with his spider sense. Together, they allowed him to perceive Hell's Kitchen in a way no human, or most aliens, could even begin to understand. The specialized sensory slits along his head flared open, releasing low-frequency pulses that bounced off surrounding surfaces, constructing a detailed three-dimensional map in his mind. Every rooftop, every shadowed alley, every concealed ledge within 6 blocks emerged in sharp relief. But more than that, his powerful sense of smell caught faint traces of gunpowder, blood, sweat, and fear, each scent painting a picture of the violence that had unfolded during the night. The scent signatures told a story of organized chaos. Multiple blood types, the acrid bite of cordite from discharged firearms, and the sharp metallic tang of bladed weapons all hung in the air. But beneath it all was something else, something wrong. A scent that didn't belong. It didn't emit a new odor so much as erase others, creating dead zones in his olfactory map. That's not natural, Ben realized. Something's actively masking its presence. Peter watched in fascination as Ben's massive quadrupedal form tensed, then launched into motion with fluid, animalistic grace. Wildmutt's powerful limbs and dense musculature hurled him across the rooftop in a single bound. His claws, razor-sharp and instinctively controlled, dug into the brick wall of the adjacent building, letting him scale the vertical surface with ease, as naturally as running across level ground. "Wait up," Peter called, preparing to follow with his web shooters. But then he glanced back at Matt's unconscious form and hesitated. Leaving Daredevil alone and vulnerable went against every heroic instinct he possessed. Ben was already 3 blocks away, his enhanced senses painting a vivid, multi-layered map of Hell's Kitchen's hidden underbelly. Wildmutt's natural predatory instincts, fused with Ben's human awareness, gave him a tracking ability that bordered on the supernatural. Every scent carried history, every footfall whispered intent, and even the faintest tremors through concrete and steel added nuance to the picture forming in his mind. But as he closed in on the source of the anomalous scent, something began to shift in his perception. The building ahead was a crumbling tenement long abandoned, its shattered windows and graffiti-covered walls marking it as just another relic of urban decay. But Wildmutt's senses told a different story, one far more disturbing. The metallic stench of blood here was so thick, so saturated, it seemed to warp the air itself. It created a bubble of dread, a microclimate of horror, where every breath felt like an intrusion into something profoundly wrong. He shattered the front door with a single swipe of his claws and bounded inside. The assault on his senses was immediate and brutal, blood, gallons of it. It coated the walls in intricate, deliberate patterns, more like a gallery exhibit than a crime scene. The scent was so thick, so saturated with iron and decay that it bypassed instinct and triggered something deeper, something visceral. Pain receptors flared in Ben's alien nervous system, ones he hadn't even realized existed in this form. But worse than the overwhelming stench was what happened next. His subsonic mapping, normally a flawless sense that filled in the world with clarity, suddenly collapsed. The pulses he emitted were swallowed by the space around him, vanishing without echo. It was as if the building had become a void, a sensory dead zone. His orientation faltered. For the first time since taking on Wildmutt's form, he felt ungrounded, disoriented. The floor beneath him felt wrong, too soft, too unstable, like it wasn't entirely real. Something in this place was devouring perception. It's like being inside a sensory black hole, Ben thought, fighting against rising panic. Something here is actively negating enhanced perception. Wildmutt's predatory instincts screamed silent warnings as he forced himself to examine the room more carefully. The blood on the walls hadn't been spilled in chaos. It had been applied with chilling precision, forming patterns and images that disturbed him on an instinctive level, even without the benefit of sight. Something in the flow, the structure, the intent behind the strokes, it hurt to comprehend, like art made to be felt by something inhuman. In one corner, a fresh corpse, still warm, offered undeniable proof of the artist's most recent creation. What Ben couldn't see was the figure standing less than 10 feet away from him. Muse observed the alien creature with professional interest, noting how it moved with the confidence of a natural predator despite its obvious sensory difficulties. The artist in him appreciated the creature's aesthetic qualities, the flowing musculature, the predatory grace, the way starlight caught the edges of its alien features. But this was not the audience he had been preparing for. Muse's physiology, or whatever passed for it, created what could only be described as a perception void. Light bent subtly around him, as if reluctant to reflect off his form. Sounds became muffled or warped in his presence, and scent particles didn't cling to him, they disappeared, absorbed into some impossible dead zone. Whether his abilities came from a rare neurological anomaly, experimental tampering, or something far darker, no one could say for certain. But the effect was clear. To those with enhanced senses, Muse didn't hide, he simply failed to exist. Worse still, his influence extended beyond his own body. It was as if he carried a bubble of sensory distortion with him, large enough to cloak entire rooms. His hideout wasn't invisible in the traditional sense, it was simply overlooked, like a place that didn't matter. No lingering smell of blood, no vibration of movement, no ambient noise for even the sharpest radar sense to detect. It wasn't just a trick of stealth, it was a disruption of awareness itself. A beast has no appreciation for true art, Muse thought, studying the creature that continued to search for threats it could never detect. This masterpiece requires a more sophisticated observer. The bandaged figure moved with the grace of a seasoned predator, slipping through the darkness with the intent to vanish, just as he had done countless times before. But in that moment, even the subtlest shift in posture disrupted the delicate equilibrium of the room's sensory void. Ben felt it instantly. It was like a network signal returning after prolonged interference, a sudden reactivation of instincts that had been muted moments before. The floodgates opened. Sound, scent, subtle vibrations, everything surged back at once. His subsonic mapping lit up the room in a cascade of mental impressions. The air no longer felt dead. The blank space was filled. Invisible enemy, Ben realized, not truly invisible, just undetectable to enhanced senses, but when it moves, the realization gave him hope. Vulpamincers were natural hunters, solitary by necessity, but equipped with finely tuned instincts for tracking, stalking, and adapting to prey far more dangerous than themselves. Their alien biology compensated for blindness with hyper-evolved senses and a predator's cunning. This enemy's abilities were formidable, but they weren't insurmountable. Ben was still formulating his strategy when two figures crashed through the skylight above. Peter had convinced Matt to accompany him despite the vigilante's obvious reluctance to work with unknown allies. Daredevil's enhanced senses had been compromised earlier, but his tactical experience and fighting skills remained intact. Together, they rappelled down guidelines, Peter using his web shooters, Matt employing the grappling features of his billy clubs. Matt landed in a perfect combat stance, immediately assessing the room for threats. The massive alien creature registered as the most obvious danger, and his tactical training kicked in automatically. Without pausing to identify the beast's intentions, he launched a preemptive strike with his billy clubs. "Wait," Peter shouted, recognizing the impending disaster. "Don't worry about it," Matt called back, his voice carrying absolute confidence. "I'll keep it alive for questioning." The next moment, A paw the size of a dinner plate swatted Matt with casual force, sending him sprawling across the blood-stained floor. The blow was precisely calibrated, enough to demonstrate overwhelming superiority without causing serious injury. Despite lacking functional eyes in his current form, Ben somehow managed to convey the universal expression of exasperation through body language alone. His massive alien form radiated the distinct energy of someone dealing with particularly dense teammates. Peter quickly moved to help Matt to his feet, his voice carrying the strained patience of someone mediating between a vigilante and a space wolf. "Wait, Daredevil, he's not our enemy. He's the, Peter paused, realizing that he had no idea how to describe the situation. "He's on our side. Think of him as enhanced backup." Matt remained in a defensive crouch, his enhanced senses providing conflicting information about the creature before him. Every instinct screamed that this was not a normal creature. The bone density, muscle composition, and cardiovascular rhythm were completely foreign to anything in his experience. But Spider-Man's obvious familiarity with the beast suggested a level of trust that went beyond casual teamwork. Ben paid little attention to Matt's confusion. The vigilante was Peter's problem to handle, and frankly, Ben had more pressing concerns than managing interpersonal dynamics. He had detected the enemy's location. It was then that Peter and Matt finally took in the full horror of their surroundings. Peter, being the only one present with functional vision, bore the unfortunate burden of witnessing Muse's artistic vision in its complete, nauseating glory. The blood painting that covered the entire wall was a masterpiece of madness, a swirling composition of crimson that depicted human forms twisted into impossible configurations of agony and despair. The faces in the mural were the worst part. Each one had been rendered with meticulous attention to detail, capturing the precise moment when hope died in their eyes. Some bore expressions of terror, others of resignation, and a few displayed the empty stare of minds that had simply broken under unbearable stress. Peter felt his stomach lurch violently. That monster, he killed people to use their blood as paint. Matt's enhanced senses gave him an even clearer picture of the carnage. His sharp sense of smell could tell the difference between blood types, how old the blood was, and even how long ago each person had died. It all came together in his mind like a timeline. This wasn't from one night. It had taken weeks, maybe even months. Someone had been killing carefully and consistently. One person's blood wouldn't be nearly enough, Matt said through gritted teeth, his voice carrying barely controlled rage. Based on the scent, I'd estimate at least 113 different victims. The number hit Peter like a physical blow. Over 100 people had died to create this obscene artwork, and he had walked into the gallery completely unprepared for the scope of the horror. Matt was struggling with his own confusion. The metallic reek of blood should have been detectable from blocks away. Hell's Kitchen's perpetual stench of violence and corruption couldn't possibly mask something this overwhelming. Yet he had sensed nothing until they entered the building directly. "How do we find him now?" Peter asked, his voice smaller than usual. The magnitude of what they were facing had stripped away his typical self. Matt shook his head grimly. "My enhanced senses are useless against him. I think his presence is what stopped me from sensing the blood earlier. He's not just hiding himself, he's somehow blocking sensory input across the whole area. Like a dead zone, it's not natural." Both of them turned toward Ben's alien form, hope and desperation evident in their postures. Matt struggled to find appropriate words for addressing a creature that existed outside his normal frame of reference. "Your friend," he finally settled on, though the word felt inadequate. "Can he track someone who's invisible to enhanced senses?" Peter nodded with the automatic confidence of someone who had complete faith in his cousin's abilities. "If anyone can find this guy, it's him." Ben lived up to that confidence. The specialized sensory slits along his skull flared open, forming an organic radar array that would put most military systems to shame. Subsonic pulses spread outward, mapping the environment in sharp, three-dimensional detail. At the same time, his powerful sense of smell and hearing processed a flood of information, millions of tiny signals all at once. Peter and Matt watched in uneasy fascination as Ben's perception stretched far beyond the blood-soaked room. In his mind, Hell's Kitchen unfolded like a living map, building by building, room by room, heartbeat by heartbeat. The picture was simultaneously magnificent and horrifying. Hell's Kitchen revealed itself as a layered ecosystem of human misery. A homeless veteran dying alone on cardboard soaked with rain and despair. A gang execution in progress 3 blocks away. Domestic violence erupting behind thin apartment walls. Drug deals conducted in stairwells where children once played. But extending his senses beyond Hell's Kitchen showed the jarring contrast of Manhattan's continued prosperity. Expensive restaurants served wine that cost more than most Hell's Kitchen residents made in a month. Broadway theaters entertained audiences who had no idea they were sitting 20 blocks away from a war zone. The complete sensory map of New York assembled itself in Ben's consciousness like a vast holographic projection. Streets, buildings, sewers, subway tunnels, everything connected in a three-dimensional web of urban complexity, except for one area. In the middle of Ben's perfect sensory map was a void, a black hole of perception that absorbed his enhanced abilities and reflected nothing back. The gap was massive, suggesting a network of tunnels or chambers that had been completely masked from detection. Found you, Ben thought with grim satisfaction. You can hide from my senses, but you can't hide the fact that you're hiding. But instead of immediately sharing what he'd sensed, Ben made a calculated decision. His Wildmutt transformation came with a strict 30-minute time limit. While he had access to the lifelock, which could theoretically extend that duration or switch forms seamlessly, it still relied on voice commands. And in this form, his vocal cords couldn't produce anything the Omnitrix's translation protocols could understand. Communication would have to wait. For now, his priority was the hunt. Better to retreat, plan properly, and return with appropriate backup. Ben carved a simple message into the concrete floor with his claws. Going back, he didn't wait for a response. With a low growl and a final glance toward the blood-stained walls, he bounded out of the room and vanished into the Manhattan night. His powerful quadrupedal form moved across the rooftops with the fluid grace of a born predator. Matt felt exhaustion settle into his bones like a physical weight. The night had been a series of escalating revelations, each more disturbing than the last. A serial killer who could neutralize enhanced senses, over 100 victims, and now an alien creature whose abilities exceeded anything in his considerable experience. Spider-Man, we have no leads at the moment, Matt said, his tactical mind already shifting to damage control. I suggest we regroup and approach this differently tomorrow. He was already planning to use his civilian identity as lawyer Matt Murdock to investigate the disappearances. A serial killer operating on this scale would leave traces in missing persons reports, even in a neighborhood where people vanished regularly. Peter nodded, though his expression suggested he wasn't ready to give up entirely. Yeah, okay, but we're not abandoning those victims, right? This psycho is still out there. We'll find him, Matt promised, though privately he wondered if they were equipped to handle an enemy who could manipulate perception itself. Meanwhile, Ben had ducked into a storm drain several blocks away, transforming back to human form in the shadows beneath the city. The familiar weight of his Spider-Man costume felt almost comforting after the alien sensations of his Vulpimancer form. It's the sewers again, he muttered, pulling his mask back into place. I really am becoming Spider-Man, complete with the glamorous underground lifestyle. He activated the advanced communications array built into his web shooters. Eunice, project the network diagram of Manhattan's underground infrastructure. The AI's holographic interface materialized in the tunnel, casting blue light across the grimy walls. Infrastructure map accessed, displaying sewer systems, subway tunnels, utility passages, and abandoned construction projects. Ben manipulated the three-dimensional projection with practiced efficiency, marking the location where his enhanced senses had detected the perception void. The coordinates corresponded to a section of abandoned subway tunnel that had been sealed during construction of the modern transit system decades ago. According to the city records, the area should have been completely inaccessible, but Eunice's deep scan revealed subtle inconsistencies, air circulation patterns that suggested hidden passages, and minor discrepancies in utility billing that indicated unauthorized power consumption. Cross-reference with recent missing persons reports, Ben instructed. The data stream revealed dozens of disappearances over the past 6 months, including several that had been dismissed as routine runaway cases. But one name made Ben pause: Andrea Caldwell, daughter of Senator Robert Caldwell, chairman of the Senate Subcommittee on Emerging Technologies. Interesting, Ben murmured. This might be more than just a rescue mission. Senator Caldwell's political influence could prove invaluable for Primus Technologies as they prepared to revolutionize the medical industry. Rescuing his daughter would create a debt of gratitude that could open doors throughout the federal government. Sometimes good deeds come with excellent side benefits, Ben thought, checking his equipment one final time before heading deeper into the underground maze. In the abandoned tunnels beneath Hell's Kitchen, Muse's gallery of living horror continued to expand. Nearly 100 people hung from the ceiling like grotesque ornaments, their bodies serving as both art supplies and canvas for his twisted vision. Most were barely alive, weakened by blood loss, infection, and malnutrition to the point where death would be a mercy. The air was thick with the smell of decay and desperation. Makeshift surgical tools lay scattered across improvised operating tables, while buckets of blood in various stages of coagulation provided the raw materials for future masterpieces. Andrea Caldwell had been suspended in a cage that allowed her to observe the full scope of Muse's operation while keeping her relatively fresh for whatever artistic purpose he had planned. The senator's daughter had seen enough horror movies to recognize the basic setup. She was being saved for something. Muse moved through his gallery with the satisfied air of an artist reviewing his life's work. Each victim represented a different technique, a unique exploration of the relationship between human suffering and aesthetic beauty. The screams had long since been silenced by damaged vocal cords and broken spirits, but the expressions on their faces continued to evolve as new levels of despair revealed themselves. The human form is so limiting, Muse mused, his bandaged features turning toward a victim whose limbs had been rearranged in anatomically impossible configurations. But with the right vision, even the most mundane flesh can be transformed into something transcendent. He picked up a bone saw, cleaned and sharpened with obsessive care, and approached one of the dying victims. The man's eyes tracked Muse's movement with the dull awareness of someone whose mind had retreated to its final defensive positions. "Where shall we place this hand?" Muse asked conversationally, as if seeking artistic advice from a fellow connoisseur. "The composition needs something to balance the weight distribution in the lower right quadrant." His hollow eye sockets turned toward Andrea, who was pressed against the back of her cage in a futile attempt to increase the distance between herself and the monster. Her breathing had become rapid and shallow, the hyperventilation of someone whose mind was beginning to fracture under stress. Muse's ruined features arranged themselves into what might have been a smile. "Ah, you understand, fresh perspective is exactly what this piece needs. Don't, and please don't." Andrea's voice cracked as she pressed herself against the rusted cage bars, her eyes fixed on the severed limb in Muse's hands. The appendage still dripped crimson onto the concrete floor, each drop echoing in the underground chamber like a countdown to her own mutilation. Her entire body trembled with terror as the bandaged figure approached with the methodical patience of a surgeon preparing for a delicate operation. In her mind, she screamed desperate pleas to anyone who might be listening. "God, Mom, Dad, anyone please come save me." Muse tilted his head with the curious expression of an artist contemplating a challenging composition. "Why do you refuse such an honor?" he asked, his voice carrying the gentle tone of someone genuinely confused by her reaction. "You will become part of my greatest work. Your suffering will be transformed into beauty that will endure long after your flesh has rotted away." The sincerity in his voice was perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the entire encounter. This wasn't sadism for its own sake. This was a true believer in his own twisted gospel, convinced that he was offering Andrea a gift beyond price. He continued his approach, mentally cataloging the possibilities. Where would her hand look best? Perhaps attached to her shoulder blade, creating an impossible anatomical statement. Or maybe grafted to her forehead, forcing future viewers to confront the arbitrary nature of human form. That was when Ben dropped through a ventilation grate in the ceiling. "I'm genuinely impressed by your shamelessness," Ben said, his voice carrying the controlled anger of someone who had seen too much horror for one lifetime. Despite his mental preparation for this encounter, the reality of Muse's gallery still hit Ben like a physical blow. Hundreds of victims hung from the ceiling in various stages of mutilation and decay, their bodies transformed into grotesque art installations that challenged the very definition of human dignity. Blood and viscera covered every surface, creating abstract patterns that spoke of madness given free rein. Some victims were still alive, barely, their eyes tracking movement with the desperate hope of people who had given up on rescue but couldn't quite abandon the will to live. Ben had never considered himself a particularly good person. This rescue mission had begun as a strategic move to gain political influence through Senator Caldwell's gratitude, but confronting the raw reality of Muse's atrocities triggered something deeper than calculated self-interest. "At least I didn't bring Peter," Ben thought grimly. This would have broken something inside him. Ben's unexpected arrival sent a surge of desperate hope through Andrea's entire being. She had been hanging in that cage for hours, watching other victims undergo unspeakable transformations, convinced that she would die in this underground hell without anyone ever knowing what happened to her. "Help me." She screamed, her voice raw from previous pleas that had gone unanswered. "Please, I'm Senator Caldwell's daughter. My father will pay anything." But Ben was already moving, his attention focused entirely on the monster who had created this. Muse studied the newcomer with professional interest. The black and red suit was well-made but unremarkable, probably some wannabe vigilante inspired by recent superhero activity. New York had been spawning these costumed amateurs ever since Iron Man's public debut. "You understand nothing about true artistry," Muse said with the dismissive tone of a master addressing a dilettante. "My work transcends the mundane boundaries of law and morality. I am creating something eternal." Rather than engaging in philosophical debate, Muse simply attacked. His movements were economical and precise, the result of years spent wielding surgical instruments with deadly intent. A throwing knife appeared in his hand and flew toward Ben's throat in a single fluid motion. Ben's enhanced reflexes made the attack seem almost leisurely. He ducked under the blade and closed the distance between them in 2 quick steps, his mind automatically calculating angles and force. Muse followed up with the bone saw, swinging it in an arc designed to open Ben's throat from ear to ear. But where Peter might have hesitated due to his moral constraints, Ben had no such limitations when dealing with monsters who tortured innocents for artistic inspiration. Ben caught Muse's wrist mid-swing and applied precise pressure. The sound of snapping bone echoed through the chamber as dozens of tons of force, carefully modulated to avoid creating a mess, destroyed the joint completely. The ease of the victory surprised even Ben. After Peter's descriptions of their previous encounter, he had expected someone with enhanced physical capabilities. Instead, Muse appeared to be an ordinary human whose only advantage was his ability to mask sensory perception. What was truly unsettling was Muse's complete lack of reaction to the injury. No scream, no gasp of pain, not even a change in facial expression. He simply stared at his mangled arm with the detached interest of someone observing an abstract sculpture. "No pain receptors," Ben mused, filing the information away for future reference. It was then that Ben noticed the Omnitrix's display had activated. Muse's blood, splattered during the bone-breaking incident, had made contact with the device's sensors. Defective genetic sequence detected. Initiate repair protocol. Ben's eyebrows rose in surprise. Genetic defect, interesting. He studied Muse with new understanding. This wasn't just a human who had chosen to become a monster. This was someone whose genetics had been fundamentally altered, creating abilities at the cost of basic human psychological functions. However, Ben continued with a slight smile, "I'm much more interested in your defective genes than your artistic philosophy." Before Muse could retreat, Ben fired a webline that wrapped around his legs and yanked him to the ground. A moment later, Ben's boot pressed down on the killer's spine with just enough force to keep him immobilized without causing permanent damage. "Now then," Ben said conversationally, "let's see who you really are." The interrogation took less than 10 minutes. Muse seemed genuinely indifferent to concepts like self-preservation or operational security. His only concern was the destruction of his artistic tools, which meant he could no longer continue his work. "I wasn't always like this, you know. Once I was just a man with shaky hands and no vision. Then the mist came, and I saw everything." Ben didn't speak, but his silence, his sudden stillness, must have been enough for Muse to sense confusion. "Terrigenesis, this word came to me after I transformed myself," Muse said, smiling faintly beneath the bandages. "A gift for some, a curse for others. For me, it opened the world, and closed it at the same time. My senses turned inside out, I don't see light. I erase it, I don't hide, I make people forget I was ever there." Ben then remembered about the Inhumans, a hidden race of genetically modified humans whose abilities were activated through exposure to Terrigen mist. Some became gods among mortals, gaining powers that defied conventional understanding of physics. Others, like Muse, became something far more disturbing. The Omnitrix classified his abilities as a genetic defect rather than an evolution, Ben noted mentally. That suggests his powers came at the cost of essential human psychological functions. The information was fascinating from a scientific perspective, but it didn't change Ben's ultimate decision about Muse's fate. "Maybe I should try to develop the null void projector," Ben mused aloud, considering the practical challenges of studying dangerous metahumans. But that's a project for another day. A sharp blow to the side of Muse's neck dropped him instantly. No scream, no resistance, just a heavy thud as his body hit the floor. Ben stood over him, breathing steady. He knew Muse wouldn't stay down for long, people like him didn't. And locking him up again, expecting it to hold, was a risk Ben wasn't willing to take. This had to end. He crouched beside the unconscious killer and without hesitation placed both hands around his neck. A quick, powerful twist, clean and final. There was a soft crack, then silence. Ben stayed there for a moment, staring down at the man who had turned Hell's Kitchen into his personal canvas of horror. There was no sense of victory, no weight lifted, just the knowledge that it was over. Ben hadn't done it for revenge, and it wasn't justice either. Muse was too far gone, too dangerous to leave breathing. This wasn't a punishment. It was the only way to stop him for good, simple, final, necessary. Andrea watched the execution with a mixture of relief and horror. She had prayed for rescue, but witnessing this new Spider-Man kill someone was deeply disturbing. The casual efficiency of it suggested this wasn't his first time taking a life. He saved me, she reminded herself firmly. Whatever else he is, he saved my life when no one else could. Thank you for saving us, Mr. Spider-Man, she said aloud, her voice steadier than she felt. You're welcome, Ben replied, carefully collecting samples of mutant human blood in specialized containers. Eunice, contact Senator Caldwell's office. Anonymous tip about his daughter's location. Coordinate with local emergency services for victim extraction. Already in progress, Eunice's voice responded through his suit's communication system. Estimated response time 14 minutes. Ben nodded, satisfied with the efficiency of the rescue operation. He had eliminated a dangerous metahuman threat, acquired valuable genetic samples, and created a debt of gratitude with a powerful political figure. All in all, a successful evening's work. But as he prepared to leave, Ben's thoughts were already shifting to larger concerns. The Marvel Universe was entering a new phase of activity, and he needed to position himself for the opportunities ahead. Eunice, book me a flight to New Mexico, he said, scaling the wall toward the ventilation grate he had entered through. I think it's time we investigated the recently reports about that unusual meteorological phenomena. SHIELD Medical Bay, how are you feeling, Captain? Nick Fury stood beside the hospital bed, his single eye studying Steve Rogers with the intense scrutiny of a man who just invested heavily in keeping someone alive. Steve struggled to sit up, wincing as the movement pulled at his barely healed wounds. The shame in his expression was unmistakable. I'm fine, Director, he said quietly, though his voice carried the weight of disappointment. I didn't expect to nearly die in my first real mission since waking up. The irony wasn't lost on him. 70 years frozen in ice, only to almost get killed on his first mission within days of his return to active duty. Times have really changed, Steve continued, his voice trailing off as he struggled to find words for the disorientation he felt. I didn't spend millions of dollars on Osborn's experimental healing serum to pull you back from death's door just so I could listen to you feel sorry for yourself, Captain, Fury interrupted, his tone characteristically blunt. He pulled out a thick folder and dropped it on Steve's bedside table with a decisive thud. Here's a new assignment. I think you might find it different. Steve Rogers sat in the passenger compartment of the Quinjet, his fingers absently tracing the familiar ridges and curves of his shield. The vibranium disc remained unchanged after all these decades, still the same weight, still perfectly balanced, still bearing the scars of a multiple battles fought in a war that felt both like yesterday and a lifetime ago. But the world beyond that unchanging shield, that was a different story entirely. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. had rescued him from his icy tomb in the Arctic, Steve felt like a man drowning in an ocean of unfamiliarity. Every day brought new technology, new social norms, new ways of thinking that left him feeling more displaced than he cared to admit. Nick Fury kept telling him he just needed time to adapt, that anyone would feel disoriented after being frozen for 70 years. Move your body, exercise your mind, and you'll be fine, the director had said with that trademark intensity of his. Steve could only hope Fury was right. Because even in this modern era, supposedly after Hydra's destruction and the end of the great ideological wars, enemies who wanted to destroy the world seemed to emerge from every shadow. The threats were more complex now, more varied, often more dangerous than anything he'd faced in World War II. The danger had clearly escalated, but he remained fundamentally the same man who'd volunteered for an experimental procedure all those years ago. What confused Captain America even more than the technological changes, though, was a deeper philosophical question. Why hadn't the beautiful future he'd thought he was fighting for come to pass? In the days since his revival, when he wasn't hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s underground training facilities or working out his frustrations on heavy bags, Steve had been studying. Learning about the decades he'd missed, trying to understand what had become of the world he'd helped save. Hydra was gone, the war was won, but peace remained elusive. Once he'd believed with absolute certainty that he was fighting for his country, for the world, for peace, for the fundamental dignity of all humanity. Those beliefs had sustained him through the darkest moments of the war, had given meaning to every sacrifice. But studying the history of the past 70 years had shaken that certainty. This country still called itself a beacon of freedom, but it had launched war after war in distant lands. The moral clarity he'd once felt seemed like a luxury from a simpler time. The questions gnawed at him during quiet moments like this. The Quinjet's engines began to cycle down, pulling Steve from his brooding thoughts. A soldier approached, his bearing crisp and professional despite the casual confidence in his expression. Steve glanced at the man's nameplate, Brock Rumlow. "Captain, we're here," Rumlow announced. Steve looked up, taking in the operative's weathered features and knowing eyes. This was clearly a man who'd seen his share of action. With a deep sigh, Steve stood and secured his shield across his back. "You don't need to look so tense," Brock said, his smile carrying just a hint of mockery. "The Bureau tends to get a little overeager about things that fall from the sky. What, are they worried about another meteorite bringing little green men? Because last I checked, we've got enough problems down here already." He shrugged with practiced nonchalance. Steve didn't catch the reference, but Rumlow's casual attitude helped ease some of his tension. This mission was definitely more bizarre than difficult. A hammer that had fallen from the sky and couldn't be lifted by anyone sounded like something out of a fairy tale. When the aircraft touched down, Steve walked down the ramp and was immediately greeted by Agent Coulson's enthusiastic approach. "Captain Rogers," Coulson called out, his face lighting up with genuine excitement. Steve was struck by the agent's obvious admiration. It was clear that Coulson was a fan, though he was trying to maintain professional composure. Coulson quickly briefed Steve on the situation as they walked toward the secured perimeter. "That hammer has been sitting in New Mexico for several days now," Coulson explained. "It created a small impact crater, but our satellite surveillance didn't detect anything unusual about the object itself during its descent. I heard no one can lift it." Coulson nodded eagerly. "Before we arrived, the locals had already given it their best shot. An elderly rancher even tried to pull it out with his pickup truck, ended up tearing the rear axle clean off instead of budging the hammer." After S.H.I.E.L.D. had established a perimeter, they'd naturally applied various technological solutions, but even their most advanced equipment had proven useless against the immovable object. "So what exactly is my mission here?" Steve asked. He couldn't imagine that Nick Fury had sent him all this way just to attempt another futile effort at moving an unmovable object. "Well, Fury's concerned that someone might try to steal it," Coulson explained. "Since the hammer landed on U.S. soil, he's claiming salvage rights. The logic was simple: if it truly had no owner, then it belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D. by right of recovery." Coulson's grin widened. "Of course, Captain, you're welcome to give it a try yourself. Who knows, you might actually be able to lift it." "That sounds a bit like the legend of King Arthur and the sword in the stone," Steve mused, finally finding a cultural reference he could understand. As they walked toward the site, Rumlow began directing the other operatives in establishing a more permanent base of operations. Since they couldn't take the hammer to a secure facility, they'd have to bring the facility to the hammer. Meanwhile, across the vast New Mexico desert, a blue streak raced across the landscape at superhuman speed. Ben Parker had transformed into XLR-8, his sleek alien form cutting through the air like a living missile. The Keinzlerin physiology allowed him to maintain incredible velocities while still being able to navigate and react to obstacles with perfect precision. New Mexico really is the middle of nowhere. Ben called out as he applied his alien brakes, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. While Ben had asked Eunice to book him a flight to New Mexico, he'd actually flown to Texas instead. The Lone Star State's famous coastline had seemed like the perfect cover for a supposed vacation. It was only after arriving in Texas that Ben had transformed into XLR-8 and run the rest of the way across the desert. The New Mexico landscape looked like something frozen in time. All dusty roads, weathered buildings, and endless stretches of scrubland that could have been lifted straight from a classic Western film. It was easy to imagine cowboys on horseback, prospectors panning for gold in creek beds, and inevitable showdowns in front of saloons. The whole region had that timeless frontier atmosphere that Hollywood loved to romanticize. "Eunice, mark the location where Thor's hammer landed," Ben said, activating his AI assistant. Eunice immediately transmitted the coordinates to Ben's heads-up display. The hammer's impact had caused quite a stir in the local area when it first arrived, and Ben had been monitoring the situation since then. But now, all the original news reports and social media posts about the incident had been scrubbed from the internet. He knew S.H.I.E.L.D.'s handiwork when he saw it. Fortunately, Ben's goals didn't conflict with the intelligence agency's interests. He had no desire to claim Thor's hammer for himself, even if he could lift it, which was doubtful. What would be the point? Odin was still very much alive, and antagonizing the Allfather seemed like a poor life choice. From the beginning, Ben's targets had been purely biological, genetic samples from both Asgardians and frost giants. Getting Thor's DNA should be easy enough, Ben thought to himself as he scouted the area. Now that Thor had been stripped of his godly power, he was only marginally stronger than an ordinary human. More importantly, he was still the same impulsive, straightforward warrior he'd always been. Subtlety and caution weren't exactly his strong suits. Acquiring a genetic sample from him would be trivial. Loki, however, presented a different challenge entirely. Throughout his time on Midgard, the god of mischief had made only a handful of appearances, and once Ben activated the Omnitrix's capture mode, he wouldn't be able to transform until the collection process was complete. At least I still have spider powers to fall back on, Ben reminded himself, clenching his fists with determination. But he wasn't fooling himself about the difficulty of the task ahead. While Loki might appear physically weak in the movies, his actual power level was rated at Class 5, significantly stronger than Ben's baseline human abilities. Getting Loki's genetic material wouldn't be a simple matter of stealth and opportunity. Actually, I could approach this from a different angle, Ben mused, a plan forming in his mind. I'll just beat the hell out of him with forearm first, then collect his DNA while he's unconscious. Somewhere in Asgard, Loki felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine and wondered why. Thor felt like he was trapped in an endless nightmare. Just yesterday, he had been the honored Prince of Asgard, mere hours away from his coronation as the new king. He should have basked in the adoration of thousands, their cheers echoing through the golden halls of the royal palace. He should have been carried to the throne on the shoulders of his people, toasted by every warrior in the realm as they knelt before him in loyalty and reverence. This was his birthright, his destiny. Born a prince of Asgard, heir to the throne of the 9 realms, Thor had never questioned that this moment would come. The weight of Mjolnir in his hand, the thunder responding to his call, the respect in every eye that looked upon him, these were the constants of his existence. But now everything lay in ruins. Odin, the All-Father, had cast him out. Stripped him of his throne, his godly power, and most humiliating of all, his beloved Mjolnir. The loss of his godly strength was one thing, but what truly grated against his pride was this. On this backwater planet, no one had even heard his name. These mortals showed him no respect whatsoever. They wouldn't even address him as Thor, god of thunder. Some had the audacity to call him crazy or delusional. The gods are unfair, he muttered bitterly as he trudged through the desert. How many battles had he won for Asgard over the centuries? How many realms had he helped bring under his father's rule? Yet the moment he declared war on the frost giants, the moment he showed the strength and decisiveness a true king needed, Odin had banished him like a common criminal. In Thor's mind, his father had grown weak. The god-king who once conquered the 9 realms and brought order to the cosmos was gone, replaced by a cowardly old man too afraid to defend Asgard's honor. When the frost giants had dared to interrupt his coronation ceremony, Odin had done nothing. Nothing. He'd made Asgard look weak in front of the entire 9 realms. Thor's jaw clenched as he walked. He would return to Asgard and demand answers. He would make the All-Father understand his mistake. Then he would lead the armies of Asgard against Jotunheim, crush every last frost giant, and restore his realm's glory. But first, he needed to reclaim Mjolnir. The desert sun beat down mercilessly on his shoulders. Without his godly constitution, Thor discovered the unpleasant reality of mortal existence, hunger, thirst, and exhaustion. His throat felt like sandpaper, his stomach cramped with emptiness, and sweat poured down his face despite the dry air. If he stayed out here much longer, he'd probably collapse from heatstroke. At least this torment wouldn't last much longer. He'd learned of Mjolnir's location from the locals in a nearby town. The ignorant mortals of Midgard had mistaken his hammer for some kind of fallen satellite and were apparently trying to study it, as if they could comprehend its power. Thor wasn't angry about their presumption. After all, he knew the truth. No one but him could lift Mjolnir. Steve Rogers and Agent Coulson approached the impact site, ducking under the simple barrier tape that marked the perimeter. After weaving through the maze of support struts and equipment, Steve finally got his first clear look at the mysterious object. "Well, it's definitely a hammer," he said, unable to keep the bemusement out of his voice. The weapon before him was beautiful in its simplicity, a square-headed hammer with intricate engravings along its surface, embedded firmly in the compacted earth. Despite its relatively modest size, it had the look of something that had seen countless battles. Steve studied the crater surrounding the hammer, noting its dimensions. If this thing really is so heavy that nobody can lift it, wouldn't the impact crater be a lot bigger than this? That's one of the things that's been puzzling us, Coulson replied, adjusting his tie. The physics don't quite add up. Several sophisticated monitoring devices had been positioned around the hammer, their screens displaying various readings. Steve approached for a closer look, taking in the weapon's details. The handle was surprisingly short, wrapped in what appeared to be leather, with a lanyard at the end that looked like it had been braided from some kind of hide. If that material really was organic, it should have been incinerated during atmospheric entry. Yet here it was, completely intact. Steve found himself wondering what kind of warrior would choose such a compact weapon. In his experience, effective close-quarters combat required reach and leverage. This hammer would put its wielder at a significant disadvantage against anyone with a longer weapon. Our instruments confirm it's not emitting any harmful radiation, Carlson said, noticing Steve's interest. Want to give it a try, Captain? Steve nodded, rolling his shoulders to loosen up. He'd always been confident in his enhanced strength, and he had to admit he was curious whether this hammer was really as immovable as everyone claimed. He reached down and grasped the handle firmly. A crackling sound suddenly filled the air like electricity arcing between live wires. Carlson pressed his earpiece. "What's happening? We've got an intruder." Agent Brock's voice crackled through the comm. "He's tearing through the perimeter like it's made of paper." Steve immediately released the hammer and swung his shield from his back to his arm in one smooth motion. Carlson was already reaching for his sidearm when the temporary structure's entrance exploded inward. A massive blond man burst through, swinging his arms like a man possessed. He was even taller than Steve, built like a Viking warrior from the history books, and he moved with the unstoppable momentum of a charging bear. Mjolnir. The intruder's eyes locked onto the hammer immediately, his face lighting up with the kind of joy Steve had seen in soldiers' eyes when they spotted home after months of deployment. The man rushed forward as if he were about to embrace a long-lost lover. Steve stepped between the intruder and the hammer, shield raised defensively. The man before him was shirtless, his torso a masterwork of muscle and sinew that looked like it had been carved from marble by a master sculptor. Every line spoke of countless hours of training, of battles fought and won. Thor finally seemed to notice he wasn't alone. His eyes fell on Steve and his expression shifted to one of disdain mixed with outrage. "Do you know who stands before you?" Thor demanded, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had never been refused anything in his life. In his mind, all of Midgard was Asgard's domain, which made every person on this planet his subject. As a prince of Asgard he deserved, no, he was entitled to courtesy and respect from everyone he encountered. "I don't care who you are," Steve replied, positioning himself protectively in front of Carlson. "I'm advising you not to do anything stupid." The mortal's defiance ignited Thor's rage like a match to gunpowder. These Midgardians didn't just fail to show proper respect, they actually had the audacity to threaten him. "Excellent," Thor roared, his voice echoing off the temporary structure's walls. "You have angered the Prince of Asgard, Thor Odinson." He sized up Steve with the eye of a seasoned warrior. "I can see you're a fighter, that's good, I respect strength." His lips curled into a battle-hungry grin, "But the one standing before you now is Asgard's greatest warrior. Face the wrath of the god of thunder." Without another word, Thor lunged forward, his fist cutting through the air toward Steve's face. Despite losing his godly power, his warrior's instincts remained sharp, his mastery of combat techniques intact. This would be a quick fight. He'd put this insolent mortal in his place, reclaim Mjolnir, and be on his way back to Asgard. The world spun. Thor found himself flat on his back, staring up at the ceiling of the makeshift base. His head rang like a bell, his vision swimming in and out of focus. For a moment, he couldn't tell if he was dreaming or if this was some kind of elaborate hallucination. "Huh," Steve exhaled, looking back and forth between his shield and the fallen god at his feet. A note of genuine surprise colored his voice as he spoke. "What a weak god." The interrogation room felt smaller with Thor's imposing presence filling it. Despite being the one in custody, he somehow managed to make the space feel cramped. Stephen Carlson sat across from him, studying the self-proclaimed god with professional interest. "His combat skills are exceptional," Carlson observed quietly, adjusting his tie, "definitely not civilian-trained." He leaned forward, fixing Thor with a steady stare. "So who sent you?" "You took down an entire patrol of Special Forces operatives single-handedly. That requires specialized training." Carlson's tone remained conversational, but his eyes were sharp. "Your operational style doesn't match any known intelligence agencies, though, more like a mercenary or someone with military experience who's gone freelance." Carlson was fishing, hoping Thor's supposed mercenary background might loosen his tongue. Information was currency in his line of work, and this man represented a significant intelligence gap. But Thor just sat there, head hung low, saying nothing. His silence wasn't defiant, it was defeated. The shame was eating him alive. He was the crown prince of Asgard, the god of thunder, the most celebrated warrior in all the 9 realms. Yet he'd been knocked flat by a mortal, a Midgardian. The humiliation was almost unbearable. And then, adding insult to injury, the mortal had looked down at him and said, "What a weak god." Those words echoed in Thor's mind like a curse, driving him deeper into self-doubt. Steve watched the prisoner's body language carefully. He couldn't read the man's thoughts, but he could see the internal struggle playing out across his features. While Steve didn't entirely believe Thor's grandiose claims, he also couldn't shake the feeling that this man represented a significant threat. Who knew? Maybe this muscular giant really was telling the truth about being a god. Thor, meanwhile, was lost in his own thoughts. He'd never held Earthlings in high regard, viewing them as primitive and weak. Even after losing his godly power, he'd been able to defeat everyone he'd encountered. First the locals in the small town, then the armed special forces team that had tried to stop him at the perimeter. Each easy victory had reinforced his belief that Midgardians were nothing more than insects compared to Asgardians. Weak, powerless, unworthy of being called warriors. What he hadn't known was that the man standing before him was Captain America, someone who could go toe-to-toe with cosmic-level threats. Thor's overconfidence had led him to charge in recklessly, only to be laid out cold by Steve's shield. The interrogation room door opened, and a Special Forces soldier entered. His face bore several fresh bruises, and he shot Thor a venomous glare before addressing Coulson. "We ran his prints and facial recognition through every database we have access to. Nothing. This guy doesn't exist in any government system." Coulson nodded, dismissing the soldier with a gesture. He moved closer to Thor, trying to use physical proximity to create psychological pressure. Thor looked up with a mocking expression, his earlier defeat momentarily forgotten in favor of his natural arrogance. "Move aside," he said dismissively. "You're not worthy to speak with me." His gaze shifted to Steve and his expression softened slightly, though only slightly. You're barely qualified." Despite his loss, Thor wasn't ready to admit complete defeat. In his mind, Captain America's victory had been unfair. After all, Thor had been stripped of his godly power and was far from peak condition. But even so, Steve was clearly superior to these other mortals. Coulson didn't take offense at the slight. He'd been called worse things by better people. What mattered was that Thor was finally willing to communicate, even if it was just to insult them. He stepped back, giving Steve room to work. "Captain, he's all yours." Steve nodded and focused his attention on the prisoner. "You said you're a god." Before he could finish the sentence, Thor erupted like a dam bursting. "I am Prince Thor Odinson of Asgard, future lord of the 9 realms, the god of thunder." His voice echoed off the walls, filled with wounded pride and desperate authority. "All of you in Midgard are my subjects." In Thor's mind, this wasn't classified information. It was basic knowledge that everyone should already possess. He was genuinely surprised that these Earthlings didn't already know who he was. Coulson rubbed his forehead. Part of him wanted to have Thor committed to a psychiatric facility and be done with it. But Steve pressed on, recognizing an opportunity. Thor's words revealed something important. He genuinely looked down on Earth and its inhabitants. "Since you're the god of thunder," Steve said carefully, "what's your purpose in coming to Earth? Do you think I wanted to come to this wasteland?" Thor shot back, his voice cracking with emotion. "If the Allfather hadn't exiled me, I would never have set foot on Midgard. This planet is primitive and backward, populated by weak, pathetic beings who wouldn't last 5 minutes in a real fight." "Sorry," Coulson interjected with dry humor, "but do I need to remind you that you were knocked unconscious by the captain here less than 15 minutes ago?" The reminder of his embarrassing defeat made Thor's face flush red. But his godly pride wouldn't allow him to be mocked by mortals. "Mortal, you may be a decent warrior, but you didn't truly defeat me." Thor's voice rose defensively. "It's only because my godly power was stripped away by Odin the Allfather that you were able to take advantage." And then, in a display of the impulsiveness that had gotten him exiled in the first place, Thor proceeded to tell them everything. The coronation ceremony, the Frost Giant's intrusion, his rash decision to attack Jotunheim, Odin's fury, and his subsequent banishment. He laid out the entire story with the naive honesty of someone who'd never had to guard his words. Coulson listened with growing bewilderment. He'd encountered aliens before, but Thor's story sounded less like a first-contact scenario and more like ancient mythology come to life. "Do you dare let me reclaim Mjolnir?" Thor suddenly demanded, his voice rising to a shout. "Will you face me in fair combat?" In his mind, everything hinged on getting his hammer back. Once he had Mjolnir in his hands, these mortals would see his true power. He'd be able to return to Asgard and expose the folly of the Allfather's decision. The enchantment Odin had placed on Mjolnir before his exile barely registered in Thor's thoughts. After all, he was the god of thunder. How could he possibly be found unworthy of his own weapon? He and Mjolnir had been partners for centuries. They were as close as lovers. There was no way the hammer wouldn't recognize him. So what you're telling us, Coulson said slowly, is that anyone who's worthy can lift Thor's hammer and gain the power of Thor. Something in Coulson's tone had shifted. There was a strange note in his voice, and his eyes had drifted to Steve. If Coulson remembered correctly just a few minutes ago when Steve had first touched the hammer, Steve caught Coulson's look and glanced down at his own hand. His gaze traveled through the interrogation room's window toward the area where Mjolnir lay waiting. Without a word, Steve stood and walked toward the door. Coulson abandoned Thor and hurried after him. "What are you doing?" Thor called after them, finally sensing that something was wrong. But he shook his head, his blonde hair swaying with the motion. The whole situation was ridiculous. "You don't actually think you can lift Mjolnir, do you?" He called out, following them, but Thor didn't try to stop Steve. Why would he? He knew these mortals couldn't lift his hammer. Let them try and fail. It would only serve to highlight his own superiority when he inevitably succeeded. When he lifted Mjolnir with ease, these arrogant Midgardians would finally understand just how noble and powerful he truly was. So he watched with smug anticipation as Steve approached the hammer. He watched as the mortal reached out and grasped the handle. He prepared to laugh at the inevitable failure. "This is impossible, mortal," Thor sneered. "Only I can lift Thor's hammer, only I am worthy. Because I am Thor, this is impossible." His words died in his throat. Steve had grasped Mjolnir's handle and lifted it with seemingly no effort at all. The ancient weapon rose smoothly from the earth, crackling with mystical energy as it recognized a worthy wielder. Thor's entire worldview shattered in that moment. His face went through a series of expressions: disbelief, denial, horror, and finally, complete devastation. He looked like a man who'd come home from a long day of work only to find his beloved wife in bed with another man. Watching someone else lift Mjolnir in front of him, wasn't this a kind of cuckoldry? Captain America lifted Thor's hammer. In the shadows at the edge of the facility, Ben's ghostly form emerged partway from the ground, his head and shoulders materializing as he observed the incredible scene. Even in his ghost freak form, he couldn't hide his fascination with what he was witnessing. Ben had seen this moment coming, though that didn't make it any less remarkable to watch. He'd always known Steve was worthy, had been from the very beginning. There was something about the man's character, his unwavering moral compass, that made him a natural candidate for Mjolnir's enchantment. The mechanics of Thor's hammer were absolute. Either you could lift it or you couldn't. There was no middle ground, no partial worthiness. Ben remembered from his knowledge of future events that in another timeline, Steve had actually been able to lift Mjolnir during a party, but had pretended otherwise to spare Thor's feelings. Their friendship had made Steve choose discretion over demonstration. But right now, there was no friendship between Steve Rogers and Thor Odinson. Just a stunned god watching a mortal wield his most treasured possession. Far away in Asgard, the Allfather was not experiencing any particular emotional turmoil about the situation. Loki's machinations had forced Odin into the Odin sleep earlier than planned, leaving him in a state between consciousness and rest. Even so, his awareness extended far beyond the golden halls of his palace. In ages past, seeing a mortal lay hands on one of Asgard's greatest treasures would have sent him into a rage that could shake the 9 realms. But now he felt something closer to satisfaction. After all, he had been the one to place the enchantment on Mjolnir. The spell would not lie or make mistakes. If this mortal could lift the hammer, then the mortal was worthy, and perhaps that would teach Thor a lesson he desperately needed to learn. Of course, Odin had no intention of allowing a Midgardian to permanently claim an Asgardian artifact. He would find a compromise solution when the time was right. But for now, this development might be exactly what his stubborn eldest son needed to experience. There was another observer, however, who was far less pleased with this turn of events. Loki sat upon the throne that had once belonged to his father, his lean frame draped across the ornate seat with calculated casualness. The horned helmet on his head caught the dim light filtering through the great hall, its pointed crown-like appearance a mockery of the authority he'd seized through deception. From the moment of Thor's exile, Loki had been monitoring his brother's every move. Watching Thor suffer and struggle had brought him a deep, vindictive satisfaction, payment for a lifetime of living in the Golden Prince's shadow. But this was intolerable. A mortal lifting Mjolnir wasn't just an insult to Thor, it was a direct challenge to Loki's own ambitions. Odin's enchantment had essentially declared that whoever could lift the hammer possessed the qualities of a king, the worthiness to rule Asgard. Loki needed that recognition, craved it. He had to prove that he was the rightful heir, not some pathetic mortal from a backwater realm. His grip tightened on Gungnir, Odin's spear, as murderous intent filled his thoughts. The weapon's ornate head gleamed with barely contained power. "I am the king of Asgard." he declared to the empty hall, striking the base of the eternal spear against the floor. The sound echoed through the vast chamber like a thunderclap, but there was no one left to hear his proclamation. The mortal would have to die, immediately. Back on Midgard, Thor stared at the scene before him with the expression of a man watching his entire world collapse. "How can this be?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. The devastation was complete. First his godly power, then his exile, and now even Mjolnir had abandoned him. He was truly nothing less than nothing. Coulson, on the other hand, was practically vibrating with excitement. "Captain, I knew you could do it." The agent's professional composure cracked entirely, revealing the fanboy underneath. "I mean, if Thor's hammer really chooses people based on worthiness, who else on Earth would qualify besides you?" As he spoke, Coulson was already reaching for his communication device to relay this development to Director Fury. The implications were staggering. If they could study the hammer, understand its power source. "Captain, how do you feel?" Coulson asked eagerly. Steve stood silently for a moment, then opened his free hand. Instantly, blue electrical arcs danced between his fingers, crackling with godly energy. "I feel like I can control all the lightning," Steve said slowly, his brow furrowed in concentration. The power flowing through him was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. It reminded him of that first moment after emerging from the super soldier treatment, the sudden awareness of strength and capability far beyond normal human limits. But this was something else entirely. This was godly power, ancient and vast, coursing through every fiber of his being. If he'd possessed this kind of strength fighting Dr. Animo and his mutant animals in Manhattan, those creatures wouldn't have stood a chance. But as he reveled in the newfound power, his gaze fell on Thor. The Asgardian prince had slumped against the nearest wall and slid down to sit on the ground, his golden hair falling around his face like a curtain of defeat. Every line of his body spoke of complete despair. How could this happen? Thor called out to his hammer, but Mjolnir remained silent and still in Steve's grasp. It was over. He had lost everything, his throne, his power, and now even his most treasured companion had chosen another. Thor knew with bitter certainty that he could never reclaim Mjolnir now. As a powerless mortal, how could he possibly challenge someone who wielded the very strength that had once been his? But then, to Thor's amazement, Steve carefully placed the hammer back in its original position. "It seems what you said is true," Captain America said, his voice heavy with complexity. The moment Steve had truly lifted Mjolnir, he'd felt the absolute certainty of its judgment. The hammer didn't make mistakes. If it had accepted him, then everything Thor had claimed was real, the gods, the other realms, all of it. But for Steve, that certainty came with a heavy burden of self-doubt. Was he really worthy of such power, worthy of being chosen? 70 years had passed since his supposed death, and in awakening to this new world, Steve had been forced to confront uncomfortable truths. The propaganda stories about his war service had painted him as a perfect hero, but he knew better. He'd made mistakes, compromised his ideals, failed people who counted on him. And his country, the America he'd fought and died for, had done things in the intervening decades that made him question everything he'd once believed in. Was he truly worthy? The question gnawed at him. Coulson watched Steve release the hammer and felt a spike of panic. "Captain," he said quickly, positioning himself between Steve and Thor. "We can't prove that what he's saying is true. Even if it is, we need to consider whether it would be dangerous for Earth if he regains his power." Coulson's words carried weight. Thor had made no secret of his disdain for humanity, referring to Earth as Asgard's territory and its people as subjects. What would happen if this arrogant prince regained godlike power? Would he respect Earth's sovereignty, or would he try to enforce some kind of cosmic feudalism? Steve understood the logic, but he couldn't bring himself to steal another man's property, even if that man was an otherworldly prince with questionable attitudes toward human rights. The truth was, Steve had been struggling with moral questions ever since learning about America's actions in recent decades. The wars, the interventions, the compromises made in the name of national security. It was difficult to find anyone he could discuss these doubts with, so he'd kept them buried deep inside. He sighed heavily, his internal conflict playing out across his features. That's when the attack came. The space behind Steve began to ripple and distort without anyone noticing. Reality itself seemed to bend, and then a tall, lean figure stepped through the dimensional rift. Loki had abandoned his royal Asgardian attire for a more subtle approach, a well-tailored suit and long coat that would let him blend in among Midgardians. But the silver dagger in his hand gleamed with otherworldly sharpness as he drove it toward Captain America's back. The blade bit deep into Steve's lower back just above his kidney. He let out a sharp cry of pain and surprise, his enhanced reflexes kicking in immediately. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he spun around and swung his shield in a devastating backhand strike. But the shield cut through empty air. Loki had already twisted away like smoke, his form becoming insubstantial for just long enough to avoid the counterattack. The bloody dagger gleamed as he pulled it free, and then he vanished entirely from where he'd been standing. A moment later, Loki reappeared on top of the highest structure in the facility, looking down at them with cold satisfaction. When Thor saw his brother, tears of joy streamed down his face. Through all his despair, hope suddenly blazed to life in his chest. "I knew you wouldn't abandon me," Thor called out, his voice cracking with emotion. The relief was overwhelming. After everything that had happened, the exile, the loss of his power, the humiliation of seeing a mortal lift his hammer, at least he still had Loki. His brother had crossed the vast distance between realms to rescue him, but even in his gratitude, Thor felt compelled to object to his brother's methods. "Loki, I know you want to save me, but you shouldn't have hurt this mortal." Thor waved his hands frantically, shouting up at his brother. "Midgardians are too fragile for such attacks." Loki glanced down at Thor with barely concealed contempt and said nothing. His brother's naive concern for their enemies was exactly the kind of weakness that had led to this situation in the first place. Hidden in the shadows, Ben watched the drama unfold with keen interest. His ghostly form remained perfectly concealed as he observed the unfolding confrontation. This was his chance, the opportunity he'd been waiting for. With both Asgardian and Frost giant genetics potentially within reach, Ben knew he had to act carefully. The genetic samples he could obtain here might prove invaluable for future transformations. Loki stood atop the highest structure like a conquering emperor, gazing down at Captain America and Coulson with the detached superiority of someone viewing insects beneath his boot. Steve pressed his hand against his wounded side, feeling warm blood seep through his fingers. The blade had cut deep, but he'd endured far worse. Physical pain was something he could compartmentalize. It was the implications of this attack that concerned him more. The moment Loki had materialized, Coulson had drawn his sidearm with practiced efficiency, keeping the weapon trained on the newcomer despite the obvious futility of the gesture. "I am Loki." The god began, then paused, a complex expression flickering across his sharp features. He hesitated over his surname, wrestling with an identity crisis that cut to the very core of his being. The truth was still fresh and raw, the knowledge that he wasn't Odin's biological son at all, but rather the offspring of Laufey, king of the Frost Giants. By rights, his name should be Loki Laufeyson, but admitting that would mean acknowledging his true heritage, and despite everything, the ostracism, the constant comparisons to Thor, the feeling of never quite belonging, Asgard had raised him. Asgard had shaped him. The glory and honor of the Golden Realm still resonated in his heart, even if it had never fully embraced him in return. Thor and his warrior friends might be crude, muscle-bound brutes who solved every problem with violence, but at least they were civilized brutes. The Frost Giants, by contrast, were little more than savage beasts, and these Midgardians, they were insects barely worthy of notice. "Mortals," Loki declared with regal authority, "when you stand before your monarch, why do you not kneel?" The words hit Thor like a physical blow. His face, which had been bright with hope at seeing his brother, suddenly went slack. The joy in his eyes died as comprehension dawned. "Wait, Loki, what do you mean by that?" Thor's voice carried a note of desperate confusion. "I am now the king of Asgard, brother." Loki's gaze finally settled on Thor, his eyelids half lowered in an expression of contemptuous pity. Despite the cruelty of his words, his voice remained soft, almost gentle, as if he were delivering tragic news with infinite compassion. "That's impossible." "You must be joking." Thor shook his head violently, then actually laughed, a sound filled with nostalgic affection. He remembered their childhood, how Loki would spin elaborate deceptions just to see if he could fool his older brother. Then when Thor had fallen for the trick completely, Loki would reveal the truth with that mischievous grin that meant gotcha. It had been a game between them, harmless and playful. This had to be another one of those moments. "You're the god of lies," Thor said, pointing at his brother with an almost fond expression, "but you can't fool me this time." How could the All-Father possibly pass the throne to Loki? The very idea was absurd, the most shameless lie his brother had told in over a millennium. But Thor's dismissal only fueled Loki's rage. His expression grew colder, twisted with a fury that had been building for centuries, though his voice remained deceptively calm. "Why do you assume I'm deceiving you?" Loki asked with quiet intensity. "Do you believe you're Odin's only child? Do you think no one else could possibly inherit the throne?" The questions left Thor speechless. Embarrassment crept across his features as he realized that yes, he had thought exactly that. Even in exile, even stripped of his power, he had never truly believed he would lose his birthright. The idea that Odin might choose Loki as his successor had simply never occurred to him. That unconscious assumption, that casual certainty of his own superiority, was exactly what drove Loki to the edge of madness. The jealousy burned in his throat like acid. "You think you're more qualified than me." Loki stepped closer, ignoring Coulson and Steve entirely. "Father died because of you." Each word was precisely delivered, designed for maximum impact. "Exiling you the threat of war. He couldn't bear the strain. You caused all of this." Originally, Loki had planned to maintain a facade of magnanimous tolerance in front of his brother. He'd wanted to appear gracious in victory, benevolent in his new authority. But he couldn't help himself. The satisfaction of watching Thor's face crumble was too delicious to resist. "But Asgard cannot be without a king for even a day," Loki continued, savoring every moment. "Who else could it be but me?" The devastation that washed over Thor's features was complete and absolute. Steve and Coulson exchanged glances, both recognizing the obvious signs of a conspiracy. Anyone with half a brain could see through Loki's claims. This reeked of a palace coup. Coulson had already constructed a mental narrative. The ambitious younger prince had orchestrated his brother's downfall and possibly murdered his own father to claim the throne. It was a story as old as civilization itself. Frankly, Coulson had no desire to get involved in Asgardian politics. He just wanted this unstable royal to leave Earth as quickly as possible. But it was clear that Loki had other plans. Having delivered his emotional devastation to Thor, Loki seemed to relax slightly, a vague smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Then his attention shifted to the real threat, the mortal who had dared to lift Mjolnir. "Mortals of Midgard," Loki declared with imperial authority, "how dare you remain standing in the presence of your king?" "Your posturing doesn't scare anyone," Steve replied firmly, his voice carrying the unwavering conviction that had inspired armies. "This country has never had a king, and we sure as hell won't kneel to someone like you." "Ignorant fool," Loki's lips curled into a cruel smile. Without warning, he raised Gungnir, the eternal spear, and unleashed a devastating beam of pure energy. Captain America quickly raised his shield, and Loki immediately sneered with anticipated satisfaction. As Odin's personal weapon, Gungnir possessed power beyond mortal comprehension. Even if Loki couldn't access its full potential, it should easily be enough to reduce this insignificant mortal and his primitive shield to atoms. But instead of the expected disintegration, the energy beam struck the shield and simply stopped. The vibranium absorbed and dispersed the godly energy harmlessly. "How is this possible?" Loki stared in disbelief. Steve didn't waste time on explanations. Fighting through the pain in his side, he twisted his torso and hurled his shield like a massive discus. Years of practice had made the motion as natural as breathing. The counterattack caught Loki completely off guard. Seeing the shield racing toward him with lethal speed, he barely managed to swing Gungnir in a clumsy parry, knocking the projectile aside. But the shield had been a feint. Steve's real attack was already in motion. As someone who had mastered dozens of fighting styles and survived countless battles, Steve vastly outclassed Loki in pure combat skill. The Asgardian might be a powerful sorcerer and master manipulator, but in a straight fight, he was essentially an assassin pretending to be a warrior. Steve's boot caught Loki square in the chest, sending the god stumbling backward. Before Loki could recover, Steve followed up with a combination of punches that left the Asgardian reeling. In terms of raw physical damage, the assault barely scratched Loki's godly constitution. But the humiliation of being manhandled by a mortal was unbearable. Loki's roar of fury shook the very air around them. Godly power erupted from his body like a supernatural hurricane, instantly collapsing the makeshift shield facility. Support beams twisted, walls crumbled, and debris flew in every direction. Thor, powerless and mortal, was caught in the maelstrom and sent tumbling across the ground. He ended up with a mouthful of sand and dust, completely unable to help. With casual ease, Loki grabbed Steve by his uniform and hurled him through the air like a rag doll. The super soldier flew hundreds of meters before crashing into the desert floor. "Captain," Coulson shouted, gripping a twisted piece of railing as he struggled against the supernatural windstorm. He drew his sidearm and fired rapidly, but the bullets struck Loki's face harmlessly. They might as well have been thrown pebbles. Still, the futile attack was enough to draw the god's attention. "You truly irritate me, mortal," Loki snarled, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. He raised his hand, and his magic lifted a nearby vehicle into the air. With a casual gesture, he sent the multi-ton projectile hurtling toward Coulson. Coulson's training kicked in immediately. He curled into a protective position, trying to shield his vital organs, but he knew it was hopeless. No human could survive being crushed by a car moving at that speed. The impact came with a thunderous crash directly above him, but there was no pain. No crushing weight. Coulson opened his eyes to find the mangled remains of the vehicle suspended above his head, held in place by massive red arms that looked like they could crush steel beams. Following those arms back, he saw a towering crimson figure looming protectively over him. What made this newcomer truly unusual was the fact that he possessed 4 arms instead of the normal 2. Coulson's breath caught in his throat. His pulse hammered as he stared up at this unexpected savior. Forearm crumpled the car like waste paper and tossed it aside with casual ease. Coulson immediately recognized the symbol on his shoulder, the same mark worn by the fireman hero who had fought monsters at Stark Tower just days earlier. "Are you with the plumbers?" Coulson asked breathlessly. Ben nodded without hesitation. To avoid the awkwardness of being called the guy with the 4 hands, he opted for a brief introduction. "I'm one of the plumbers," he said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "Designation 4 arms." After speaking, he used his lower arms to gently push Coulson to safety, then turned his full attention to Loki. Ben had successfully obtained some of Thor's gene during his ghostly reconnaissance, but Loki's power made such stealth approaches far riskier, so he approaches using the Hulk strategy. The moment his transformation completed, Ben knew exactly what needed to be done. Loki, meanwhile, had no idea what was coming. He studied this new arrival with the arrogance of someone who believed himself innately superior to all other life forms. After mentally cataloging every dangerous species he knew of in the universe and finding no match, he maintained his condescending expression. "Another pest," Loki shook his head with mock disappointment, as if Ben's very existence was an insult to his intelligence. He took a step forward, moving to within arm's reach, a decision he would immediately regret. "I am a god, you foolish creature. Do you really think an animal like you could?" Before Loki could finish his contemptuous speech, Ben's lower right arm shot out with lightning speed, grabbing the god's ankle in an unbreakable grip. What followed could only be described as a demolition project. Ben proceeded to slam Loki into the ground repeatedly, using Loki like a human-shaped sledgehammer. Left side, right side, overhead smash, repeat. Sand and debris exploded with each impact as Loki was introduced to the fundamental laws of physics in the most educational way possible. After several seconds of this geological excavation project, Loki lay peacefully in a small crater, his eyes wide and glassy, with what might charitably be described as tears of enlightenment glistening at the corners. Ben dusted off his hands with satisfaction, 4 arms making the gesture twice as emphatic as usual. Looking at Loki sprawled in the crater like a discarded doll, his regal composure completely shattered, Ben couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. So satisfying. Truth be told, Ben had always found Loki to be a fascinating character in the comics and movies. The god of mischief had charisma, intelligence, and a tragic backstory that made him compelling. But this version, young, arrogant, and drunk on unearned power, desperately needed a reality check. Sometimes when a spoiled child acts out, a firm hand is exactly what they need to learn proper behavior. "How dare you?" Loki struggled to his feet, shaking off dust and debris like a wet cat. His voice trembled with rage, and there was a dangerous glint of madness in his eyes as he glared at Ben. "How dare you lay hands on the God King? Do you really think you're a God King, Loki?" Ben sneered, cracking his knuckles with audible pops. The sound echoed across the wasteland like gunshots. "Because from where I'm standing, you look more like a spoiled prince having a tantrum." The Tetraman genetics flowing through his veins made Ben naturally aggressive in this form. 4 arms was built for combat, designed for overwhelming physical dominance, and every instinct was pushing him toward escalation. Loki alone wasn't nearly enough to satisfy that battle hunger. In fact, a bold plan was beginning to form in Ben's mind. If he played his cards right, Thor and Loki's genetic material would be just the beginning. There was a way to potentially acquire the DNA of hundreds of different alien species all at once. But first, he needed to finish this lesson. Ben launched himself forward with explosive force, his massive fist cutting through the air like a wrecking ball. Boom! The sound of impact was like thunder, and the sheer force of the punch created a shockwave that shattered the air itself. Dust and debris erupted in all directions as Ben's fist connected with Loki's torso, driving the god deep into the earth. Before Loki could even think about escape, Ben planted one massive foot on each of the Asgardian's hands, pinning him in place. His rock-like body bent down, bringing his glowing yellow eyes level with Loki's face. The sheer presence was overwhelming, like being stared down by a living mountain. Loki's face went pale with genuine fear. Wait, Loki began, but Ben had heard enough speeches for one day. His 4 arms became a blur of motion, hammering down on Loki with the mechanical precision of a pile driver. Each punch landed with the force of an industrial press, fast enough that the individual strikes merged into a continuous thunderclap. Boom, boom, boom. Ben's fists moved so rapidly they left red afterimages in the air. The speed of his assault created its own weather system, hurricane-force winds radiating outward from the point of impact. Each blow hit with the devastating power of a cruise missile, sending shockwaves racing across the desert for miles in every direction. The small town 50 miles away felt the tremors, with residents looking up from their daily routines in confusion. Car alarms went off, windows rattled, and more than a few people wondered if they were experiencing an earthquake. Anyone still near the shield facility was immediately blown away by the hurricane-force winds, tumbling across the desert like leaves in a storm. Thor desperately wanted to help his brother, but he was powerless, literally. Even shouting would have been useless. His voice was completely swallowed by the roaring wind generated by Ben's relentless assault. He struggled to move forward, but was like a man trying to walk through a tornado, pushed back with every step. The helplessness was crushing. For the first time in his long life, Thor understood what true powerlessness felt like. After several minutes of sustained pummeling, Ben finally slowed his assault. The ground beneath his feet had collapsed several meters, creating a crater within the existing crater. Where Mjolnir's impact site had been impressive, Ben's impromptu geology lesson had carved out something that looked like a small canyon. At the bottom of this newly excavated pit, Loki lay motionless. He wasn't dead, of course. Asgardians were notoriously difficult to kill, and even though Loki was technically a frost giant, his godly status made him incredibly resilient. The guy could survive being thrown around by the Hulk. A few minutes of 4 arms treatment wouldn't finish him off. Still, Ben had been careful not to deliver any potentially lethal blows. The last thing he needed was to actually kill Loki and have Odin wake up from his scheduled nap to seek revenge. Odin in his prime had conquered the 9 realms, and even in his advanced age, the Allfather's power continued to grow. The Asgardian royal family had this annoying trait of becoming stronger as they aged, and their treasure vault contained artifacts that could challenge cosmic-level entities. The destroyer armor alone was supposedly capable of standing toe-to-toe with Celestials. If Odin decided to personally pilot the destroyer down to Midgard for a revenge mission, Ben's current arsenal might not be sufficient to handle that level of threat. Unless the Omnitrix had some serious surprises in store, a direct confrontation with the Allfather would be inadvisable. Ben stepped back and looked down at his handiwork. Loki had lost every trace of his earlier arrogance. During the beating, he'd managed to conjure his ceremonial armor, probably hoping the godly metalwork would provide some protection. Instead, the once pristine outfit was now cracked and dented, with one of the distinctive horns on his helmet snapped clean off. Seeing Ben pause in his assault, Loki didn't waste time on dignity or threats. He immediately cast an illusion spell with his remaining strength and teleported away in a panic, leaving only a shimmering afterimage behind. Ben didn't bother pursuing him. The fleeing god had served his purpose perfectly. First, Loki had been bleeding freely during the fight, which meant Ben's Omnitrix had undoubtedly collected enough genetic material to unlock frost giant DNA. That was a valuable addition to his growing collection. Second, and more importantly, Loki's retreat was exactly what Ben needed for the next phase of his plan. After all, if Loki didn't run back to Asgard in a rage, how would he deploy the destroyer? If Odin himself decided to pilot the destroyer armor, Ben would immediately retreat to Camertage and beg the Ancient One to hide him. But if Loki just sent the destroyer as an unmanned weapon? Well, as far as Ben was concerned, that was simply a free upgrade falling from the sky. Finders keepers, as they say. What's that, Odin? You want your armor back? Sorry, but this thing doesn't seem to have an off switch. Also, it's surprisingly effective as a blunt instrument. Want to test that theory personally? Of course, Ben wasn't entirely certain he could actually defeat the destroyer, even without Odin controlling it. But Odin had mellowed considerably in his old age, and there was a decent chance he wouldn't care enough about one missing artifact to escalate the situation. With Loki's dramatic exit, the battlefield fell silent. Ben took one last look around, then calmly walked away from the scene of destruction. When Coulson finally realized the fight had ended, he cautiously lifted his head. Fine red sand had settled over everything like a burial shroud, including himself. He looked like an archaeologist who'd just been excavated from his own dig site. Standing up slowly, he brushed the worst of the sand from his suit and coughed several times to clear the grit from his throat. Then he surveyed the remains of their temporary facility. The entire structure had been buried under tons of displaced earth. What hadn't been buried had been twisted into abstract metal sculptures by the hurricane-force winds. It would take a full construction crew weeks to clean up this mess. After a moment, Coulson remembered that Captain America had been thrown clear of the area and still hadn't returned. Steve was actually fine, relatively speaking. The enhanced metabolism that made him nearly impossible to poison also meant he recovered from injuries much faster than normal humans. The stab wound in his back was already beginning to heal, though it still hurt like hell. The main problem was that his shield had been blown away during the chaos, and he'd hit his head hard enough during his landing to leave him disoriented. Then the shockwaves from Ben's assault had made it impossible to move in a straight line, let alone return to help. Now he sat in the sand, one hand pressed to his wounded side, breathing heavily as he tried to process what he'd just witnessed. "The world has changed so much," he said quietly, more to himself than anyone else. Coulson, finally locating his missing captain, could only nod in agreement. The world had indeed become a much stranger place. Meanwhile, in a small town 50 miles east of the impact crater, Ben was enjoying a well-deserved meal. He'd purchased the largest burger and drink the local restaurant had to offer, and was now wolfing down his food with the appetite of someone who just burned several thousand calories beating up a god. The locals were still buzzing about the earthquake that had rattled their windows and set off car alarms. Most assumed it was another military test. The government was always bombing something out in the desert. Ben quickly finished his burger, drained his supersized cola, and moved to a secluded alley behind the restaurant. Privacy was essential for what came next. He activated the Omnitrix interface, watching as the familiar holographic display materialized around his wrist. The device's dial twisted and shifted, cycling through various symbols before settling on a distinctive yellow configuration. Capture mode activated, the synthetic voice echoed in the narrow alley, confirming that Ben's hunt was about to begin in earnest. Capture mode activated, in Ben's vision, the Omnitrix interface had transformed dramatically. The familiar green surface was now dominated by black sections above and below, with only a narrow yellow band running through the center, like a targeting reticle waiting for genetic material. The process was surprisingly efficient. Touch any biological sample to the device, and the Omnitrix would scan and catalog its genetic information. However, built-in safeguards prevented misuse. The device prioritized intelligent lifeforms and rejected incomplete or unstable samples. If the DNA was too dangerous, biologically incompatible, or corrupted, the Omnitrix could lock it out to protect both the user and the device's integrity. This explained why Ben had never been able to extract abilities from the radioactive spider that had bitten Peter, or from Peter himself. The Omnitrix recognized human DNA and refused to process it. Ben carefully retrieved the blood he'd collected. Using Ghost Freak's intangible claws, he'd managed to poke a small sample from Thor while the god was distracted by his various humiliations. He pressed the blood against the Omnitrix's sensor array and waited. About 30 seconds later, the device emitted a soft chime. Data uploading. Error. Unable to locate PRIMUSHOMEWRLD. Data will be retained in local storage. Ben paused, initially wondering if something had malfunctioned. Then understanding dawned. The Omnitrix was like a computer that had lost its internet connection. Without access to the codon stream database on Primus, it could only store genetic information locally. For Ben's purposes, this wasn't a significant problem. As long as the capture and transformation functions still worked, he could live with reduced cloud storage. The device chimed again, its surface shifting from yellow to green. As the holographic display updated, Ben noticed something unexpected. Two distinct silhouettes had appeared instead of one. He stared at the readout in confusion. He'd only provided Thor's DNA, so why was the Omnitrix detecting two separate genetic patterns? Isn't Thor supposed to be a pure-blooded Asgardian? Ben muttered. Ben's knowledge of Marvel Comics was extensive, but there were gaps in his understanding of the more obscure mythological details. He didn't realize that in some origin stories, Thor wasn't actually Queen Frigga's biological son. Instead, he was the child of Odin and Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess, though he'd been raised by Frigga as her own. This unique parentage, combining Asgardian godly power with primordial earth magic, was what gave Thor the potential to eventually surpass any other Asgardian in raw power. Ben, completely unaware of this cosmic soap opera, found himself wondering about the family dynamics of the Asgardian royal household. If Odin had been unfaithful to Frigga, then she really got the short end of the stick. Two princes of Asgard, and neither one is actually her biological child. Regardless of the family drama implications, this was definitely a pleasant surprise. Two new transformations from a single genetic sample was an unexpected bonus. These silhouettes look similar, Ben observed, studying the holographic display. I wonder which one represents pure Asgardian genetics. The Omnitrix's transformation process would provide him with instinctive knowledge of each alien form's capabilities, so he didn't need to overthink the selection. He spun the dial, picked one of the silhouettes at random, and prepared to test his first new transformation. Let's start with this one. Ben pressed the activation dial, and green light erupted from the device. Immediately, he felt raw power surging through his body like a tide of liquid lightning. His lean frame began to expand and strengthen, muscle mass increasing dramatically. It was like watching Popeye transform after eating spinach, except the change was far more comprehensive. His physique became a masterwork of anatomical perfection, every muscle group perfectly defined and proportioned. Silver armor materialized along his muscle lines like flowing mercury, forming intricate scale-like patterns that seemed to pulse with inner light. The metal wasn't just protective gear, it was an extension of his enhanced physiology. Cosmic energy became visible to his enhanced senses, swirling around him in streams of particle radiation that most beings couldn't even perceive. Ben took a deep breath, feeling godly power settling into his bones like warm honey. Then, without conscious effort, his feet left the ground. The sand beneath him seemed to whisper away in an unfelt breeze as he rose into the air, supported by nothing but his own will. Flight felt as natural as breathing, more natural even. This was definitely Asgardian genetics at work. It also explained why his physical appearance hadn't changed dramatically. Unlike most of his alien transformations, which gave him completely non-human anatomy, Asgardians were essentially enhanced humanoids. The improvements were internal rather than morphological. Ben hovered in the air, marveling at his enhanced perceptions. The world looked different through godly senses, richer, more complex, alive with energies that mortal eyes couldn't detect. "This is incredible," he breathed. "This must be what it feels like to be an Asgardian." The power flowing through him was godly force in its purest form, what Asgardians called the cosmic energy that fueled their greatest feats. He had the standard Asgardian abilities of enhanced strength, durability, and longevity, but also the rarer gifts of flight and cosmic energy manipulation. "I didn't expect it to be this powerful," Ben said, genuinely surprised. It wasn't that he'd underestimated Asgardian genetics, he knew they were formidable. But Asgardian power was supposed to be closely tied to age. Thor was over 1,000 years old and had spent centuries developing his godly might. Ben was barely 16. The Omnitrix must calibrate alien forms based on the user's age and biology, he reasoned. So right now, I'm basically a teenage Asgardian. The device always optimized transformations within the limits of the wearer's stage of life, adapting the alien form to match their growth and capabilities. Just like how his 4 arms form could still match warriors like Luma Red Wind despite being younger, this Asgardian form was likely scaled to his peak potential as a teenager. Even so, that still meant enhanced strength, durability, and longevity well beyond normal humans. If Asgardians matured slowly and possessed natural power far above Earth standards, then even in this form, he probably outclassed most adult Asgardian warriors, and might even rival a younger version of Thor. Of course, without millennia of combat experience, godly artifacts, or an official godly portfolio, he'd probably be at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation. But the raw potential was definitely there. What should I call you? How about Assyrian?" Ben said. "If this Assyrian form is already this impressive," Ben mused, "I wonder what the other form will unlock." Curiosity getting the better of him, Ben gently touched the Omnitrix symbol on his chest and activated the transformation sequence again. The silver armor dissolved like morning mist, replaced by flowing white robes in an ancient Greek style. His appearance remained fundamentally human, but something far more profound had changed. Even without knowing the technical name for this transformation, Ben immediately understood what he had become. He opened his hands, and primordial elemental power flowed between his fingers like liquid starlight. When he exhaled, his breath carried the essence of life itself, the power to nurture growth or command the very foundations of existence. More importantly, Ben could feel a connection to the planet beneath his feet that was almost overwhelming in its intensity. As long as he remained on Earth, this power would continue to flow through him, inexhaustible and ever-growing. It was similar to how Hela could draw endless strength while standing on Asgardian soil. If his previous transformation had been a space god, then this form could only be described as an Earth god. "Actually, Earth god sounds a bit mundane," Ben said, considering alternatives. "How about Primaterra?" The name felt right, ancient, primal, connected to the deepest roots of Earth magic. But even as he tested this new form's abilities, Ben became aware of something else stirring within the transformation. a power that went beyond simple godly authority, beyond even cosmic energy manipulation. This was evolution itself, the accumulated wisdom of billions of years of natural selection, the power to guide and accelerate the development of life across geological time scales. Ben smiled as understanding dawned. Ultimate evolution, he whispered, feeling the vast potential contained within this simple phrase. The old god transformation wasn't just about raw power, it was about the fundamental forces that shaped life itself. And if he was right about what this ability could do, it might be the key to everything he'd been working toward: ultimate evolution. Some fans of the Ben 10 series called it the Omnitrix, a modification that subjected alien DNA samples to the worst possible evolutionary pressures in a simulated environment, forcing them to evolve over the course of 1,000,000 accelerated years. The result was enhanced genetic templates that could transform the wearer into evolved versions of the original species. It was a function added by Albedo after he'd stolen the core from Azimuth's unfinished prototype Omnitrix. The Mad Galvin had been jealous of Ben Tennyson's heroic reputation and sought to create his own superior version of the device. Feeling the godly power coursing through his Primaterra transformation, power that could guide and accelerate evolution on a planetary scale, Ben couldn't help but think about the Ultimatrix's potential applications. Azimuth had always disapproved of ultimate evolution, considering it a corruption of his original design. The first thinker believed that forcing artificial evolution turned the Omnitrix from a tool of understanding into a weapon of destruction, violating its fundamental purpose as a preservation device for galactic biodiversity. There was also the risk that the evolved DNA might develop its own consciousness, creating uncontrollable life forms. But Azimuth's objections weren't based on the function being useless, they were philosophical concerns about the ethics of forced evolution. Ben definitely intended to add ultimate evolution capabilities to his Omnitrix eventually. The problem was that his current evolutionary powers were still relatively weak, and the technical challenge of integrating magic with Galvin technology was daunting. He'd need to study the interface between cosmic energy and the Omnitrix's quantum matrices much more thoroughly. After a few minutes of experimentation, Ben reverted to human form and retrieved the blood sample he'd collected from Loki during their earlier encounter. This time, the Omnitrix didn't split the genetic pattern into multiple silhouettes. The Frost Giant template appeared as a single humanoid outline, though with subtle differences in proportions that suggested greater height and bulk. Ben decided not to test this transformation immediately. Loki was relatively small for a Frost Giant. Most of his species were towering behemoths that would draw unwanted attention in human environments. The transformation would be useful eventually, but not while he was trying to maintain a low profile. Besides, after gaining access to Assyrian and Primaterra abilities, he wasn't particularly impressed by standard Frost Giant genetics. They were strong and durable, sure, but they lacked the cosmic scope of Asgardian power or the evolutionary potential of Earth magic. Ben's dismissive attitude was so complete that he couldn't even be bothered to come up with a creative nickname for the Frost Giant form. After securing the genetic samples, Ben settled in to wait for Loki's inevitable retaliation. The humiliated god wouldn't let their encounter go unanswered, and Ben was counting on that wounded pride to drive Loki toward a predictable response. But instead of cosmic retribution, his phone rang. "Hey Ben, how's the holiday going?" Peter's voice came through the speaker with characteristic good cheer, though it was slightly muffled. Ben could hear the sounds of the city in the background: traffic, distant sirens, the general urban symphony of New York. "After you left the other day, were you the one who rescued Senator Caldwell's daughter and all those other victims?" Peter continued without waiting for an answer. "I just found out about it this morning when I went to the Daily Bugle." Ben could picture the scene perfectly. Peter had probably walked into the newsroom expecting a normal day, only to get ambushed by Jameson's latest rant about Spider-Man's moral failures. "Jameson practically took my head off," Peter confirmed, proving Ben's guess correct. "The story's in every paper in the city, but I didn't get any photos because I had no idea it was happening. Apparently, Andrea told the media that Spider-Man saved her, and they identified the killer too." There was a pause, and Ben could hear Peter taking a bite of something, probably a hot dog from one of the street vendors he favored during his patrol breaks. "Spider-Man killed the murderer." Peter's voice carried a note of disbelief that was almost painful to hear. Ben could imagine his cousin's expression, the confusion and disappointment warring across his features. Peter had probably spent hours trying to reconcile this news with his image of who Ben was supposed to be. "That's right. came Jameson's voice in the background, apparently still ranting to anyone within earshot. Look at that, the menace finally showed his true colors. He thinks he's above the law, a vigilante killer. Sir, came Robbie's patient voice, the dead person was a serial killer and Spider-Man saved almost 100 people. Peter's mental turmoil was practically audible through the phone. Ben knew his cousin well enough to understand the internal debate that must be raging, the struggle between understanding the necessity of the action and maintaining his moral ideals. It was me, Ben confirmed simply. There was no point in denial, there weren't exactly multiple Spider-Men operating in New York. But, you killed him, Peter's voice cracked slightly. Ben shifted the phone to his other hand and leaned against the nearest wall, preparing for a conversation he'd known was inevitable. What's the problem? He asked calmly. You know how cruel that man was. They found evidence of almost 100 victims this time. Even among the survivors, many had their hands or feet amputated by him for his sick experiments. Don't you think he deserved to die? Peter fell silent, and Ben could practically hear the gears turning in his cousin's head. The truth was, Peter probably did understand on some level. Just reading the newspaper accounts of Muse's crimes had been enough to make Peter's blood boil with righteous anger. Being there in person, seeing the victims, witnessing the horror firsthand, that would test anyone's commitment to nonviolence. But Peter was still clinging to his idealistic principles, still believing in clear moral boundaries. But you could have handed him over to the police, Peter said finally. Let the legal system. Come on, Ben interrupted. Muse was completely insane. You really think some judge wouldn't have shown him leniency because of mental health issues? Ben didn't mention the more likely scenario, that certain organizations would have tried to recruit Muse for his unusual abilities. A psychopath with supernatural powers was exactly the kind of asset that groups like Hydra would kill to acquire. Peter seemed ready to continue the argument, but Ben smoothly changed the subject. Anyway, how's the school reconstruction going? Peter allowed himself to be redirected. It looks like we won't be starting classes for at least another month. A month, that should be plenty of time for what Ben had planned. Tell Mom and Dad that my trip might be extended, Ben said. I just want to take some time to relax and clear my head. The silence that followed was heavy with Peter's misinterpretation. Ben could almost hear his cousin's thought process, assuming that Ben was running away from guilt, that the killing had traumatized him and he needed distance to process what he'd done. I must have hurt him when I blamed him for killing someone, Peter thought to himself. He's probably feeling terrible about it. Okay, I'll cover for you, Peter said, his voice soft with sympathy. Just promise me you won't overthink this, okay? Don't go down a dark path, it's not your fault. What dark path? Why would I overthink anything? After hanging up, Ben stared at his phone with genuine confusion. Peter had clearly misunderstood something fundamental about the situation. My well-meaning cousin, Ben muttered to himself with affection. I really am planning to relax, but the vacation spot is a little farther away than he thinks. So far that it's not even on Earth. Ben shook his head and looked toward the horizon, where something was disturbing the natural order of things. In the distance, a massive tornado was carving a path across the desert, connecting earth to sky in a column of destructive force. The very air seemed to darken as storm clouds gathered unnaturally fast, pressing down like the weight of godly judgment. The destroyer had arrived. Not long ago, Loki, freshly beaten and humiliated by Ben, had fled back to Asgard in utter disgrace. Gone was the elegant, regal bearing he'd once worn like armor. Instead, he looked like some vagrant who'd crawled out of the gutter, battered and broken. Looking at him now, who would dare believe this pathetic figure was a king of Asgard? He appeared more like a common vagabond lost among the stars. His once magnificent golden armor hung in tatters, each piece torn and dented beyond recognition. Matted hair fell across his face in greasy strands, while dried blood and dust caked his pale skin. The very sight of him would have been laughable if not for the cold fury burning in his emerald eyes. By his own estimation, he'd suffered at least 3 fractured ribs and possibly a hairline fracture in his left arm. For an Asgardian, such injuries were merely inconveniences. The godly blood flowing through his veins would mend bone and sinew within hours. To truly kill a god required either overwhelming force capable of complete annihilation or mystical energies that could counter godly power itself. By the time Loki had slipped quietly back into Asgard's golden halls, his physical wounds had indeed healed completely. Yet the brutal forearms monster had carved something far deeper, a wound that festered in the darkest corners of his mind. Even now, the mere thought of that monstrous creature sent involuntary shudders through his frame. He sat hunched upon his throne, the seat of power that should have filled him with triumph feeling cold and foreign beneath him. His eyes stared into nothing, vacant and haunted, while his body trembled with barely suppressed trauma. Like a child waking from nightmares, he wrapped his arms around himself, seeking comfort that would never come. Long minutes passed before Loki finally surfaced from his catatonic state. As the fog of terror lifted, it revealed something far more dangerous underneath pure, incandescent rage. "You damned Midgardians!" His voice cracked like a whip through the empty throne room, echoing off ancient walls that had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations. "How dare you treat me like this?" Resentment burned in his gaze as he clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Through gritted teeth, he growled like a rabid animal, fantasizing about tearing that crimson creature apart piece by bloody piece, savoring each moment of agony before swallowing the remains whole. In his fury, Loki had unconsciously classified 4 arms as native to Earth, a reasonable assumption, given his ignorance of Midgard's true nature. Though nominally one of the 9 realms, the backward little planet had never warranted serious attention from Asgard's nobility. What strange evolutionary paths might such a primitive world have taken? What monsters might have crawled from its depths? But regardless of the creature's origins, this represented a humiliation beyond measure, not just for Loki personally, but for the entire realm of Asgard. It was as if a king, traveling through his own domain, had been beaten senseless by common street trash. Worse than beaten, humiliated, ground beneath the heel of some upstart mortal who dared lay hands upon royalty. The very thought made Loki's blood boil with righteous indignation. His first instinct upon returning had been to mobilize Asgard's armies and reduce Midgard to dust. Let the Bifrost burn their pathetic cities to ash. Let their screams echo across the void as payment for their insolence. But cold reality quickly tempered his fury. Loki possessed no true authority in Asgard. His claim to the throne was tenuous at best. He'd seized power through cunning and circumstance, taking advantage of Thor's exile and Odin's sleep. A usurper's crown worn by sufferance rather than right. Few in the realm truly acknowledged his rule. Even fewer would follow him into battle. The warriors 3, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hagun, had grown increasingly suspicious of his involvement in recent events. Their loyalty remained with Thor, and they made no effort to hide their contempt for their temporary king. Heimdall, guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, watched Loki's every move with those all-seeing eyes. The gatekeeper's disapproval was palpable, his cooperation grudging at best. Even Loki's journey to Midgard had required slipping past Heimdall's notice, using forgotten pathways known only to those who trafficked in secrets. Now burning with the need for vengeance, Loki discovered he lacked even the basic right to command military action. The irony was not lost on him, a god of mischief, trapped by his own machinations. If Thor had been the one humiliated today, Loki mused with bitter laughter, would the Asgardian warriors hesitate to sharpen their blades for war? The answer was obvious. Had the Golden Prince suffered such indignity, the entire realm would have rallied to his banner. Warriors would have competed for the honor of avenging their beloved heir. The Bifrost would have burned with righteous fury as armies marched to restore Asgard's honor. But for Loki, even seated upon the throne of his fathers, he remained an outsider. A pretender tolerated only because the alternatives were worse. The injustice of it all crystallized into a single terrible truth. As long as Thor and Odin lived, Loki would never be anything more than a placeholder. The warriors dreamed of Thor's return, when their true king would lead them to glory once more. They clung to hope that Odin would wake from his enchanted slumber and restore Asgard's golden age. "Only when you all die," Loki whispered to the empty throne room, his words carrying the weight of absolute conviction, "can I truly become the king of Asgard." Shadow seemed to gather around him as he spoke, as if the very walls recognized the darkness growing in his heart. Yet even as murderous intent consumed him, practical considerations remained. Killing Odin directly was impossible. Too many eyes watched, too many questions would be asked. Even a god of lies had limits to his deception. But Loki knew of others who shared his desire to see the Allfather fall. Ancient enemies who had nursed their hatred across millennia, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Laufey, he breathed, the name tasting like ash on his tongue. My father. The word came reluctantly, laden with self-loathing and bitter irony. The king of the frost giants, his true sire, though the very thought made his skin crawl with revulsion. The blood of Jotunheim flowed in his veins, marking him as something other than the pure Asgardian he'd always believed himself to be. It was a secret that ate at him like acid, a shame he could never wash away. But perhaps that shame could serve a purpose. If he could not command Asgard's armies, he would find others willing to do his bidding. Once again, Loki bypassed Heimdall's watchful gaze, slipping through the same dimensional crack he'd used to reach Midgard. This time, however, his destination lay in a very different direction, toward the frozen wasteland of Jotunheim, where giants nursed ancient grudges and plotted revenge against the realm of the gods. He took time to compose himself, smoothing his hair and adjusting his armor until he appeared every inch the royal prince. Let none who saw him suspect the desperation that drove him to such desperate measures. Yet even as Loki believed himself unobserved, the all-seeing eyes of Heimdall tracked his every move. The gatekeeper's expression remained stoic, but concern flickered in his golden gaze. Whatever the young prince planned, it would not end well for any of the 9 realms. Jotunheim stretched before Loki like a vision of cosmic winter, a realm where ice and snow had reigned supreme since the dawn of time. Though many species of giants called this dimension home, the frost giants had long ago established themselves as its undisputed rulers, their ancient kingdom standing in eternal opposition to Asgard's golden halls. The brutal cold that would have killed lesser beings barely registered to Loki's godly constitution. Still, he found himself glancing down at his pale arms, where blue veins pulsed beneath the surface, a reminder of the giant's blood that flowed through his body. The sight filled him with familiar self-disgust, a secret shame that he'd carried alone for so long. He had no desire to acknowledge Laufey as family. Blood meant nothing compared to the throne he'd seized and the power he craved. This would be a transaction, nothing more, a mutually beneficial arrangement between temporary allies. The plan forming in his mind was elegant in its simplicity. Let the giants deal with Odin while he himself retrieved the destroyer from its vault. The ancient weapon would serve as the perfect instrument of vengeance against Midgard. Every living thing on that backward planet would burn, including his dear brother Thor, who had proven himself unworthy of the throne. When the smoke cleared, Loki would emerge as Asgard's undisputed king. Odin would be dead, taking the secret of Loki's parentage to his grave. Both Midgard and Jotunheim would lie in ruins, their usefulness expired. And he, the god of mischief, the rightful heir to Asgard's throne, would lead his realm into a new golden age. "I am the one they have been waiting for," he murmured to himself, the words carrying the weight of absolute conviction. "I am the king they deserve." Meanwhile on Earth, Agent Coulson knelt beside Steve Rogers, a standard shield medical kit open at his side. With practiced efficiency, he cleaned and bandaged the super soldier's wounds, his movements precise despite the unusual circumstances. "You're lucky," Coulson observed, applying pressure to the wound. "The injury isn't too serious, and I don't have a second serum to spare." Steve winced as antiseptic burned through torn flesh, but his attention remained fixed on the figure kneeling in the crater nearby. Thor had collapsed to his knees after failing to lift Mjolnir, his entire world shattered by the hammer's rejection. The god of thunder looked utterly broken, as if someone had reached inside his chest and torn out his very soul. "Is this serum really that rare?" Steve asked, looking at Thor, who had collapsed to his knees. The god of thunder looked utterly broken, as if someone had reached inside his chest and torn out his very soul. "Extremely. Osborn hasn't officially launched it to market yet, what we have came through Director Fury's connections. He managed to acquire a few samples in advance, partly for field use and partly for analysis. If our scientists can crack the formula, we won't have to keep buying it at premium prices." Steve nodded slowly, though something about the explanation sat uncomfortably in his mind. "What about him?" Steve asked, nodding toward Thor's motionless form. Coulson followed his gaze, his expression troubled. "I honestly don't know. We'll have to wait for Director Fury to arrive and make that call. Given the circumstances, I suspect he'll be taken into custody for questioning." "Fury's coming here personally." Of course, Fury was coming. What had started as a routine investigation into an unidentified object had spiraled into something far more complex. Initially, Nick Fury had dismissed the reports of an immovable hammer as little more than a curiosity, another piece of extraterrestrial debris with unusual properties. Such things weren't uncommon in their line of work. The standard protocol was simple: establish a perimeter, set up a research facility, and study the anomaly until they understood its nature. His decision to send Captain America had been pragmatic rather than desperate. Steve Rogers needed field experience to readjust to the modern world after his decades-long freeze, and the hammer seemed like a low-risk assignment. At worst, they might encounter foreign agents or rival organizations drawn by the unusual readings. Fury understood better than most that America housed numerous competing interests. Beyond the obvious foreign intelligence services, domestic factions operated with their own agendas: military contractors, corporate research divisions, and shadow organizations that existed in the spaces between official acknowledgement. Any sufficiently advanced technology would inevitably attract their attention, but what he hadn't anticipated was the cascade of escalating incidents that followed. First, an unidentified mercenary had single-handedly dismantled an entire special forces unit. Then a self-proclaimed god had materialized out of thin air and nearly killed Captain America. Finally, the mysterious plumbers, the same organization that had appeared at Stark Tower, had sent their own representative to the scene. Nick Fury prided himself on his ability to read situations, to anticipate threats before they materialized. But as he reviewed the incident reports during his flight to New Mexico, a chilling realization settled over him. What he'd initially dismissed as a simple containment operation was rapidly becoming the opening moves of an interplanetary conflict. If this Asgard was real, if gods and alien civilizations were taking direct interest in Earth, then conventional responses would prove woefully inadequate. He might need to activate protocols that he'd hoped never to use, call in favors from contacts that most of his subordinates didn't even know existed. The thought of Carol Danvers crossed his mind, though he quickly pushed it aside. Even if she could reach Earth in time, would she arrive to find anything worth saving? The Quinjet's advanced engines cut through the atmosphere with barely a whisper, carrying him toward what might be humanity's most crucial hour. Through the cockpit windows, the New Mexican desert stretched endlessly below, deceptively peaceful under the afternoon sun. Nick Fury's boots hit the ground, his single eye immediately scanning the scene before him. The aftermath of the confrontation was evident everywhere. Thor remained exactly where the reports had indicate. Rather than approach him immediately, Fury made his way to where Steve Rogers stood beside Agent Coulson. The captain's wounds had been properly treated, but the strain of recent events was evident in the tight lines around his eyes. "Captain," Fury's voice carried its usual measured calm, the tone of a man who'd weathered countless storms. "Status report." "I'm functional, sir," Steve replied, though his gaze drifted toward Thor's motionless form. "The injuries are superficial." Fury nodded, then leaned closer, his voice dropping to a confidential register. "Captain, when humanity's survival is at stake, we sometimes have to make difficult choices. Flexibility in our methods becomes a necessity, not a luxury." Without waiting for a response, Fury strode toward the hammer that had started this entire mess. Mjolnir sat innocuously in its crater, looking like nothing more than an elaborate prop from a Viking museum. Fury grasped the handle with both hands, muscles tensing as he applied steady pressure. The hammer remained absolutely motionless, as if it had been welded to the earth itself. His expression never changed, revealing nothing of whatever disappointment or frustration he might have felt. "The individual claiming to represent the plumbers," Fury said, releasing the hammer and turning back to his agents. "I need a detailed description." Coulson produced a hastily sketched portrait from his jacket. Security footage was destroyed during the encounter with the subject claiming to be Loki. "This was drawn by one of our field agents based on witness accounts." Fury studied the image intently, a four-armed humanoid crimson figure with distinctive markings along its limbs. The symbol on the creature's arm was identical to the one worn by the flame-powered individual who'd appeared in New York just days earlier. "Another alien," he muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. The implications were staggering. If multiple alien species were taking active interest in Earth, if they were organized enough to have representatives and symbols, then humanity was facing a threat unlike anything in recorded history. "I want complete files on both incidents," Fury instructed. "Cross-reference any similar encounters in our databases. We need to understand what we're dealing with and assess the potential threat level." With that settled, Fury approached Thor's position, crouching down to place himself at eye level with the kneeling figure. "I don't know who you are," Fury began, his words carefully chosen to project strength rather than deference, "but you and your brother have become a direct threat to Earth's security. That makes you my problem." In the past, such casual dismissal would have ignited Thor's legendary temper. The god of thunder had leveled cities for lesser insults, had challenged cosmic forces that dared question his authority. But now, stripped of his godly power and cast down from the realm of gods, he could only raise his head with tremendous effort. "Midgard was always within Asgard's dominion," Thor replied, his voice carrying the weight of absolute conviction despite his weakened state. "You have attacked the son of Odin, humiliated the heir to the throne of Asgard. Such actions demand retribution." The words emerged slowly, each syllable carefully measured. Even in his current state, Thor's fundamental worldview remained unchanged. Earth was a protectorate, its people subjects of a greater realm. Their resistance to Asgardian authority was not just rebellion, it was inconceivable. "If I still possessed my birthright," Thor continued, his blue eyes blazing with frustrated fury, "I would reduce your cities to ash and your armies to memory. No corner of this realm would escape the consequences of your defiance." Fury's expression darkened, his jaw tightening as he absorbed the casual threat. "You think your civilization gives you the right to threaten Earth?" Fury asked, his voice carrying a dangerous edge. "You think being from a more advanced society makes you untouchable?" He reached up and deliberately removed his eye patch, revealing the scarred socket beneath. "See this?" Fury gestured toward the ruined eye. "You're not the first alien I've encountered, and you're certainly not the first to claim authority. The creature that did this to me also thought it was beyond human retaliation." Thor's expression remained unchanged, his pride intact despite his current vulnerability. He'd already witnessed humanity's ignorance during his time in the nearby town, had seen their inability to comprehend the greater universe that surrounded them. This display of defiance was merely another example of mortal foolishness. But even as the confrontation intensified, the desert around them began to change. The afternoon sun dimmed as if filtered through gathering storm clouds, though the sky had been clear moments before. A wind rose from nowhere, carrying with it the electric taste of approaching thunder. Thor's golden hair stirred in the unnatural breeze, and for the first time since his fall, his eyes showed something other than defeat. "Sir," Coulson's voice cut through the building tension, "we have a situation." Fury looked up to see the sky darkening with impossible speed. Clouds materialized from clear air, swirling into a massive spiral that seemed to reach toward the Earth itself. At the center of the vortex, something metallic glinted in the unnatural light. "I'm not blind yet, Coulson," Fury snapped, though his attention was fully focused on the descending threat. Every instinct he'd developed over decades of crisis management was screaming warnings. Through the swirling winds, a figure emerged from the heart of the storm. Tall and imposing, its form was wreathed in silver armor that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The resemblance to Stark's Iron Man technology was superficial at best. This was something older, more primal, radiating an aura of barely contained destruction. "Is this some new Stark prototype?" Coulson asked, his voice barely audible over the growing wind. But Fury knew better. Natasha had been embedded in Stark Industries for months, providing detailed intelligence on every project in development. Nothing in her reports had mentioned armor like this, and Tony Stark's ego would never allow him to create something so deliberately archaic in design. Thor's reaction confirmed Fury's suspicions. The fallen god's face had gone pale, his eyes wide with recognition and something approaching terror. "The destroyer," Thor whispered, struggling to his feet with movements that spoke of desperate urgency. "Why would Loki send the destroyer?" He stumbled toward the descending figure, his voice rising to a shout that carried across the desert. "Loki, how can you deploy the destroyer? Do you mean to destroy all of Midgard?" The armored figure's response was immediate and devastating. The featureless face split open to reveal a core of burning energy, light building to an intensity that made the sun seem pale by comparison. The beam that erupted from its depths struck the sand near Thor's feet, the impact sending him tumbling away like a discarded toy. The explosion left a crater of molten glass where solid ground had been moments before. The heat was so intense that it could be felt from hundreds of yards away, and the light so brilliant that it left afterimages burned into the retinas of anyone who witnessed it. From his position in Asgard's throne room, Loki's laughter echoed through the empty halls. "I will not merely destroy Midgard, dear brother, I will erase you along with it." Yet even as he spoke the words, something held him back. The destroyer's aim had been deliberately imprecise, close enough to incapacitate without killing. And now, as Thor lay unconscious in the sand, Loki found himself hesitating rather than delivering the finishing blow. "You have grown too weak to pose any threat," Loki murmured, his voice carrying conflicting emotions. "Wait until I have dealt with these Midgardian rebels, then I will decide your fate." The destroyer's power was absolute, its energy output surpassing anything in Stark's arsenal by orders of magnitude. A single focused beam could level city blocks, turn mountains to vapor, reshape the very landscape according to its wielder's will. Nick Fury processed this information with the cold efficiency of a career strategist. Conventional weapons would prove useless against such a threat. Even their most advanced technology would be inadequate against something that commanded the very forces of creation and destruction. But as his gaze fell upon Thor's hammer, still resting in its crater, a desperate plan began to form. He turned to Steve Rogers. "Captain," Fury said simply. Steve understood immediately. His eyes moved to Mjolnir, remembering the moment during the previous confrontation when he'd briefly grasped its handle. The power he'd felt then had been unlike anything in his experience, not the artificial enhancement of the super soldier serum, but something fundamental, something that spoke to the very essence of worthiness and responsibility. Every moral instinct Steve possessed recoiled from the idea of claiming another's weapon. But as the destroyer advanced across the desert, leaving a trail of molten sand in its wake, Steve realized that moral luxury was a privilege Earth could no longer afford. Sometimes, the greatest honor lay not in personal integrity, but in the willingness to sacrifice that integrity for the greater good. Raising his shield in his left hand, Steve Rogers strode toward the approaching threat with the measured pace. The destroyer registered his approach, its featureless head turning to track this new target. Steve stopped just outside the creature's immediate reach, his shield held ready but not raised in direct challenge. Then, without ceremony or hesitation, Steve extended his right hand toward the distant crater where Mjolnir waited. The hammer responded instantly, tearing free from its resting place to streak across the desert like a bolt of lightning. The sound of its passage was thunder itself, and when it struck Steve's outstretched palm, the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the ground. In that moment, Steve Rogers became something more than human. Power flowed through him. The hammer's weight felt perfect in his grip, as if it had been forged specifically for his hand. The destroyer paused, its energy core flickering with what might have been confusion. Steve hefted the hammer experimentally, feeling its balance, understanding instinctively how to channel its power. Around him, the desert air crackled with electricity as storm clouds gathered overhead. Thunderclouds stretched across the New Mexican sky like the wrath of ancient gods made manifest. The roiling mass of storm clouds pressed down upon the desert with such oppressive weight that Agent Coulson found himself struggling to draw breath. Yet despite the ominous atmosphere, his eyes remained fixed on the impossible scene unfolding before him. Steve Rogers stood defiantly before the towering destroyer, Mjolnir crackling with godly energy in his right hand while his shield gleamed in his left. "My God," Coulson whispered, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Steve showed no trace of fear as he faced down the threat. Fear had never been part of his nature, not when he was a sickly kid from Brooklyn picking fights with bullies twice his size, and certainly not now when wielding the power of Asgard itself. But courage wasn't about the absence of fear, it was about standing up regardless of the odds, about doing what was right even when victory seemed impossible. "Captain," Coulson breath transfixed by the sight. "Move it, Coulson." Fury's sharp command cut through the agent's fascination as the director grabbed his subordinate's arm. Everyone to the Quinjet now. Fury's experience with powered individuals had taught him hard lessons about collateral damage. Staying within the blast radius would be suicide. The evacuation happened with military precision, agents scrambling toward their aircraft as the storm intensified around them. Within moments, only Steve and the destroyer remained. As the Quinjet achieved safe distance, its passengers lost visual contact with the battlefield. Massive clouds of sand and debris rose like a curtain, obscuring everything in a maelstrom of earth and lightning. At the heart of the storm, Steve discovered that Mjolnir's blessing extended far beyond mere physical enhancement. Though darkness surrounded him, storm clouds so thick they blocked out the sun entirely, his vision remained crystal clear. Every detail of his environment stood out with clarity, as if the hammer had awakened senses he'd never known he possessed. More importantly, he could feel the changes happening within his body. The super soldier serum had already pushed him beyond human limitations, but this was something entirely different. Power flowed through his veins like liquid lightning, healing old wounds and strengthening him in ways that science couldn't explain. The wound Loki had inflicted during their previous encounter. Gone completely, as if it had never existed. Every ache, every minor injury accumulated over decades of combat, all of it erased by the hammer's mystical power. He felt better than he had since emerging from the ice, his body operating at levels that transcended even his enhanced physiology. "Whoever is worthy to wield this hammer shall possess the power of Thor," he murmured, remembering the story Thor had told. Now he understood what those words truly meant. With renewed confidence, Steve gripped Mjolnir tighter and called out to his opponent, "Come on then. This time I really can do this all day." The destroyer's response was immediate and devastating. From his throne in distant Asgard, Loki poured his consciousness into the ancient weapon, his godly essence flowing across dimensional barriers to animate the construct. The armor's internal fires blazed like a miniature star, heating the air until it shimmered with distortion. When the destroyer's face plates split open, the energy that erupted forth was like staring into the heart of a solar furnace. Sand fused into glass in an instant, the very air igniting as temperatures soared beyond anything terrestrial. The beam that lanced toward Steve carried enough force to vaporize mountains. Without conscious thought, Steve raised Mjolnir horizontally before him, setting the hammer spinning at impossible speed. The weapon became a barrier of pure motion, its rotation creating a vortex that caught and deflected the destroyer's assault. Flames that should have reduced him to ash instead spiraled harmlessly away, dissipating into the storm-darkened sky. In the same fluid motion, Steve's left hand sent his shield arcing through the chaos. Enhanced by strength, the vibranium disc struck with the force of a meteor, catching the destroyer's head and snapping it violently to one side. The impact rang like a bell across the desert, the sound audible even above the raging storm. Before his opponent could recover, Steve hurled Mjolnir with all his newfound might. The hammer streaked through the air, trailing lightning, striking the destroyer's chest with the sound of thunder itself. The ancient weapon staggered backward, its massive form driven several yards through the sand by the sheer force of impact. From a safe distance outside the combat zone, Ben watched the battle unfold with a critical eye. "Loki's barely scratching the destroyer's potential," he observed to himself, arms crossed as he analyzed the weapon's performance. The destroyer represented one of Asgard's greatest achievements, a construct forged by Odin himself as a weapon capable of challenging the Celestials. Like Mjolnir, it was crafted from enchanted Uru metal, a substance that grew more powerful in proportion to the magical energy channeled through it. In theory, the destroyer could access not just Odin's godly power, but the combined might of every god in Asgard. Under proper control, the weapon was virtually unstoppable. Ben had read a comic where entire superhero teams had proven inadequate against an unmanned destroyer operating at minimal capacity. The armor currently facing Captain America represented perhaps 1/10,000th of its true potential. Remote operation across dimensional barriers, Ben mused, narrowing his eyes. That's the weak point. Loki's trying to control a weapon meant for direct contact from Asgard. It's like puppeteering through a broken signal. The distance between realms wasn't just physical, it was something deeper, more abstract. Crossing from one dimension to another required the mystic pathways of the world tree, and even a god's power didn't travel cleanly across that kind of space. Loki's control was weakened, reduced to a fraction of what it should have been. But the bigger issue was Loki himself. He wasn't a warrior, never had been. The god of mischief was brilliant at illusions, manipulation, and politics, but not at fighting head-on. He was treating the destroyer like a big, slow siege weapon, just having it stand there and blast energy beams. He wasn't using its real strengths, its speed, flexibility, or destructive close-range power. And Captain America with Mjolnir is basically a cheat code, Ben added, a hint of grudging admiration in his voice. He'd seen Steve's tactical brilliance up close during their last team-up. The guy could choke out Ultron drones barehanded and had gone blow for blow with Thanos across multiple timelines, winning not with brute strength, but with skill, grit, and perfect timing. Giving someone like that godly power, it was like handing a master chef the best ingredients. You already knew how it was going to end. Might as well let Cap handle this, he decided pragmatically. I'll just wait for the salvage rights. Back in the heart of the storm, Steve ducked beneath another energy blast and launched himself upward with agility. Mjolnir's power allowed him to defy gravity itself, his leap carrying him high enough to strike the destroyer's chin with a devastating uppercut. The weapon's head snapped back from the impact, but Steve was already moving. As he reached the apex of his jump, he raised Mjolnir toward the churning clouds above. Lightning answered his call. The hammer became a conduit. Electricity arced between the storm clouds in patterns that spoke to fundamental forces, the very air crackling with potential energy. For a moment, Steve Rogers stood suspended in midair like a figure from mythology, godly lightning gathered around him in preparation for judgment. Then, with all the force of righteous fury, he brought Mjolnir down upon his opponent's head. The impact was apocalyptic. Lightning that had been building since the storm's beginning discharged in a single devastating bolt, channeled through the hammer into the destroyer's armored form. The lightning strike's aftermath rippled across the desert. The explosion's shockwave distorted the very air, shattering the storm that had dominated the battlefield and sending the destroyer hurtling backward across several kilometers of barren landscape. Where the weapon finally impacted, it left a crater resembling a meteor strike, dust and debris mushrooming skyward in testament to the devastating force. As the last echoes of thunder faded, Steve stood amid the settling dust, Mjolnir humming with residual energy in his grip. The connection between wielder and weapon had deepened with each exchange, until now the hammer felt less like a borrowed tool and more like an extension of his own will. Every movement sent ripples of godly power through his enhanced physiology, the very air around him crackling with barely contained storm energy. The destroyer's defeat was temporary rather than permanent. Steve could sense the weapon already beginning to stir within its impact crater. But that didn't concern him. As he'd promised, he could indeed do this all day. The hammer's power seemed inexhaustible, drawing from sources beyond his understanding to sustain him indefinitely. Without hesitation, Steve launched himself skyward, Mjolnir's properties allowing him to fly with the same grace Thor. He descended upon the recovering destroyer like a force of nature, hammer blows raining down with precision. Each impact rang across the desert with the sound of thunder, as if the very heavens were passing judgment upon the earth below. From his distant vantage point, Ben observed the relentless assault with analytical detachment. Captain America's technique was flawless, his enhanced tactical mind adapting to aerial combat with ease. Yet for all the sound and fury of his attacks, the actual damage to the destroyer remained minimal. "Looks like a slow-burn strategy," Ben muttered. Steve wasn't trying to blow the thing up, he was just chipping away at it, making Loki waste energy trying to keep control from Asgard. The longer it went on, the better it worked in their favor. The destroyer could probably keep firing forever. But Loki, he couldn't. Controlling it from Asgard took serious focus and a ton of power. Sooner or later, he'd slip. Aboard the Quinjet, Director Fury watched the distant battle with conflicted emotions. The clearing of the storm clouds had restored their contact with the battlefield, revealing Captain America's commanding performance against the threat. "I didn't expect the hammer to be quite this powerful," Fury admitted, his single eye tracking Steve's maneuvers. "If this represents standard Asgardian technology, then we're dealing with a civilization far beyond our current understanding." Yet even as he acknowledged the immediate tactical success, larger strategic concerns weighed heavily on his mind. Loki had deployed a single automated weapon and nearly triggered an international incident. If this represented merely the opening move in a larger conflict, what other horrors might Asgard possess? More troubling was the political dimension of the crisis. From the available intelligence, Loki's position in Asgardian society appeared tenuous at best, hence his reliance on mechanical proxies rather than military forces. But regardless of his personal standing, he currently controlled one of the most advanced civilizations in the known universe. Once interstellar conflicts began, they tended to escalate beyond anyone's ability to contain them. The whole thing reminded Fury of wars on Earth, small fights that blew up into full-scale disasters. Even if Steve took down the destroyer, it wouldn't solve the real problem. It would just buy time. Because once Asgard decided Earth was worth dealing with, one super soldier, no matter how good, wasn't going to be enough to stop what came next. But maybe there was another way. Fury's mind had been working non-stop through the whole mess, piecing things together. And now, a possible solution was starting to take shape. If Loki had taken the throne by tricking people instead of earning it, then backing the real heir might stop the war before it even started. Thor, exiled or not, clearly had more respect from the Asgardians than his scheming brother. The guy seemed a little naive, maybe even a bit of a blunt instrument, but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. A thankful ally was a lot better than a pissed-off god with a grudge. And from what Fury had seen, Thor might actually listen. It wasn't a bad plan. But for it to work, one thing had to happen first. Thor had to be alive and reachable. "Agent Coulson," Fury called, his voice suddenly sharp. "Where exactly is our Asgardian prince?" Coulson's face shifted from confusion to alarm as the question sank in. "Sir, I think he's still down there. We evacuated so fast, I don't think anyone made sure." "Damn it all," Fury growled, his calm finally cracking. The realization hit hard. They'd already pissed off one Asgardian prince. If the other died on Earth because of their screw-up, war wouldn't just be a risk, it would be a guarantee. "Put us down." "Now," he snapped, his voice cutting through the hum of the aircraft. "Get search teams on the ground. We need to find Thor immediately." He didn't need to finish the thought. Everyone on board already knew what was at stake. The search began with military precision. SHIELD agents moved across the blast zone in coordinated sweeps, their formation tight and focused. The destroyer's first energy blast had scorched the desert into jagged, glass-like terrain, sharp, unstable, and dangerous. To make things worse, the supernatural storm had scattered debris across kilometers, burying any signs of life under twisted metal and churned earth. "Sector 7 clear," Sitwell called over the comms. "Nothing in Sector 12, came Hill's voice, laced with static and rising frustration. As the minutes turned into an hour, Fury's sense of control began slipping. Every negative report tightened the noose. Off in the distance, Steve's battle with the destroyer raged on, blasts of energy lighting up the sky like a fireworks show from another world. But none of it would matter if they couldn't find Thor. Without him, they had no diplomatic angle, no leverage, just a ticking clock. "Director." Coulson jogged over, his uniform streaked with sand and dust. "We've doubled the perimeter. If Thor was caught in the blast, then he's dead and so are we," Fury cut in, voice grim. "I've done the math, keep searching. Even if all we find is a body, we need something." The thought of dissecting an Asgardian prince made Fury's stomach turn, but strategy came first. If war with Asgard was coming, understanding their biology might give Earth a sliver of an edge. It wouldn't be the first time science had been turned into survival. But as the search dragged on, even that cold backup plan started to feel like false hope. Unknown to the increasingly desperate S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Thor was neither dead nor missing, merely relocated by allies whose arrival had gone unnoticed amid the chaos of supernatural combat. The three warriors of Asgard and Lady Sif had materialized on Earth mere minutes after the destroyer's deployment, their own journey across dimensional barriers having required more preparation than Loki's remote piloting. When they emerged from the Bifrost rainbow light, they found themselves witnessing an impossible sight, someone wielding Mjolnir in combat against one of Asgard's most feared weapons. By the beard of my fathers, Volstagg breathed, his usually jovial demeanor replaced by stunned disbelief. Is that the destroyer? Loki's been accessing the vaults, Fandral confirmed, his hand instinctively moving to his sword hilt. I knew his frequent visits meant trouble. In the distance, lightning illuminated a figure locked in aerial combat with the ancient construct. Whoever it was fought with skill that bordered on the godly, wielding Mjolnir as if born to its power. That has to be Thor, Hagun stated with characteristic certainty. Who else could command the hammer's full strength? But he was stripped of his powers, Sif protested, her warrior's instincts analyzing the distant combat. Odin's judgment was absolute. Perhaps the Allfather's punishment was meant to be temporary, Fandral suggested, a lesson rather than permanent exile. Hagun scoffed at the suggestion, his gaze sweeping their immediate surroundings for any sign of their missing prince. Could any mortal from this backward realm possibly? His words died abruptly as his eyes fell upon a familiar figure half buried in sand. Golden hair caught the light, and even covered in debris, the face was unmistakably recognizable. How could a weak Midgard possibly? Hagun began again, then stopped as the implications sank in. Perhaps, a deep voice interrupted from behind them, you should reconsider your assumptions about this realm's inhabitants. The four Asgardians spun as one, weapons appearing in their hands with practiced speed. Before them stood a towering figure composed of what appeared to be living emerald energy, its crystalline form refracting light in patterns that hurt to observe directly. Ben regarded their defensive postures with mild amusement, making no move that could be interpreted as threatening. Instead, he gestured toward the unconscious figure they'd just discovered. That weak Midgardian you're so concerned about, he said, his voice carrying across the desert with unnatural clarity, is your prince. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the distant sounds of continuing combat. Four of Asgard's greatest warriors stared at their prince, then at the impossible battle raging in the distance, their understanding of the situation undergoing fundamental revision. The golden-haired figure in the sand was undoubtedly Thor, stripped of power and dignity by his father's judgment, which meant the warrior wielding Mjolnir with such devastating effect was indeed a mortal of Midgard, a realm they had dismissed as beneath notice. Ben held no particular animosity toward Asgardians as a people, but their casual arrogance grated against his sense of justice. Hagun's dismissive comments about Midgardian capabilities were a perfect example of the entitled mindset that made space politics so unnecessarily complicated. Without ceremony, Ben reached down and grasped Thor's unconscious form by the shoulders, lifting the fallen prince with casual ease. The sight of their prince being handled like a sack of grain sent the four Asgardians into immediate action. Thor. Sif's voice carried genuine anguish as she quickly but gently took her friend from Ben's grip, cradling the prince against her armored chest. Her fingers traced the cuts and bruises that marked his face. After several tense moments, Thor's eyelids fluttered open, revealing blue eyes clouded with confusion and pain. His gaze moved slowly across the familiar faces surrounding him, as if trying to determine whether this was reality or merely another cruel dream. Sif, my friends. His voice emerged as little more than a whisper. Why have you come to this place? We're here to bring you home, Sif replied softly, her composure cracking to reveal the depth of her concern, to end this madness before it goes any further. But Thor shook his head with evident pain, both physical and emotional. The movement seemed to cost him tremendous effort, as if the weight of his failures had become a physical burden pressing down upon his shoulders. I cannot return, he said, each word carefully measured to prevent his voice from breaking entirely. Father is dead because of my actions. I am a kinslayer, a failure who brought doom upon his own family. How could I face Mother knowing what I've done? The four warriors exchanged glances, recognition dawning in their eyes. They'd seen this before, Loki's silver tongue weaving webs of deception so skillfully that even those who should know better fell prey to his lies. Before they could correct his misconceptions, Thor continued with growing resolve. But even if I cannot go home, I must still try to stop Loki. Whatever he's planning for Midgard, it's wrong. His face had hardened with newfound determination, as if the conversation was forcing him to confront truths he'd been avoiding. In the space of minutes, centuries of development seemed to accelerate harsh reality, accomplishing what 1,500 years of privileged existence had failed to achieve. I understand now, Thor said, his voice gaining strength. My actions in Jotunheim, my pride, my need to prove myself through violence. It cost Father his life. Now Loki seeks to repeat that same pattern with this realm. I won't allow it. Tears gathered in his eyes, but his jaw was set with determination that hadn't been there before. What are you talking about? Volstagg interjected, his demeanor replaced by urgent concern. The All-Father lives Thor, he sleeps deeply but he breathes still. Thor's head snapped up, hope and disbelief warring across his features. What? The revelation prompted a flood of explanations. The four warriors quickly outlined recent events in Asgard, Odin's slumber, Loki's assumption of temporary authority, his suspicious behavior and frequent visits to the vault. Most concerning of all were his secretive journeys to Jotunheim, trips that suggested alliances no true son of Asgard would ever consider. Heimdall suspects he conspires with the Frost Giants, Hagen concluded grimly. We must return immediately and stop whatever treachery he's planned. Impossible, Thor protested, though his voice carried less conviction than before. Loki would never. He may be ambitious, but he wouldn't betray Asgard itself. Ben had listened to this exchange with growing impatience. Time was a luxury they couldn't afford, not with the destroyer still active. You still don't understand, do you? Ben interjected, his diamond head form refracting light in sharp, attention-grabbing patterns. Loki's goal isn't to rule Asgard alongside Odin, it's to eliminate both of you permanently. Only then can he claim the throne without fear of challenge. Thor's expression showed the first cracks in his faith, but Ben pressed his advantage. Having seen how these events played out, he knew exactly which fears to exploit. Even now, Ben continued relentlessly, Frost giant armies may be pouring through Asgard's gates. While you waste time here, your people could be dying by the thousands. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Thor's face went pale while his friend erupted in angry exclamations. That treacherous snake, Volstagg roared, his usual good humor completely absent. I knew there was something wrong with his recent behavior. We have to go back, Fandral declared, already calculating travel times and tactical options. Every moment we delay gives him more time to consolidate power. But they're planning ground to a halt when Thor spoke again, his voice heavy with self-recrimination. What use would I be? Without my powers, I'm worse than useless. I'd only endanger you all. His gaze drifted toward the distant battlefield, where flashes of light marked Captain America's ongoing duel with the destroyer. The sight seemed to reinforce his sense of inadequacy, reminding him of everything he'd lost through his own foolish pride. That was when the sky split open with rainbow fire. The Bifrost's arrival was impossible to miss, a pillar of multicolored energy that carved through dimensions to touch down mere hundreds of meters from the ongoing battle. When the energy discharge struck the battlefield, both combatants were sent tumbling across the desert sand. Captain America rolled with practiced grace, coming up in a defensive crouch with Mjolnir crackling in his grip. The destroyer, being essentially a suit of enchanted armor, simply bounced several times before righting itself with mechanical precision. From the heart of the rainbow light, a familiar figure emerged with theatrical flair. Loki stepped onto Midgardian soil as if he owned it, his regal bearing intact despite the increasingly desperate nature of his situation. The Rainbow Bridge, Thor breathed, his voice mixing wonder with growing dread. But only the king can command Heimdall too, or someone wearing the king's authority, Sif finished grimly. Loki must have seized full control. Ben studied the new arrival with sharp interest. In the movie he remembered, Loki had remained in Asgard throughout this crisis, content to operate through remote manipulation. His personal arrival suggested that events were diverging, possibly due to his own interference. This is unexpected, Ben mused aloud. He should be busy managing his Frost Giant alliance, not playing war games on Earth. But as he watched Loki's confident stride, Ben began to understand. The god of mischief had adapted his plans in response to the destroyer's poor performance. Rather than risk further humiliation at the hands of a mortal wielder of Mjolnir, he decided to handle matters personally. Loki paused in his approach, hands weaving through complex gestures that made the air itself shimmer with arcane energy. When his movement ceased, a cube of distinctive blue-white light materialized between his palms, the casket of ancient winters, an artifact of terrible power that had once threatened to plunge the 9 realms into eternal ice. So, Ben said quietly, he's decided to stop playing games. The casket represented frost giant technology at its most refined, a weapon capable of flash-freezing entire continents. In the hands of someone with frost giant blood flowing through his veins, its potential was nearly limitless. More importantly for Loki's purposes, it was a tool specifically designed to complement his natural abilities rather than fighting against them. Loki's gaze swept the battlefield until it found Captain America, who was struggling to his feet after the Rainbow Bridge's violent arrival. A cold smile played across the God of Mischief's lips as he contemplated the approaching confrontation. "Midgardian," Loki called out, his voice carrying clearly across the desert wind. "You fight well for a primitive, but where is your four-armed companion? Has the beast already fled when faced with true power?" The taunt was barely complete when Ben's response arrived in the form of a diamond projectile that struck Loki's face with the force of a cannon shell. The God of Mischief staggered backward, dark fluid leaking from cuts along his cheek and temple. Ben landed hard from his high-speed approach, crouching as the impact sent a shockwave through the ground. His alien form loomed over the fallen prince, towering and radiant, emerald crystal facets catching the desert sunlight and scattering it in sharp, shifting patterns that were almost painful to look at. "You talk too much," Ben observed with casual disdain, bastard of Jotunheim. Captain America looked between the two threats, his breathing labored but his grip on Mjolnir steady. The hammer's power sustained him, but even godly endurance had limits when pushed beyond reasonable boundaries. "How dare you speak to me with such insolence?" Ben's casual insult struck Loki like a physical blow, igniting a fury that seemed to burn from the very core of his being. The God of Mischief's carefully maintained composure shattered completely, his green eyes blazing with rage as his entire body trembled with barely contained wrath. The timing couldn't have been worse for such a personal attack. Having recently discovered his true parentage, Loki's sense of identity hung by the thinnest of threads. Every sideways glance felt like suspicion, every casual comment carried potential mockery. But Ben hadn't delivered a casual comment, he'd struck with surgical precision at Loki's deepest insecurity. The 4 Asgardian warriors watched their childhood friend break down with growing confusion. While calling someone a bastard of Jotunheim was certainly insulting, it hardly seemed worthy of such an extreme reaction. They'd heard far worse insults exchanged during tavern brawls without anyone losing their composure so completely. What they didn't understand was that lies might sting, but truth cut deeper than any blade. When two opponents traded barbs, the one who broke first was invariably the one whose weakness had been exposed. For his part, Ben felt no particular anger at Loki's threats. Why should he? The God of Mischief was essentially playing delivery service, first providing the destroyer and now bringing the casket of ancient winters directly to Ben's doorstep. Such considerate behavior deserved appreciation rather than irritation. Such a thoughtful person, Ben mused privately, already planning how to acquire the cosmic artifact currently clutched in Loki's trembling hands. In Ben's assessment, the casket was practically already his. After all, what kind of host would he be if he refused such a generous gift? The poor prince had clearly gone to enormous trouble arranging this delivery. It would be positively rude to decline. Captain America, meanwhile, watched the escalating confrontation with bewilderment. He'd been fighting horrors for what felt like hours, and now even more players were joining an already complex situation. "Excuse me," Steve interjected, his voice carrying the patient tone of someone trying to make sense of rapidly shifting situation. "Could someone explain who exactly you people are?" He'd noticed the plumber's symbol on Diamond Head, but the 4 newcomers were complete unknowns. Their armor and weapons looked like museum pieces, predating even his own era by several centuries. "Asgardians," Ben replied helpfully, gesturing toward the warrior quartet. "Here to assist their fallen prince. As for me, 4 Arms has other assignments, so I'm covering this. You can call me Diamond Head." Steve was about to offer a more formal introduction when Fandrel's hot temper overrode diplomatic protocol. "Mortal," the dashing swordsman barked, his weapon half drawn from its sheath. "Release Thor's hammer immediately. Such a sacred artifact is not meant for your unworthy hands. That's enough." Loki's voice cut through their exchange like a crack of thunder. "I will not be ignored by lesser beings." The God of Mischief had reached his breaking point. Pouring his godly essence into the casket of ancient winters, he unleashed forces that had once threatened to plunge entire star systems into eternal ice age. The artifact's response was immediate and catastrophic. Frigid winds erupted from the casket, carrying temperatures that made Arctic blizzards seem tropical by comparison. In seconds, the desert's oppressive heat became a memory as winter claimed dominion over several square kilometers. Steve's enhanced physiology provided some protection. The cold bit through his uniform and into his bones, triggering muscle memory of his decades-long frozen imprisonment. The Asgardian warriors fared little better. While their constitution allowed them to function in Jotunheim's natural climate, the casket's output far exceeded anything their realm had ever produced. Frost began forming on their armor and weapons as their breath misted in the suddenly frigid air. But it was Loki himself who underwent the most dramatic transformation. As the casket's power flowed through him, his carefully maintained Asgardian appearance began to crack like a failing illusion. Blue tinged his skin, starting at his fingertips and spreading rapidly up his arms as his true heritage asserted itself. Loki, Hagun breathed in horror, his warrior's composure shaken by the revelation. Your skin, you're one of them, a frost giant. The accusation hung in the air like a physical presence. These warriors had recently battled frost giants in Jotunheim itself. They knew that distinctive coloration all too well. But to see it manifesting on someone they'd known since childhood challenged their understanding of reality itself. Loki offered no explanations or justifications. His feelings toward these particular Asgardians had always been complicated at best. While he might harbor some residual affection for Odin and Thor, these warriors represented the society that had unknowingly raised him as a living trophy of conquest. You will all perish here, Loki declared, his voice carrying newfound certainty as his transformation completed itself. Every last one of you. The casket's power reached critical mass, dropping ambient temperatures to levels that would have instantly killed unprotected humans. Steve felt his blood beginning to sluggishly respond to the cold's assault, his movements becoming increasingly labored despite Mjolnir's godly protection. Be frozen for eternity, Loki screamed, pushing the artifact beyond its power. A white storm erupted outward from his position, carrying winter's wrath in concentrated form. Sand crystallized into ice, moisture in the air became razor-sharp snow, and the very atmosphere seemed to freeze solid. Within moments, the entire visible landscape had transformed into an Arctic wasteland that would have been impressive even by Jotunheim's standards. Loki's laughter echoed across the frozen battlefield as he imagined Earth itself succumbing to eternal winter. In his mind's eye, he could see Midgard's pathetic civilizations crumbling beneath ice sheets thousands of feet thick, their primitive technology useless against godly forces beyond their understanding. But his triumphant moment was shattered when an emerald hand simply reached through the supernatural blizzard and grasped the casket directly. Ben's eyes met Loki's shocked gaze through the swirling snow, his crystalline features completely unbothered by temperatures that should have flash-frozen any carbon-based life form. Sorry, Ben said conversationally, but Extreme's temperature doesn't really affect me. As a silicon-based life form, Diamond Head operated according to fundamentally different physical principles than organic beings. He possessed no blood to freeze, no moisture to crystallize, no carbon-based chemistry to disrupt. The casket's Arctic fury, capable of creating new ice ages, was essentially meaningless against his mineral-based physiology. More practically, New Mexico's desert environment contained insufficient atmospheric moisture for Loki to create the massive ice formations that might have posed a genuine threat. He'd brought a winter-themed weapon to a fight in one of Earth's driest regions, poor tactical planning that reflected his relative inexperience with planetary conquest. Oh Loki, Ben said with mock sympathy, you really shouldn't have brought gifts, though I do appreciate the gesture. Before the god of mischief could fully process what was happening, Ben's free hand closed around the casket and simply pulled it away from Loki's frozen grip. The ease was almost insulting, like taking candy from a particularly naive baby. Thank you for the donation, Ben continued cheerfully, using his molecular control to create a secure storage compartment within his chest cavity. The casket disappeared into the improvised safe with a soft click, leaving Loki staring at empty air where his ultimate weapon had been moments before. Loki's mind struggled to process what had just occurred. He'd traveled across planet, revealed his deepest secrets, and unleashed forces capable of reshaping planet, and in response, some Midgardian had simply taken his weapon. Not defeated it, not countered it with superior technology, just reached out and confiscated it like a teacher dealing with a disruptive student. The god of mischief's psychological defenses, already strained beyond their limits, finally collapsed entirely. His mouth worked soundlessly as he tried to formulate a response to such casual theft, but no words seemed adequate to express his complete bewilderment. Ben, meanwhile, was already running preliminary diagnostics on his new gift. Teamwork makes the dream work, he observed to the still-frozen Loki, whose expression suggested he was having serious difficulty accepting this new reality. Loki's psychological defenses finally shattered completely. The accumulated humiliations, first being brutally beaten by an unknown monster, then having his most prized artifact casually stolen by another monster, had pushed the god of mischief beyond his breaking point. In his entire existence, spanning centuries of subtle slights and perceived injustices within Asgard's golden halls, nothing had compared to the raw degradation he'd suffered in this backwater realm over the course of mere hours. If he'd known that both encounters involved the same opponent, his rage might have burned hot enough to ignite stars. Enough! Loki's voice cracked with fury as his mind reached out across the battlefield toward the destroyer's dormant form. I will not suffer another moment of this indignity. The weapon responded to his call with mechanical precision, its armored plates sliding open like the petals of some metallic flower. But instead of simply reactivating the construct for remote operation, Loki made a decision born of desperation and wounded pride. He would pilot the destroyer personally. The armor flowed around him like liquid metal, adapting its massive frame to accommodate his more modest stature. As the transformation progressed, the featureless helmet reshaped itself into a form more suited to its new occupant. Sharp horns rising like a crown, angular features that spoke of godly authority mixed with barely contained malice. When the process completed, Loki's face remained visible through the armor's faceplate, his expression a mixture of righteous fury and bitter vindication. For the first time since this nightmare began, he felt truly powerful again. The destroyer's energy core blazed to life, fed directly by Loki's godly essence rather than distant projections of power. Temperatures that had plummeted to Arctic extremes thanks to the casket's influence now soared in the opposite direction, climbing hundreds of degrees in seconds as the armor's internal furnace reached full combustion. From his position, Thor recognized the terrible significance of what his brother was attempting. Direct control of the destroyer required enormous expenditures of life force, more than most beings could sustain for extended periods. Loki, stop! Thor called out desperately, his voice hoarse from the superheated air. The destroyer will consume you, no one can maintain that connection for long. But his concern only served to inflame Loki's resentment further. Even now, after everything that had transpired, Thor continued to view him as someone who needed protection rather than an equal worthy of respect. You think I'm weak? Loki's voice resonated from the armor's speakers with metallic undertones. You believe I can only succeed by hiding in your shadow, applauding while others sing your praises. The accusation carried decades of suppressed jealousy and resentment. Every tournament where Thor had claimed victory, every feast where warriors had raised their cups to the Golden Prince's health, every moment when Loki had been treated as the spare rather than an heir in his own right, all of it poured out in a torrent of bitter emotion. No, brother, that's not, Thor tried to interject, but his words were lost as he struggled against the destroyer's oppressive heat aura. He pushed forward anyway, his mortal flesh burning with each step. Without his godly protection, the temperatures being generated by the armor were lethal to his human physiology. His golden hair began to singe and curl, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred protein, but still he pressed onward. That misguided display of brotherly concern proved to be the final insult Loki could tolerate. I don't need your pity, Loki snarled, raising one armored hand to cast a spell that sent Thor tumbling away from the worst of the heat. The gesture appeared violent but was carefully calculated to remove his brother from immediate danger, a contradiction that spoke to the complexity of his feelings. As the destroyer's faceplate sealed shut, cutting off Loki's expression from view, his voice took on a tone of absolute authority. I am the king of Asgard now. Kings require no sympathy from fallen princes. Without further warning, the destroyer's chest cavity blazed with contained starfire before erupting in a beam of pure destruction aimed directly at Ben's crystalline form. Ben barely had time to cross his arms and generate a crude crystal barrier before the attack struck. The impact was like being hit by a collapsing mountain, raw force that sent shockwaves rippling through the ground and knocked every other combatant flat. Diamond Head, Steve shouted from where he'd been thrown, genuine concern evident in his voice. Despite S.H.I.E.L.D.'s uncertain relationship with the plumbers, it had repeatedly proven himself an ally when it mattered most. As the energy discharge faded, leaving only smoking craters and scattered debris, Loki's satisfaction was palpable. No mortal can withstand the destroyer's full power, he declared with cold certainty. But his triumph was short-lived. Premature celebration is a bad habit. Ben's voice emerged from the pile of shattered crystal fragments, completely unperturbed by his apparent destruction. Before Loki's disbelieving eyes, the scattered pieces began to move with purposeful intent. Individual fragments flowed together like liquid mercury, rebuilding Ben's form from the molecular level upward. Within moments, he stood whole and unmarked, not even a scratch marring his emerald surface. Molecular reconstruction, Fandral murmured to his companions, recognition dawning in his voice. He's similar to the Cronin but far more sophisticated. And significantly more attractive, Sif added with dry humor, though her grip on her sword remained firm. Ben flexed his newly reformed limbs experimentally, testing each joint and articulation point. The destroyer's attack had been devastating by most standards, but his silicon-based physiology operated according to different rules than organic life. Unless someone possessed enough power to annihilate every molecule simultaneously, planetary-level destruction, he could always rebuild. "All right, everyone," Ben called out, his golden eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Talking time is over. Let's take this overconfident tin can apart." His arms transformed as he spoke, crystalline flesh reshaping itself into razor-sharp blades that caught and refracted the desert sunlight. Without hesitation, he launched himself at the destroyer, his weapons striking the armor with enough force to stagger even its massive frame. The blow failed to penetrate the destroyer's defenses, but it served its intended purpose, drawing Loki's attention and providing an opening for the others to join the assault. The Asgardian warriors moved with practiced coordination honed through centuries of combat. Volstagg, Fandral, and Hagun attacked from multiple angles, their enchanted weapons ringing against the destroyer's armor in a complex rhythm. Meanwhile, Sif used her superior agility to circle behind their opponent, seeking weak points in the construct's defenses. Steve added his own contribution to the coordinated assault, Mjolnir crackling with godly lightning as he brought the hammer down upon the destroyer's head. Each strike sent thunderous echoes across the desert, accompanied by brilliant flashes that temporarily turned the landscape into a photographer's negative. Together, their combined assault created an overwhelming tactical situation that prevented Loki from mounting an effective counterattack. The destroyer's massive frame, designed for siege warfare rather than close combat, proved unwieldy when surrounded by swift, coordinated opponents. But while their attacks kept Loki suppressed, they failed to inflict meaningful damage. The destroyer's armor had been forged to withstand the weapons of gods, and even their enhanced abilities couldn't breach its defenses. Worse, Loki's direct control meant that when he did manage to launch a counterattack, the destruction beam possessed enough raw power to vaporize anyone it struck directly. Only Ben's unique physiology allowed him to tank such attacks without permanent harm, making him the linchpin of their entire strategy. Yet despite his apparent focus on the battle, Ben's mind was already working on longer-term objectives. Defeating Loki and claiming the destroyer was only the first phase of a much more ambitious plan. His true target lay far beyond Earth's solar system, in a realm known throughout the cosmos as the universe's ultimate junkyard. Sakaar, a planet where dimensional barriers wore thin, creating natural portals that deposited refugees and debris from across known space. The planet's unique properties made it a treasure trove of genetic samples and technological artifacts, exactly what he needed to expand his transformation catalog and advance the Omnitrix capabilities. The challenge lay in reaching Sakaar without owing favors to potential allies. While the Asgardians could theoretically provide transportation via the Rainbow Bridge, such assistance would come with political strings attached. They might demand the return of artifacts Ben had legitimately salvaged or expect preferential treatment in future negotiations. Far better to create circumstances that justified emergency intervention, a crisis severe enough that using the Rainbow Bridge became the only viable solution. Loki's current rampage provided the perfect pretext, assuming Ben played his cards correctly. All he needed was to escalate the situation just enough to trigger Asgard's emergency protocols, then position himself to catch a ride when Heimdall opened the dimensional pathways. With this goal in mind, Ben adjusted his strategy slightly. Instead of seeking quick victory, he began working to prolong the conflict, ensuring that the battle would grow spectacular enough to demand cosmic attention. Loki, unwittingly, was about to become the key to unlocking Ben's next major adventure. Sometimes the best plans were the ones where your opponents helped you succeed without ever realizing they were being manipulated. Loki's mounting frustration finally boiled over into desperate action. Sensing that the coordinated assault was slowly wearing down his defenses, he decided to break the stalemate with overwhelming force. The destroyer's energy core pulsed as Loki channeled his godly essence into a devastating area attack. When the shockwave erupted outward, it struck with the force of a localized earthquake, pulverizing solid rock into fine powder and sending debris cascading across the battlefield like deadly rain. Fandral and Hagun were caught completely off guard, their positions too close to the epicenter for effective evasion. The blast hurled them across the desert like discarded toys, their enhanced physiques barely protecting them from impacts that would have killed lesser beings. Volstag's massive frame provided better resistance, allowing him to remain standing through sheer stubborn determination, though even he staggered under the assault's intensity. Sif reacted with warrior's instincts, driving her blade deep into the hardpan desert floor and using it as an anchor point. The improvised technique saved her from the worst of the shockwave, though she still slid several meters backward before the crystal sword's grip held firm. Ben's response demonstrated the tactical flexibility that made Diamond Head such a formidable opponent. His right arm plunged into the earth and immediately began reshaping itself, crystalline flesh flowing like liquid to create an elaborate root system that spread through the substrate. The technique locked him in place despite the tremendous forces trying to dislodge him. Steve Rogers took a more direct approach, raising his vibranium shield and trusting in both its physical properties and Mjolnir's protective influence. The combination proved effective. The shield's unique molecular structure absorbed and dissipated the kinetic energy, while the hammer's godly aura provided additional protection against supernatural forces. But Loki had learned from their previous exchanges. Instead of remaining static after his area attack, he used the moment of confusion to close distance rapidly. His armored form moved with surprising grace, landing behind Steve's position where the shield provided minimal protection. The destroyer's massive fist descended toward Steve's skull with enough force to crack concrete, but the killing blow never connected. A barrier of crystalline spears erupted from the ground between attacker and victim, their razor-sharp points designed to impale anyone who pressed forward. Captain. Ben's warning came as he withdrew his root system from the earth, his body already beginning to reform into more conventional configurations. Steve didn't waste the opportunity Ben's intervention had provided. Pivoting with the fluid grace that made him such an effective close-quarters combatant, he brought Mjolnir around in a devastating arc aimed at Loki's exposed head. Lightning wreathed the hammer as it struck, godly power channeled through Asgardian craftsmanship to deliver a blow that should have been capable of felling giants. The impact rang across the desert like a thunderclap, accompanied by a brilliant flash that temporarily bleached all color from the landscape. Yet when the light faded, Loki remained standing. The destroyer's armor had absorbed the tremendous impact with barely a visible mark, its Uru construction proving worthy of its legendary reputation. The god of mischief staggered slightly from the force transfer, but his counterattack came without hesitation. Steve barely managed to interpose his shield before Loki's return strike arrived. The vibranium disc had been designed to handle tremendous forces, its unique properties allowing it to absorb and redirect kinetic energy that would overwhelm conventional materials. Even so, the impact sent painful vibrations up Steve's arms. Ben seized the moment when Loki's attention was focused on Steve, using his molecular control to create a forest of crystal spears that erupted from the ground around the destroyer's position. The improvised prison didn't damage their opponent, but it forced him to step backward and reassess his situation. "We can't maintain this," Ben called out, though his tone suggested more calculation than genuine concern. "Our attacks aren't penetrating his defenses." He turned toward Sif with apparent desperation. "Don't you Asgardians have access to more powerful weapons?" The question struck Sif like a physical blow as she immediately understood its implications. There was indeed one weapon in Asgard's arsenal capable of overwhelming the destroyer's defenses, but using it carried enormous risks. The Rainbow Bridge, Asgard's primary method of transportation, was fundamentally a directed energy weapon with the theoretical capacity to crack planets. Under normal circumstances, its destructive potential remained carefully controlled, channeled into creating stable wormholes rather than unleashing raw devastation. But if Heimdall focused the bridge's full power on a single target, the bridge could destroy him, Sif murmured, her tactical mind already working through the implications. But if Heimdall miscalculates the power, it could destroy this planet. Ben nodded gravely, as if the enormous risk hadn't been part of his calculations from the beginning. "If we don't act soon, Loki's going to exhaust his life force maintaining that armor. Even if we win, the casualties could be enormous." It was a compelling argument, made more persuasive by its essential truth. The destroyer was indeed draining Loki's vitality at an unsustainable rate, but his desperation made him increasingly dangerous rather than weak. "I'll contact Heimdall," Sif decided, her warrior's pragmatism overriding her natural caution. In Asgard's observatory, Heimdall had been monitoring the situation with growing concern. The gatekeeper's all-seeing vision allowed him to observe events across the 9 realms simultaneously, and what he witnessed on Midgard represented a crisis that threatened to spiral beyond anyone's ability to control. Loki's decision to personally pilot with the destroyer had created a situation that normal responses couldn't address. The prince was effectively holding himself hostage. Any attempt to destroy the armor would likely kill its occupant, while allowing the situation to continue risked catastrophic damage to an entire planet. More troubling still was the political effect of the crisis. Loki remained Odin's adopted son and Asgard's current ruler, regardless of his increasingly erratic behavior. As a loyal subject, Heimdall lacked the authority to take lethal action against someone who technically commanded his obedience. But exile, that represented a viable alternative that preserved both honor and practicality. When Sif's mental communication reached him, Heimdall was already prepared with a solution. "I will use the Rainbow Bridge to transport Loki beyond the 9 realms," he replied, his thoughts carrying across dimensional barriers with practiced ease. "But I need someone to maintain contact during the transition." The message reached the battlefield through Sif's relay, and Ben immediately volunteered for what appeared to be a suicide mission. "Let me handle the restraint," he told Steve, whose enhanced physiology would survive the bridge's activation but whose singular importance to Earth's defense made him too valuable to risk. "My molecular structure can handle the energy discharge, and I know exactly where Loki should be sent." Ben's hand found Sif's shoulder as he continued, "Tell Heimdall to target Sakaar. It's a garbage world where constant fight makes survival challenging. Perfect for someone who needs time to reconsider their life choices." In the observatory, Heimdall's expression darkened as he realized he was being ordered by someone who clearly understood both Asgardian politics and space far better than any Midgardian should. Yet he could find no flaw in the suggested destination. Sakaar was indeed an ideal place for someone like Loki. With grim resignation, Heimdall grasped the control mechanism that would activate the Rainbow Bridge's transportation protocols. The moment Ben achieved physical contact with Loki, the dimensional pathway would open. On the battlefield, Ben abandoned all pretense of restraint. Among his 10 transformations, Diamond Head might not possess the raw power of some alternatives, but his combination of offense, defense, and tactical flexibility made him arguably the most versatile combatant in his arsenal. And if his goal was containment rather than destruction, he was practically unbeatable. When Loki launched his next attack, Ben didn't dodge, he met it head-on. The destroyer's massive hands clamped down on his crystalline body, servos groaning as they tried to crush him with force strong enough to shatter boulders. The pressure was immense, enough to grind stone to dust. "Finally," Loki snarled through the armor, "this time I'll reduce you to component atoms." But even as the destroyer's energy core began building toward another devastating discharge, Ben's body was undergoing rapid transformation. Crystal growths erupted from his feet and hands, spreading across the ground and up Loki's armor like living vines. Within seconds, what had been a simple grapple became an elaborate crystal prison. Ben's molecular control allowed him to create structures with specific internal arrangements, formations that appeared delicate but possessed the structural integrity of diamond lattices. "Let me go." Loki's panic was evident as he realized his situation had shifted from advantage to trap. "Release me immediately." But Ben's crystalline embrace only tightened, his body continuing to grow and expand until both were enclosed within a mountain of living crystal that stretched toward the clouds. From the outside, the formation looked like abstract art, beautiful, alien, and utterly impenetrable. Miles away, Director Fury and his search teams paused in their efforts to locate Thor, their attention drawn by the impossible sight of a crystal mountain materializing in the desert. "Threat assessment just went to maximum," Fury muttered, his mind already calculating the implications. "If the plumbers can reshape landscapes on this scale." But before he could complete the thought, the sky split open with rainbow fire. The Rainbow Bridge descended from the heavens like the wrath of gods made manifest, its multicolored radiance beautiful and terrible in equal measure. When that force struck Ben's crystal fortress, the entire structure simply vanished, not destroyed, transported. The distinction would have been academic to casual observers, but those with knowledge of Asgardian technology understood the difference. The bridge had opened a pathway between worlds, carrying its targets across distances that defied conventional physics. For several heartbeats, perfect silence reigned over the New Mexican desert. Then, gradually, the normal sounds of wind and distant civilization began to return. "Is he still alive?" Steve's question hung in the desert air, his eyes fixed on the empty sky where the Rainbow Bridge had vanished moments before. Sif shook her head grimly, her pragmatism warring with genuine regret. The Rainbow Bridge channels enough energy to destroy planet. Loki might survive within the destroyer's protection, but anyone else? She left the sentence unfinished, but her meaning was clear. Volstagg released a long, sorrowful breath that ruffled his magnificent beard. When he spoke, his usual jovial demeanor had been replaced by the solemnity befitting a funeral oration. Whatever else may be said, we Asgardians will remember this brave warrior's sacrifice. The four visitors from Asgard had unconsciously begun treating Ben as a casualty, their expressions carrying the weight of warriors who had seen too many battles claim too many heroes. Even Heimdall, whose all-seeing gaze could penetrate the barriers between realms, detected no trace of Diamond Head, who had vanished into rainbow fire. In the infinite darkness between stars, a streak of prismatic light tore through the void, moving at speeds that mocked the laws of physics. The Rainbow Bridge carried its passengers across distances that would take conventional ships millennia to cross, its mystical energy forming a temporary corridor through the fabric of space-time. Inside that corridor, where reality bent and compressed, Loki writhed in agony, his godly form assaulted by forces beyond comprehension. The destroyer's armor, magnificent as it was, had never been meant to endure the full intensity of the Bifrost at point-blank range. Hairline fractures spread across its surface like spiderwebs etched in crystal, centuries of craftsmanship unraveling in seconds. Yet Loki endured, his frost giant heritage providing just enough resilience to survive what would have instantly vaporized lesser beings. His consciousness flickered between awareness and oblivion, godly vitality burning like fuel to maintain his existence within the cosmic maelstrom. What neither he nor distant observers realized was that he no longer traveled alone. Ben's transition from Diamond Head to Ghost Freak had occurred in the microseconds before the Rainbow Bridge's arrival, hidden within the chaos of shattering crystal and rainbow fire. His new form possessed capabilities perfectly suited to the current crisis. Intangibility that allowed him to exist within spaces that would destroy physical matter, and the ability to possess other beings when circumstances required it. The destroyer's magical defenses had initially repelled his attempts at infiltration, its enchantment specifically designed to prevent exactly such intrusions. But the Rainbow Bridge's devastating assault had compromised those protections along with everything else, creating gaps that could be exploited. Now Ben existed as a shadow within Loki's subconscious, his ectoplasmic essence carefully woven through the god of mischief's neural pathways. As long as his unwitting host survived the journey, Ben would remain undetected and unharmed. Should Loki perish, Ben could abandon the failing vessel and trust his ghostly nature to carry him safely through the void. It was an elegant solution to an impossible problem, though not without costs. Watching the destroyer's systematic destruction as they hurtled through space caused Ben genuine anguish. That armor represented one of the most sophisticated pieces of technology in the known universe, and seeing it reduced to scrap metal felt like watching a priceless work of art being fed into a wood chipper. "My destroyer," Ben mourned silently, his incorporeal form flickering with distress. The damage wasn't irreparable. Uru metal could be reforged given sufficient skill and resources, but the time and effort required would be substantial. Still, temporary setbacks were acceptable prices for strategic victories. Through the mystical chaos surrounding them, Ben could sense their destination growing closer. Sakaara waited, along with opportunities that would more than compensate for present difficulties. The planet that emerged from the cosmic storm was a study in contradictions. From orbital distances, Sakaara appeared almost Earth-like, blue oceans dotted with landmasses of red stone and fertile soil. It should have been a garden world, a testament to nature's ability to create beauty in the vastness of space. Instead, it had become the universe's ultimate junkyard. Dimensional anomalies surrounding the planet acted like natural wormholes, regularly depositing refugees and debris from across known space. What were once pristine landscapes had become graveyards of alien technology, rusting starships, and the remnants of 1,000 civilizations, piled layer upon layer with eerie precision. Yet from that chaos had emerged a unique culture. Sakaara's inhabitants had learned to thrive on the constant influx of foreign materials, adapting alien technologies to their own purposes, and creating a cyberpunk paradise that rivaled anything in the civilized galaxy. Towering cities of salvaged metal and repurposed starships stretched toward blood-red skies, their neon advertisements flickering in languages that spanned dozens of worlds. As Ben and Loki plummeted toward this wonderland, they were joined by the day's usual collection of cosmic debris. Meteorites and spacecraft fragments traced burning paths through Sakaara's atmosphere, each potential treasure or catastrophe depending on one's perspective and preparation. The Rainbow Bridge's distinctive radiance made their descent impossible to ignore. Across the planet's surface, scavenger crews that had been monitoring standard traffic suddenly found themselves scrambling to track a prize that promised to dwarf their usual salvage operations. For most scavenger teams, the brilliant Rainbow Trail represented an opportunity too valuable to ignore. The more confident crews immediately began converging on the projected impact site, their jury-rigged vehicles loaded with salvage equipment and enough firepower to discourage competitors. Smaller operations wisely chose discretion over valor, turning their attention to more manageable prizes among the day's standard debris. Survival on Sakar required knowing one's limitations, and challenging well-equipped rivals for unknown treasures was a reliable path to an unmarked grave. But for one particular observer, the Rainbow Bridge's appearance carried significance that transcended mere economic opportunity. The woman who no longer used her birth name sat in a tavern that had been constructed from the hull of a crashed Kree battlecruiser. Her fingers wrapped around a bottle of synthetic alcohol that promised oblivion, but delivered only temporary numbness. Once she had been among Asgard's most elite warriors, a Valkyrie whose very name had inspired songs and legends. Now she was simply another refugee in a planet full of displaced souls, her wings clipped and her purpose lost to the cruel mathematics of war. The Valkyries had been Asgard's answer to threats that conventional armies couldn't address. Mounted on winged steeds that could traverse dimensional barriers, they had served as Odin's personal strike force for millennia. Their mission, to select the honored dead from battlefields across the 9 realms, ensuring that the bravest souls found their way to Valhalla's golden halls. Young Thor had idolized them completely, dreaming of joining their ranks until someone had explained certain biological prerequisites for membership. Even then, his admiration had never dimmed. If anything, learning that courage and skill weren't limited by gender had only increased his respect for the warrior sisterhood. But admiration meant nothing when facing Hela, goddess of death and Odin's firstborn daughter. When she had returned to claim her birthright, the Valkyries had stood against her with every weapon and tactic at their disposal. They had fought valiantly, died heroically, and accomplished absolutely nothing except ensuring that their killer's path to the throne remained unobstructed. The sole survivor of that massacre had fled Asgard in shame and self-loathing, seeking refuge in the one place where her past couldn't follow. Sakar welcomed all refugees equally, asking no questions about previous loyalties or abandoned responsibilities. Here, she could drink away the memories of fallen sisters and try to forget that she had once served a realm that no longer wanted her. But the Rainbow Bridge's distinctive light cut through years of carefully maintained numbness like a blade through silk. That prismatic radiance carried with it the scent of golden halls and the sound of war horns, memories so vivid they might have happened yesterday rather than centuries ago. The bottle shattered in her grip, synthetic alcohol mixing with real blood as fragments of recycled glass bit into her palm. Yet she barely noticed the pain, her attention fixed on the fading rainbow trail that marked the passage of something from her former life. Perhaps it was time to stop running from the past. With movements that carried echoes of her former grace, the last Valkyrie rose from her seat and stepped into Sakar's neon-painted night. Whatever had arrived on that rainbow bridge, she would be the first to greet it, for better or worse. The rainbow light faded like a dying star, leaving behind only the acrid scent of ozone and superheated metal. In the sudden silence that followed, a figure lay motionless among the twisted wreckage of what had once been a pristine desert landscape. Loki sprawled unconscious across a bed of crystallized sand, his form a study in godly humiliation. The destroyer's magnificent armor hung from his frame in tattered fragments, each piece a testament to the Rainbow Bridge's devastating power. Stranger still were the dark fissures that crisscrossed his exposed skin, wounds that seemed to pulse with their own internal light, as if something otherworldly had taken residence within his flesh. From those very cracks, a shadow began to emerge. Ben's ghost freak form separated from Loki's unconscious body like smoke dissipating in reverse, his ghostly essence gradually forming into a more recognizable humanoid shape. The possession had served its purpose perfectly. Loki's godly constitution had absorbed the worst of the Rainbow Bridge's dimensional stresses, leaving Ben free to observe their space journey without suffering its consequences. With Loki unconscious and no longer channeling godly power into the armor, the destroyer's fragments began falling away like autumn leaves. Each piece struck the ground with metallic chimes that echoed across Sakar's junkyard landscape, a funeral dirge for one of Asgard's greatest weapons. Ben watched the systematic collapse with mixed emotions. On one hand, seeing such magnificent craftsmanship reduced to scrap was genuinely painful. On the other hand, those scattered pieces represented an opportunity too valuable to ignore. Transforming back into Diamond Head, Ben began the delicate process of salvage and storage. His crystalline limbs reshaped themselves into specialized tools, carefully gathering each fragment of Uru metal while analyzing its internal structure for future reconstruction. When the collection was complete, he encased everything within a protective crystal box and sent the entire package deep underground, far from the prying eyes of Sakar's notorious scavenger population. The storage solution was far from ideal. On Earth, such crystalline formations might escape detection for decades. But Sakar's inhabitants had elevated opportunistic scavenging to an art form, and they would quite literally move mountains to uncover valuable materials. Still, Ben had few alternatives. The Omnitrix provided no dimensional storage capabilities, and carrying pieces of the destroyer openly would invite unwanted attention from every treasure hunter on the planet. Underground storage would have to suffice until he could arrange more secure accommodations. Sakar, Ben murmured, surveying his new environment with tactical interest. Not exactly the vacation destination the travel brochures promised. The planet stretched before him like a cyberpunk fever dream made manifest. Mountains of discarded technology rose toward blood-red skies, their slopes composed of everything from primitive wheeled vehicles to sophisticated starships. Barely visible beneath the accumulated debris were hints of Sakar's original landscape, red stone and fertile soil that spoke of a world that had once been beautiful. The air quality was surprisingly tolerable, despite the planet's reputation as the universe's dumping ground. Most civilizations were practical enough to dispose of truly hazardous materials through methods that didn't involve atmospheric entry, and the intense heat generated during orbital descent tended to sterilize anything organic before it could pose contamination risks. The real dangers on Sakar weren't environmental, they were political. Ben's ultimate objective lay at the heart of the planet's power structure, the Grand Arena, where Sakar's ruler entertained himself by forcing captured aliens to fight for the amusement of crowds. That arena represented the largest concentration of genetic diversity anywhere in the known galaxy, with specimens from hundreds of different worlds competing for survival on a daily basis. From a purely tactical standpoint, most alien species weren't significantly more powerful than Ben's current transformations. The 10 aliens provided by the Omnitrix had been selected specifically for their versatility and effectiveness across a wide range of scenarios. But raw power had never been the Watch's primary purpose. Azimuth had designed the Omnitrix as a tool for fostering understanding between species, not as a weapon of conquest. Ben's mission involved preservation as much as personal enhancement, collecting genetic samples that might otherwise be lost to war, natural disaster, or simple bad luck. Of course, the practical benefits were undeniable. Each new transformation provided unique capabilities that could prove invaluable in future conflicts. The Skrull's shape-shifting abilities, the Kree's technological integration, the Flora Colossus regeneration, every species offered something that could expand Ben's tactical options. Probably won't find any Skrulls or Kree in the arena, Ben admitted to himself, studying the industrial landscape that surrounded him. Both empires are too powerful to let their people end up as gladiator fodder. But that was fine. The universe contained thousands of species, and even those without obvious combat applications often possessed unique traits worth preserving. The true challenge wouldn't be finding interesting specimens, it would be gaining access to them. That meant infiltrating the arena system, either as a gladiator or as someone with enough authority to study the fighters directly. Given Sakar's power structure, the former seemed more practical than the latter. Ben's timeline for this objective was uncomfortably tight. Midtown High School would resume classes in exactly 1 month, and despite his growing responsibilities, he couldn't simply abandon his civilian identity. The sound of approaching engines interrupted his planning. More than a dozen spacecraft were converging on his position from various directions, their mismatched designs reflecting Sakar's scavenged aesthetic. Each ship bristled with improvised weapons and salvage equipment, their crews undoubtedly drawn by the Rainbow Bridge's spectacular arrival. Ben quickly assessed his options. Fighting his way through multiple scavenger crews would be possible but counterproductive. It would establish him as a threat rather than a potential asset. Better to play the part of a helpless crash survivor and let the scavengers transport him directly into Sakar's gladiatorial system. Deactivating his transformation, Ben collapsed beside Loki's unconscious form and forced his breathing into the shallow rhythm of someone barely clinging to consciousness. From this position, he could observe the approaching ships while maintaining his cover as just another piece of valuable debris. The spacecraft that arrived first was sleek and predatory, its black hull marked with scorched impact craters that spoke of numerous firefights. When its pilot's voice crackled across the local communication frequencies, the tone carried absolute authority despite its slurred delivery. "This salvage is mine," the voice declared with drunken certainty. "Anyone who disagrees can take it up with my targeting system." The response came not in words but in weapons fire. Energy beams and projectile rounds crisscrossed the sky as the black ship opened fire on its competitors, its pilot apparently unconcerned with conventional scavenging etiquette. Most crews would have exercised more caution. Damaged merchandise was worthless merchandise, and firefights tended to be expensive regardless of outcome. But whoever piloted the black ship seemed to view conventional wisdom as suggestions rather than rules. Within minutes, the one-sided battle was over. Burning wreckage littered the junkyard landscape while the victorious ship settled to the ground with mechanical precision. When the airlock cycled open, Ben got his first clear look at Sakar's most successful scavenger.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.